Yi Feng transmigrated into a book, becoming the disliked young master of a wealthy family. His parents ignored him, his sister despised him, and his adopted son framed him. Thus, Yi Feng became a universally disliked young master, unwanted everywhere. He even witnessed his adopted son's provocation. Yi Feng exclaimed, "Damn, I can't stand it anymore." Watch how Yi Feng turns the tide. Watch as the protagonist and everyone around him turn to the dark side. In the end, it will definitely give all readers an incredibly satisfying experience. The beginning is all set up. The real thriller begins after chapter 126. Dear readers, please be patient, thank you. The Yi family will gradually descend into madness after chapter 126, so please be patient, dear readers. Chapter 100. How did I get transmigrated into a book? Provincial capital. Bang. With a loud slam of the door, a clear and pleasant sound pierced the room. Yi Feng, tell me, did you steal the necklace that Mom left in the room? You come from the countryside, how could you be so dishonest? I knew Mom and Dad shouldn't have brought you from there. The man lying in the room was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. He shouted impatiently, "Can't you see I'm really asleep? Don't disturb my sleep. Don't you know I'm worth millions every minute?" Seeing the man's attitude while lying on the bed, the woman was furious. She picked up a broom from the doorway and hit him hard, angrily saying, "Yi Feng, you ill-mannered bastard, are you asking for a beating? Get up! You bullied Yi Gu, so kneel down in front of him and repent, or I will never forgive you. Don't ever speak to me again." Yi Feng was startled awake by the sound. Looking around, he realized that he hadn't been dreaming. The room was dull and suffocating, with only a half-open window for ventilation, as if reflecting the desolation in the heart of the room's owner. Only a grocery could express his feelings at that moment. Wasn't I hit by a truck? How come I'm completely unharmed? I had a scar on my hand, but it's gone. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into my mind, causing excruciating pain. I rolled around on the bed, as if only in this way could I alleviate the pain in my body. Seeing Yi Feng's initial days and now his transformed state, the woman was terrified and at a loss for what to do. Her original intention was only to vent her anger for her younger brother Yi Gu, and she hadn't expected anything to turn out this way. She quickly rushed out of the room, shouting repeatedly, "Mom and Dad, Yi Feng has gone mad. Come quick." As the sounds gradually faded away, the noise in the room slowly subsided. Less than 5 minutes later, Yi Feng realized that he had transmigrated and muttered, "Is God playing a trick on me?" Unlike other novel characters who either transmigrate into the body of a gifted disciple of a mountain sect, become a hidden tycoon with a mine in their family, or at the very least become an ordinary millionaire, I have become a genuine young master of a wealthy family who is not favored. It turns out that the original owner of this body came to the Yi family 6 years ago. When he first arrived, the family treated Yi Feng quite well, giving him almost everything he wanted, and he was very happy. However, as Yi Feng became more and more popular with the Yi family, Yi Gu, the adopted son, felt that Yi Feng's return would threaten his position in the Gu family. He believed that everything in the Gu family should belong to him. After that, all sorts of framing and slander tactics were used, such as being pretentious, falsely accusing him of peeping at girls showering at school, having poor grades, and so on. There were countless similar things. In this way, Yi Feng went from being a sensible and well-behaved good child to a bad child that everyone disliked. Yi Feng stared blankly at Feng Liang for a long while before finally making up his mind. He silently said to the original owner, "Don't worry, since I'm using your body to be reborn, I will repay all the grievances you suffered before. I will return all the grievances you suffered." As soon as he picked up his phone, the doorway was suddenly filled with people. Looking around, he saw that the body was trembling slightly, which showed how lowly the original owner of the body was. "Yi Feng, weren't you about to die? How come you're perfectly fine? You really scared me." The speaker was Yi Feng's second sister, Yi Shi. She was wearing a beige dress, with exquisite makeup on her face. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, and she had a pair of bright eyes that seemed to contain an endless starry sky. She was tall and slender. Yi Feng stared coldly at Yi Shi, who was speaking, and uttered a few words without any mercy. if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. But if you dare to say another word, believe me, I'll tear your mouth off. Upon hearing this, Yi Gu, the adopted son, immediately became restless and timidly said, "Brother, I know you didn't mean to steal Mom's necklace. Please return it to Mom. She really loves this necklace. I know you must have had your reasons for stealing it, but you can't steal Mom's necklace. Do you know how heartbroken Mom will be if you do this?" Hearing these sarcastic remarks, Yi Gu felt a million curses running through his mind. Without thinking twice, he went over, grabbed the man by the back of the neck, pulled him close, and then snap! 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 After a while, the Yi family members finally reacted. Yi Wei, the father, pulled Yi Gu back to his side, then slapped Yi Feng hard across the face, and said coldly, "Yi Feng, as the older brother, you should give way to your younger brother. Is this how you act as an older brother?" Chapter 2 Chaos. Seeing the original owner's father beat him so mercilessly, Yi Feng felt a deep sense of sorrow. Only then did he realize how miserable the original owner's situation was in the Gu family. Looking back, which member of the Gu family hadn't benefited from Yi Feng's kindness? Yi Wei, the father and founder of the Yi Group, seized the opportunities of the times in his youth and established the Yi Group. However, due to the aftereffects of working on construction sites and studying abroad in his youth, he would experience inexplicable foot pain every week. Yi Feng had only been back for a few days when he learned of his father's condition. So, he tirelessly went to the hospital to learn how to treat foot pain. In order to cure his father's foot pain, he would go to the hospital almost every day to learn medical skills from the old doctor, all to prevent his father's foot pain from flaring up. So, thanks to Yi Feng's unremitting efforts, Yi Wei's condition was finally successfully suppressed. Therefore, Yi Wei was able to stand there unharmed, and Yi Feng deserves half the credit for this. Seeing how ruthless the Yi family was towards him, Yi Feng became even more unscrupulous. His father, Yi Wei, smiled and said, "If you dare to hit me again, do you believe I'll immediately tell everyone that you, Yi Wei, are someone who spoils your adopted son and kills your own? Will the Yi Group's stock price drop then? I'll even do a live broadcast then, wouldn't that be even more exciting?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's threat, Yi Wei immediately became enraged. He looked around and spotted the broom by the door. He went straight to it, picked it up, and swung it at Yi Feng. Everyone expected Yi Feng to deliver a fatal blow as usual, and they all turned their heads away, not wanting to witness the scene. However, after a while, they didn't hear Yi Feng's cry. They opened their eyes simultaneously and were stunned by what they saw. Yi Feng had caught Yi Wei's broom steadily, showing no mercy whatsoever. "You old thief, you think I'm easy to bully just because I don't show my power? Watch out. Take this stick." Then Yi Feng forcefully swung the stick at Yi Wei, causing Yi Wei to scream in pain, repeatedly saying, "Yi Feng, I am your father. How dare you hit me? You are a disobedient and rebellious person. Ah. Good boy, try hitting me again if you dare. Come on, again. I was wrong, please stop hitting me." The Yi family members were stunned by this unexpected turn of events, and it took them a while to process what had happened. Once they finally came to their senses, they rushed towards Yi Feng, saying, "Yi Feng, how dare you hit your father? Stop it. Stop hitting him. Yi Feng, I told you to stop. What have you done? I will never forgive you in my life. Brother, hit me if you want. Don't hit Dad." In an instant, chaos erupted, with shouts, insults, and pleas for mercy filling the air. It goes without saying who was begging for mercy. Yi Feng made a ruckus for quite a while, and only after he was panting heavily did he gradually calm down. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the living room. The sofa was a mangled mess, the television was practically unusable, and the coffee table, chairs, refrigerator, kitchenware, and other items were completely destroyed. Seeing this, the second sister, Yi Shi, immediately jumped up and down, as if she had exhausted all her strength, and said to Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, what's wrong with you? You've made such a mess of the house. You'd better kneel down in front of us right now and repent for your mistakes, or you can forget about ever entering our house again." Hearing this, Yi Feng was immediately displeased and said, "Yi Shi, tell me, how can you be so shameless? Do you know that? Two great walls combined aren't as thick-skinned as yours. How dare you say such a thing? Bah! At this moment, Guxia stepped forward and said to Yifeng with a face full of disappointment, Yifeng, you are really disappointing. We brought you back 3 years ago and provided you with good food and lodging, but you are so ungrateful. If we had known that you would make such a mess of the house after you came back, we really shouldn't have brought you back in the first place. Seeing how everyone was commenting on Gu Feng, Yi Gu knew his chance to shine had come. So, pretending to be out of breath, he approached Gu Xia and said, Mom, I believe my brother didn't do this on purpose. He must have picked up bad habits in the orphanage, and it will probably be hard for him to change in a short time. But I believe he will change. Yi Feng was already exhausted, having just come to accept the original owner's situation. Hearing Yi Gu's words, he coldly replied, Didn't I just say I'd tear your mouth off if you said another word? Hearing that Yi Feng dared to be so arrogant, Yi Wei, as the father, was so angry that he cursed loudly. Yi Feng, you beast! If I had known you would turn out like this, I should have strangled you at birth. Hearing Yi Wei's words, even Yi Feng, who had replaced the original owner, couldn't help but feel sad and angry. He was sad because Yi Wei, as Yi Feng's father, treated his own son this way, and he was angry because he was still so arrogant. He had originally planned to get away as soon as possible and take revenge slowly, but seeing how this family treated him, he was afraid that he would be pressed into the mud by the Yi family before he could rise up. Don't underestimate the power of a wealthy family. Unlike other male protagonists, Yi Feng doesn't have memories of the future, nor does he want any system to rely on. He is just an ordinary person now, and the only thing he can rely on is his status as a member of a wealthy family. Fortunately, everyone liked the original owner very much and moved their household registration to the Yi family. As long as the household registration is still in the Yi family, they feel that they will not let the Yi family have an easy time. You're not changing chapter 3, huh? Just you wait. Seeing the Yi family like this, Yifeng felt much better, but the thought of having to live in that small room filled him with rage, and he hysterically said to Yi Wei, Yi Wei, go to hell. You make me live in such a tiny room, and you still have the nerve to complain? You don't care whether I live or die, you never give me any of the good things, but you take all the blame. Let me tell you, you old fool, I usually let you get away with this, but you've really gone too far. And let me tell you, if you don't arrange a decent place for me tonight, you'll all be sorry. Upon hearing this, Yi Wei was so angry he was completely disoriented, so he simply turned his head away and refused to look at him again. Seeing the family in this state, Yi Yao, the eldest sister, stepped forward, looked at Yi Feng, and said angrily, Yi Feng, you have no manners at all. Your second sister is right. You, a wild child from the countryside, shouldn't even be in this house. With you around, you're just bringing shame to us. Hearing Yi Yao say this, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming sense of distress. It wasn't that Yi Feng himself was distressed, but rather that the consciousness of the original owner was aggrieved. However, when Yi Yao finished speaking, Yi Feng's body seemed to tremble violently, as if he was trying to control the raging fire within him. After struggling for a while, the anger within him gradually dissipated. It wasn't that Yi Feng's anger had subsided, but rather that his time left in this world had run out. Just then, the Yi Feng who used to serve the Yi family died, and the current Yi Feng is the one who is now. Yi Feng already had no feelings for the Yi family, and since he was a transmigrator, he felt even less attached. So, upon hearing Yi Yao's words, he simply went over to her. Smack! You'd better behave yourself. Let me tell you, the old Yi Feng is dead. You guys killed him. If you still want to mess with me, you'll be in for a world of hurt. This is outrageous. Old Yi, your son has gone too far. If you don't do something about it, I'm divorcing you. The speaker was Gu Xia, who approached Yi Wei with red eyes. Yi Wei was about to say, this unfilial son is in such a crazy state now, how can I discipline him? But seeing Gu Xia's red eyes, which looked very pitiful, Yi Wei coldly said, bring the family law. Everyone was horrified after hearing this, which showed that they had all witnessed the power of family discipline. After a while, a servant brought a whip to Yi Wei. The whip was white with red tinges, which showed how terrifying it was. When Yifeng saw the whip, he felt no fear, only rage, because this very whip had struck the original owner countless times, and every scar on his body seemed to tell a story of tears. Seeing Yi Wei so eagerly chasing after Yifeng also became ruthless. He ran straight into the kitchen, and just as Yifeng was about to come out, he pointed a knife at him. "Old bai dang, I told you not to push your luck, but you wouldn't listen. You wanted to whip me, huh? Come on then." Upon seeing Yifeng holding a knife, Yi Wei instantly fell silent. He could only calm himself down and stammer as he spoke to Yifeng. "Yifeng, let's talk this out. I'm your dad. I was just joking with you." Having said that, Yifeng went straight to Yi Wei and held the knife to his neck. Seeing this, everyone rushed to Yifeng's side, but dared not get too close, only standing about a meter away to try and reason with him. "Yifeng, don't get too excited, put the knife down. Yifeng, I believe you're a good kid. You wouldn't joke like that with your dad, would you?" Hearing the Yi family chattering incessantly in his ear, Yifeng became annoyed and kicked Yi Wei in the leg, causing Yi Wei to howl in pain. Yi Wei then turned to the side and said, "If you dare to shout again, Yi Wei's fate will be your fate. I'm warning you again, it's best if we can live in peace from now on. If you continue like you just did, this will be your fate." Seeing the horrified expressions on the Yi family's faces, Yifeng felt much better. He then lowered his head and said to Yi Wei, "Old Yi, do you think I could change my room?" "No. Absolutely not." This time it was Yi Yao who spoke, so Yi Yao went to her mother Gu Xiao's side and said, "Mom, we can't change it for him. There are no extra rooms in the house. Look. Our house should have 3 floors. The first floor is where the servants live, the second floor is where you and Dad live, and the third floor is where my sister and I and my brother Yigu live. It's really full." Upon hearing this, Gu Xia also said to Yi Wei, "Yes, honey, Xia is right. There really isn't a spare room for Gu Feng. How about we make another room for him next time?" When Yi Wei heard his wife say that, he went along with it. "Yi Feng, your mother is right, there really aren't any rooms left in the house, so let's just leave it at that. Anyway, you're already used to that room, but if we have to make room for you upstairs, we won't feel comfortable, Xiaofeng. Dad has always known you're a good child and wouldn't cause Dad any trouble, right?" Hearing Yi Wei's shameless words, his worldview was completely shattered. He suppressed his urge to explode, calmed himself down, and smiled as he said to Yi Wei, "Dad, you're right. This is something I didn't think through. Okay, I'm tired too, I'll go back to my room first. Have a good night's sleep." When Yi Wei saw Yi Feng's departing figure, he immediately felt that something bad had happened. He suppressed his unease and said to Yi Yao, "Yi Yao, come with me to practice calligraphy." Chapter 4 Comfort. Study. Looking around, upon entering the study, one sees a dazzling array of books, including Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica, Yu Hua's To Live, and Lu Yao's Ordinary World, among others. It is evident how large the study is and how many different kinds of books it contains. If Yi Feng were to see such a sight, he would surely greet Yi Wei with a question. In fact, Yi Wei was a very opinionated, spirited, visionary, and ambitious person when he was young, otherwise, he would not have built the Yi group today. After entering the study, Yi Wei said very loudly to Yi Yao, "Yi Yao, you have to give me an explanation today. What exactly did you do to Yi Feng? Although I don't like Yi Feng now, he is still my son, Yi Wei's son. What exactly did you do to him?" After finishing speaking, Yi Wei plopped down on the stool, panting, and said, "Yi Yao, do you know what I saw in Yi Feng's eyes just now? His eyes seemed to have no feelings for us at all. When I tried to attack him, his expression was terrifying. So I don't know what you did." After saying that, she took the tissues from the table and wiped her tears, crying as she said, "Yao, do you know how much it hurts me? I bear some responsibility for how things have turned out, but the biggest responsibility lies with you all. I don't know why, I remember how much you all liked Yi Feng when he first came back. You were all practically revolving around him every day, but your relationship gradually turned out like this. Do you know how much your mother and I suffered? Yu's sisters. Seeing her father crying like this, Yi Yao also showed her stance, quickly going to Yi Wei and saying, "Dad, please stop talking. I understand. I understand. Don't worry, I will find out exactly what happened. All I know right now is that Yi Shi heard from Yi Gu's younger brother that Yi Feng stole the necklace from Mom's room. Yi Shi ran over to question him and then came back. So we have to find out what happened with the necklace. Dad, do you know? Actually, when I first heard that Yi Feng had a sneaky habit, I didn't believe it. I only heard it from the servants and Yi Shi and a few others. I didn't investigate it myself. But don't worry, I'll go and call Yi Shi right now and ask her what's going on." After saying that, before Yi Wei could even speak, she hurriedly ran off to find Yi Shi. Watching Yi Shi's departing figure, Yi Wei could only stare silently at the ceiling and slowly utter 5 words. "What a misfortune for our family." When Yi Yao arrived in the living room, she saw Yi Shi, who was trying her best to comfort Yi Gu, constantly saying nice things to him. "Brother Yi Gu, don't worry, I will definitely punish Yi Feng properly, so you don't need to be sad. It's all Yi Feng's fault." Yes. Brother Yi Gu, Yi Shi is right. It's not worth getting angry over someone like Yi Feng. In our eyes, he's just a bug that came out of nowhere. We won't miss him or the family. Yes. Yes. When Yi Gu saw Yi Yao and Yi Shi, he cursed them as idiots in his heart, but then a strange smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, how could I be sad when the Gu family has such good conditions? I can say that Yi Feng's current state is entirely my fault. In fact, Yi Gu was also puzzled. Yi Feng was usually like a punching bag at home, serving everyone in the family like an old cow every day. He never complained of pain or fatigue and was always polite to everyone. Even if someone scolded or hit him, he would not get angry. Why did such a simple thing turn into this? Now, judging from his sister's attitude, she may have noticed him, which made him feel a sense of crisis. Yi Wei was a very cautious person. He knew that the reason why the Yi family treated him so well was because they felt that he was more valuable than Yi Feng. In the eyes of outsiders, they felt that having a younger brother like Yi Feng was of no value to them. They thought that Yi Feng was vulgar and ill-mannered. He understood that the reason why Yi Feng was not liked at the time was probably because Yi Wei had framed him, and the fact that Yi Wei's constant attempts to please them had annoyed them. He understood the Yi family's true colors, so he knew he had to comply, but he couldn't get himself involved. Therefore, upon hearing their words, he could only immediately say, his eyes reddening, "Second sister, third sister, I understand. It's all my fault that brother has become like this. Please let me go. I know I can't leave you sisters. Second sister, as a celebrity, you work very late every day, so please forgive me for not being able to give you a massage anymore. Third sister, as the director of the First People's Hospital of the provincial capital, you face all kinds of patients every day. I'm not by your side right now, so please take good care of yourself." Chapter 5 Comfort 2. Hearing Yi Gu's words that he was about to leave, Yi Yao, as the eldest sister, couldn't sit still any longer. She didn't care about anything else now, because in her heart, Yi Gu was her own brother. Hearing that he was leaving, even if she didn't know if he was telling the truth, she still immediately ran down to comfort him. Yes. Brother Yi Gu, your second and third sisters are right. Yi Feng is just a wild child from the countryside. Don't forget, you still have a fiancé. What do you think about it? Since Yi Feng is showing us so little mercy, why not have your fiancé teach him a lesson? Upon hearing what the eldest sister said, everyone chimed in to agree. Yeah. I remember Lu Ruyan is coming back from studying abroad tomorrow. I remember she used to hate Yi Feng. This time she'll definitely help us teach that guy a lesson. Yes. Your second sister is right. Don't be sad. After all, if you're sad, we're sad too. After a while, everyone said some comforting words, which finally calmed Yi Gu down and he stopped crying. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When Yi Gu saw that his older sister and the others had gone this far, he stopped crying. He understood that everything had its limits and that one should not be too hasty. So he stood up and said to Yi Yao and the others, "Big sister, I'm not upset. I don't blame my brother. I didn't know that my brother didn't take mom's necklace on purpose. I was thinking that if my brother really liked it, I would persuade mom not to make things difficult for him." After saying that, Yi Gu didn't forget to put some pressure on Yi Feng. Then, he slowly reached into his belt and found that the item was still there, and he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing that their supposedly obedient and sensible younger brother was still trying to defend Yi Feng, everyone's hatred for Yi Feng intensified. At this point, Yi Shi, with her fiery temper, became even more enraged and began to curse loudly. "Yi Feng, you heartless wretch, I really don't know why your parents brought you back in the first place." Hearing Yi Shi say this, Yi Shi, who was closest to her at home, also wanted to curse, but Yi Yao stopped her with a sharp look. Hearing Yi Shi say this, Yi Yao sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. She knew that her younger sister had a fiery temper. She used to always follow Yi Feng around, but now she gets very angry whenever Yi Feng is mentioned. She couldn't understand why. If it weren't for the Yi family protecting her and Yi Shi's own beauty, she probably wouldn't even exist in the entertainment industry. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached this point, Yi Gu realized it was time to go back to his room. Plus, he was exhausted from all the commotion, so he decided to go back to sleep. He then addressed his sisters. "Sisters, you must be very tired now. You have to go to work tomorrow. It's not that I don't want to talk to you anymore, it's just that I'm afraid you'll be late tomorrow, and I'll feel bad about that." Hearing Yi Gu's tender care, even though she had suffered such a great injustice today, Yi Yao thought to herself, why can't Yi Feng learn from his younger brother Yi Gu? At this moment, Yi Shi took over the conversation, stood up and said to everyone, "Little Gu is right, everyone must be tired. I think we should call it a night. It's getting late, let's go home." Hearing Yi Shi say this, everyone went upstairs. They first helped Yi Gu into his room, and then they helped Yi Shi into her room as well. Yi Shi wanted to say, "Big sister, it's so late, you should go to sleep. You don't need to see me off." Then Yi Yao said, "Second sister, everyone was downstairs just now, and I was embarrassed to say it, but the main reason I came down here wasn't to comfort Yi Gu. It's because Dad wants you to come to the study with me, he has something to ask you." Hearing her older sister say that, Yi Shi complained to Yi Yao. "Big sister, why didn't you say so sooner? Of all times, you have to tell me now? Do you know how sleepy I am?" Yi Yao wanted to say something more about not wanting to go to her father's study and wanting to go to sleep, but seeing her older sister's sharp eyes, she immediately stopped herself and said with a smile, "Big sister, I was just kidding. You know I'm most afraid of you in this family. I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously?" "I'm scared." Yi Yao said, "So you're scared now? Do you know that Dad is furious about this? Actually, Dad wants to know two things. The first thing to do is find out what's going on with Mom's necklace. The second thing is what you said before we entered Yi Feng's room, and why Yi Feng was suddenly provoked like this, understand?" Hearing her older sister say this, Yi Shi could only lower her head and weakly say, "I know." Seeing Yi Shi like this, Yi Yao could only sigh slightly and remain silent. Chapter 6 Why didn't you tell me when you did this? The two went straight to the study. Yi Yao was about to open the door when Yi Shi grabbed her hand. Yi Yao gave her a questioning look and saw Yi Shi's worried eyes. So she whispered to Yi Shi, "It's okay. As long as you tell the truth, Dad won't blame you." Before Yi Shi could make a move after she finished speaking, the same furnishings came into view. However, in Yi Yao's eyes, the difference from the last time was that she was nervous and scared when she came last time, but this time she was nervous and heartbroken. In Yi Yao's eyes, her father had unknowingly grown some white hairs on his head, as if it was a sign that the family was becoming shaky because of the increase in her father's white hair. At this moment, Dad was still sleeping at the table. The maid, who had somehow come to Yi Wei's side, noticed Yi Yao and Yi Shi standing in the doorway. She then came over to Yi Wei, patted him on the back, and leaned down to say, "Master, the eldest and second young ladies have arrived. They're standing at the door." Upon hearing the voice, Yi Wei slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. After recognizing the person who had entered, he spoke to the servant. "Butler, you may leave now. I don't need your care here anymore. Go to Madam's place. I think she's grieving right now. Go and comfort her. Yi Yao, Yishi, and I have some things to discuss. After hearing this, the butler wanted to say something more, but seeing them nearby, he knew he shouldn't say anything more. He could only sigh heavily and slowly leave the room. After everyone saw the housekeeper leave the room, the eldest sister, Yi Yao, said to her father, "Dad, I've brought Yi Shi with you. Just tell me if you have any questions." Hearing her older sister ask such a crucial question right off the bat, Yi Shi immediately gave Yi Yao a reproachful look. Yue happened to see this look and gave Yi Shi a heavy, cold snort, saying, "Yi Shi, what kind of look is that? Did your older sister say something wrong? Tell me honestly, what exactly happened before you went to Yi Feng's room, and why Yi Feng changed so much?" When Yi Shi heard her father say that, she knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she told him everything clearly. It turns out that Yi Shi went to Yi Feng's room to confront him because Yi Gu had taken the monthly exam 2 days ago. Yi Gu said that the school believed Yi Feng had cheated at school. In addition, Yi Gu said that Yi Feng had entered his mother's room last night and that the necklace would be missing the next morning. After saying that, Yi Shi said to Yi Wei, "That's all I know about the ins and outs of the matter. I don't know anything else." Upon hearing this, Yi Wei was immediately enraged and began to curse. He had no doubt what his second daughter had said, because he felt that Yi Shi wouldn't dare to lie to him, and also that it wouldn't be surprising for Yi Feng to do such a thing, given his character. So he said, "Yi Feng cheated on the exam at school and still thinks he's right? He's so unrepentant. I don't know how I raised such a beast. I'm going to teach him a lesson tomorrow." After hearing what Yi Shi said, Yi Yao naturally wouldn't be so naive as to think that was the whole story. However, seeing Yi Wei like this, she could only bury the topic deep in her heart and think that she had to find an opportunity to investigate the ins and outs. After seeing their father vent his anger, Yi Yao and Yi Shi, perhaps tired or sleepy, waved to them and said, "All right, it's so late, you must be tired too. Go back and get some rest." Hearing their father say this, the two of them could only say in unison, "Okay, father, you should get some rest too." After saying that, the two left the room. After seeing them leave, Yue moved his chair and went into the room to sleep. After Yi Yao and Yi Shi left the room, they escorted her to the door. At that moment, Yi Yao said to Yi Shi, "Second sister, you're not a child anymore. You can't do things on your own whim anymore. If you want to do things this way, at least discuss them with us first. Look at what's happened to the family because of this." Yi Shi wanted to say something more, but seeing Yi Yao yawn heavily, she didn't say anything more and simply said to Yi Yao, "Don't worry, big sister, I won't do that again." Hearing Yi Shi say this, Yi Yao felt somewhat relieved and said to Yi Shi, "All right. It's getting late, go to sleep peacefully." Chapter 7: Grace and Anger. Early morning. Living room. As soon as Yi Feng went downstairs, he heard a lively scene in the living room, as if nothing had happened last night. The scene was as bizarre as it could be. To be honest, Yi Feng was also very puzzled as to why the Yi family would abandon their own son and instead dote on an adopted one. It just felt like they had lost their minds. Upon entering the living room, Yi Feng went to the kitchen to get some dishes and chopsticks. Yi Shi, with her fiery temper, immediately confronted him. She picked up the chopsticks, turned around, and said in an unfriendly tone, "Yi Feng, what's wrong with you today? Do you know the rules of our Yi family? Shouldn't we finish our meal first, and then you eat?" Hearing Yi Yao's words, Yi Shi recalled Yi Feng's crazy actions yesterday and spoke to Yi Feng without any mercy. "Yi Feng, didn't you cause enough trouble at home last night? What are you planning to do today? Let me tell you, don't even think about eating with us. Second sister is right, you're just a country bumpkin, you have no right to eat with us." When Yi Feng heard Yi Shi and Yi Yao say this, and saw the Yi family's very normal attitude, he was speechless. He then remembered that Yi Feng was not worthy to eat with the Yi family in the past. In the past, he had to wait until the Yi family finished eating and cleaned the table before he could eat with the Yi family's servants and maids. Was Yi Feng a teenage mutant ninja turtle before? He was almost called inhuman by the Yi family. Do you think Yifeng can tolerate this? I can't stand even a little bit. So Yifeng stopped on his way to the kitchen and went to the dining table. This was the first time he'd really looked at the table closely. He found it very elegant, round in shape, and its unique design was both practical and beautiful. The spacious tabletop was perfect for placing various dishes and wineglasses, while its distinctive shape became the finishing touch to the home decor. But when Yifeng saw the dining table, he saw all sorts of strange and wonderful dishes on it, quite abundant indeed. Of course, that's how Yifeng perceived it. There was porridge, soup, noodles, and all sorts of other things on the table. He wasn't drawn to the table setting or the food, instead, he was furious. He recalled everything that had happened here before, being forced to kneel for being late for dinner, being forced to kneel by his adopted son's false accusations against his father, Yue, that old beast, Yishi's sarcastic remarks, and his adopted son's framing, and so on. Yifeng's mind was in complete chaos at this moment. However, he is now extremely angry. He needed to vent. I'm furious that I didn't destroy this table last night, and even angrier that the Yi family treated me this way. Is it because they framed me before and I didn't fight back, so they think I'm easy to bully? Or is it because my predecessor treated me too well, making them think that it's okay for them to bully me no matter what, and that they can attribute it all to being good to me? Damn it, just thinking about all this makes me feel disgusted. However, although the original owner of this body has lost consciousness, the body and memories remain. Seeing this table, the original owner's heart is in turmoil, which shows the harm this table has caused to the original owner. So, ignoring what the Yi family said, he controlled his emotions and suppressed his urge to explode. He turned to Yi Wei and said, "You say those two bastards think I don't deserve to eat here? As the master of this house, tell me, do I deserve to eat here? You'd better think carefully before you answer, otherwise I'm really not sure what I'll do next." Hearing Yifeng's words, Yi Wei didn't seem angry at all. After all, Yi Wei had worked his way up in the business world and was more than capable of handling this situation. Otherwise, if outsiders knew that he couldn't even control his own son at home, he would be laughed at to death. After calming himself down, he spoke to Yifeng in a commanding tone. "You unfilial son, is this how you talk to your father? Your sister doesn't let you sit at the table for your own good, but you make a huge racket when you sit down. You keep saying that your second sister should pay attention to this, or your third sister should pay attention to this. What, do you think this family can't survive without you?" When Yi Shi and Yi Shi heard their father say this, they echoed him. As for Yi Yao, she didn't say anything. It wasn't that Yi Yao didn't want to say those unpleasant things to her, but rather that she was busy feeding Yi Gu. Her nominal mother was just watching Yi Gu eat, and at first glance, she felt like an outsider. Desolate. Very tragic. He said this because Yi Shi, as a celebrity, originally sang very well. The reason he asked Yi Shi to say this was because Yi Shi had overused her voice in her early years and needed to talk more to relieve it, otherwise her voice would become hoarse. At that time, no one in the Yi family noticed, except for Yifeng. Yifeng initially thought that Yi Shi's voice was caused by talking too much, but as time went on, her voice became more and more hoarse. Moreover, she herself remembered that she went to the hospital every day for several days in a row. Yifeng saw this and felt heartbroken. He spent his free time traveling around and finally learned about the treatment from an old doctor. He was overjoyed to know that there was a way to cure Yi Shi. He then brewed the medicine in his room for several days until it was ready. After Yifeng finished brewing the medicine, he excitedly went to find Yi Shi and said, "Sister, I've found a way to cure your sore throat. This is some medicine I got from a doctor. Drink it while it's hot. It will be very helpful for your health." Yifeng was still naive at the time, thinking that Yi Shi would accept him if he said those things, but Yi Shi's next move caught Yifeng off guard. Chapter 8 Lu Ruyan. When Yi Shi picked up the medicine, Yifeng thought that Yi Shi would finally accept him after taking the medicine, but her next action dealt Yifeng a heavy blow. Yi Shi picked up the medicine, sniffed it lightly, and immediately her face turned extremely ugly. She then roared at Yifeng without any regard for her public image, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. "Yifeng, are you trying to kill me? This medicine is so bitter, and you still want me to drink it? How could I have such a vicious brother like you?" Let me tell you, I will only have Yi Gu as my brother from now on. Don't even think about having any other ideas. After Yi Shi finished speaking, she left immediately. As for Yi Shi, needless to say, as the director of the First People's Hospital of the provincial capital, which is a top-tier hospital in the province and even the country, the hospital's treatment facilities and personnel selection are naturally very strict. It is undeniable that the Yi family has excellent genes. Not only is Yi Shi a famous beauty, but Yi Shi is also one. Yi Shi not only had a huge number of suitors during her university years, but even at work, she still has a constant stream of suitors. Yi Shi's ability to enter the First People's Hospital of the provincial capital speaks volumes about her own excellence. To outsiders, Yi Shi is the epitome of quiet, outstanding, and self-reliant. However, in Yi Feng's eyes, without the support and background of the Yi family, it would have been extremely difficult for her to get in. Thinking of this, Yi Feng immediately mourned for the Yi Feng of the past for a few seconds. But then again, anyone who encountered the Yi family's eccentricities would not be able to act normally. No one knows what kind of karma this person had attracted to end up in this family. Thinking of this, unable to contain her anger, she said to them, "You don't want to eat anymore, huh? Fine, then none of you will eat." So Yi Feng ignored everything, picked up a corner of the table, and flipped it over forcefully. Instantly, shouts and insults erupted, but Yi Feng didn't care anymore. The Yi sisters, Yi Shi and Yi Shi, were alright. They kept an eye on Yi Feng's every move and ran away as soon as he was about to make a move. But the others weren't so lucky. Because Yi Wei was directly in front of Yi Feng, he was the one most severely affected and injured among them. His clothes were covered in soup, and his face was covered with all sorts of strange liquids. It was quite a frightening sight. The others were much better off than Yi Wei, but they were also covered in grease, so they weren't much better off either. Yi Gu was the first to react. Because he reacted quickly, he was better than the others. So he asked Yi Feng timidly, "Brother, please don't make Mom, Dad, and Sister angry. I know you're doing this to get our attention. Mom, Dad, and I all know that. Just apologize to Mom and Dad. He won't make things difficult for you." Hearing Yi Gu say this, everyone was immediately moved by Yi Wei's words and vowed to be 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than Yi Gu before. At this moment, Gu Xia, who valued her adopted son more than her own life, couldn't stand it anymore and started yelling at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, do you have any filial piety at all? I really don't know how you grew up. Your parents are here and you don't even greet them. You have to make a mess of the house before you're satisfied. Just you wait. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Miss Lu will be coming over. Let's see how she deals with you then." When Yi Feng heard Gu Xia say this, he also thought of Lu Ruyan. However, the thought of her made him angry. Originally, Lu Ruyan was Yi Feng's fiancée. 3 years ago, when he returned, he heard that Lu Ruyan had come to him and told him personally. Only then did he understand what was going on. It turned out that it was because of the marriage alliance between the Lu family and the Yi family in the early years. In fact, the two had a good relationship at first. They could hold hands, go to class together, eat together, and study together every day. However, Yi Gu, being the adopted son, couldn't sit still. Firstly, he originally believed that everything in the Yi family should belong to him. Secondly, he had long harbored a secret crush on Lu Ruyan. After all, Lu Ruyan was the goddess of the high school, and almost everyone knew her. For this reason, Yi Gu hated Yi Feng even more. Chapter 9 Relationship Breakdown. And then, to make Lu Ruyan's feelings for Yi Feng diminish, and even to the point of disgust, Yi Gu spared no effort in spending a great deal of time and money bribing Lu Ruyan's best friend to spread rumors around her. Gradually, Lu Ruyan's initial deep admiration turned into utter loathing. Thinking of this, Yi Feng's mood plummeted, and he said to Gu Xia, "Okay, so that bitch Lu Ruyan is coming tomorrow, right? Then I'll wait for her. I was fine until you mentioned that woman, but now that you've brought her up, my fists are hard again. Gu Xia, perfect, let's have a spar." Upon hearing this, Gu Xia immediately clutched her chest and said in a dejected tone, "What a terrible thing! What a terrible thing! What terrible things did our family do to deserve this? We can't bear to live like this anymore. After saying that, he immediately started rolling on the ground, muttering things like what a mess. Yifeng was amused by the comical scene. Feeling that the time was right, Yifeng checked the time and realized it was time to go to school, so he didn't linger and walked out the door. Yifeng reached the door and happened to see a Mercedes parked there. As he walked over and was about to open the door, a man who looked like a butler blocked his way. Seeing the man blocking his path, Yifeng asked, "Why are you blocking my way? You blind fool! How dare you stop me, young master? Get out of my way, I need to drive." The male protagonist remained unmoved after hearing this, because he understood that although Yifeng was the biological son of the Yi family, and even though the Yi family had officially announced it 3 years ago, Yifeng's increasingly weak personality and his reluctance to speak out when wronged led the servants of the Yi family to look down on him more and more. It was precisely for this reason that the man was not afraid, even though he knew that Yifeng was the biological son of the Yi family. Seeing that the male protagonist remained unmoved even after Yifeng's explanation, he immediately realized that the male protagonist didn't know what had happened the previous night, otherwise he wouldn't be behaving this way. Therefore, he reiterated his point, saying, "Should we let them pass or not?" When the man saw Yifeng say that, he immediately felt that Yifeng had changed. However, his old ideas took over his mind, and his tone became particularly arrogant as he said, "Hey, young Master Yi, you've gotten even more arrogant in just one day. What's wrong, haven't you been taught a lesson yet? Looking for a beating, huh?" Hearing this, Yifeng knew that the man only dared to talk back, since fighting here would affect the Yi family's reputation. That's why he only dared to talk. If he really dared to fight, not to mention whether the Yi family would let him off, even though he knew that Yifeng was not favored in the Yi family, Yifeng still represented the Yi family's reputation. He would never dare to embarrass the Yi family. So Yifeng couldn't tolerate the man's provocation any longer. He thought, what does the Yi family's reputation have to do with me? This little thief dares to block my way. Luckily, he had saved some strength. Seeing the man's arrogant expression, he punched him in the left eye. Not satisfied, he punched the man in the right eye again, until he saw 2 circles under the man's eyes. Only then did he lower his fist, walk over to the man, and say, "How could you be so careless as to trip and fall while walking? Come on, let me see." The man hadn't expected Yifeng to be so terrifying when he got angry. The man was a martial artist and knew how much force it would take to beat him like that. He knew in his heart that he was no match for Yifeng. Upon seeing Yifeng approach, he was immediately terrified and knelt down beside him, pleading for mercy. Young Master Yifeng, I will never dare to do it again. Please let me go. Don't worry, I will avoid you from now on, okay?" Actually, Yifeng didn't expect the man to back down so quickly, and he immediately had a mischievous idea. Just as he was speaking, Yi Gu and Yi Xia came down as well. They must have checked the time and left. As soon as they reached the door, they saw the man kowtowing and begging for mercy to Yifeng. Yi Shi, with her fiery temper, couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Yifeng, there's a limit to how much trouble you can cause, you know? Old Li is Yi Gu's personal driver. Do you know what kind of harm you're doing to Yi Gu's brother by treating him like this?" Hearing this, Yifeng knew the Yi family's nature and didn't bother arguing with them. He said to Old Li, "Oh, so your name is Lao Li? Okay, I'll give you 3 seconds and 2 choices. 1, either I'll take you there. 2nd, you can either crawl out from here, it's your choice. 1, 2. Just as Yifeng was about to choose 3, Old Li could no longer withstand the pressure and shouted hysterically, "I choose 3, young Master Gu, please spare me. I really can't take it anymore." Seeing that Old Li had given in so quickly, Yifeng was in a great mood. Seeing the unpleasant expressions on the faces of the Yi family members, he became even more pleased and said to Old Li, "Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Drive me to school." After what had just happened, Old Li dared not disrespect Yifeng again. So, he tremblingly opened the car door and respectfully said to Yifeng, "Young Master Yi, please come in." After saying that, Lao Li drove away. As soon as Yi Gu and the others saw the car leave, they started cursing at Yi Feng. After cursing for a while, they realized that cursing there was pointless and Yi Feng couldn't hear them anyway, so they simply took taxis and left. Chapter 10. Yi Feng, are you bullying your younger brother Yi Gu again? Provincial Number 1 Middle School. Doorway. When the Mercedes-Benz carrying Yi Gu stopped at the school gate, a surprised gasp suddenly rang out. Especially when Old Lee appeared, the school gate erupted in a deafening roar. It's Butler Lee from the Yi Group. Butler Lee, hello. I'm the CEO of the Zhao Group. You can just call me Xiao Zhao, remember me? Let's have dinner together. Before he could finish speaking, Butler Lee waved his hand impatiently, and he followed. He addressed the people surrounding the car. First of all, I have no interest in knowing who you are. And please move aside, I need to open the door for my young master. After listening, based on his understanding of the Yi Group, the man immediately gave a decision that was usually correct but would make him extremely regretful. He quickly realized he had hastily said, I know, everyone in this school knows that the person sitting in this car, and the one you, Butler Lee, personally opened the handle for, is none other than Yi Gu, young Master Gu, right? Do you think you could? Before he could finish speaking, he was violently lifted 2 meters away. Yi Feng was already quite annoyed from the start. Firstly, he genuinely hadn't expected that this imposter Yi Gu would be so welcomed at this school. Wasn't this a clear indication that he, the real young master, wasn't taken seriously? Secondly, he was already particularly annoyed with the Yi family, and with what happened this morning, he immediately wanted to vent his anger. He just didn't expect that someone would be so ungrateful, so he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Just a moment ago, the crowd outside the school was envious of the CEO who had managed to curry favor with the Yi Group. You see, although the Yi Group wasn't a large company in the provincial capital, the Gu Group offered better benefits. It's important to know that in the eyes of people in the provincial capital, working for the Yi Group is like having the highest level of employment in the city. Not only can it enrich one's resume when applying for a job, but employees of the Yi Group also receive housing subsidies and housing provident funds. Employees who make significant contributions to the group also enjoy full tuition subsidies for their children. Therefore, in the provincial capital, except for those who have made particularly serious mistakes, the Yi Group generally enjoys a high degree of influence, both politically and economically. Therefore, when Yi Feng wanted to avenge his predecessor, he didn't initially intend to follow the path of other protagonists, like the proverb 30 years west of the river, 30 years east of the river, never underestimate a young man's potential. This was simply unrealistic for the current Yi Feng. If he were to actually do that, given the Yi family's astonishing influence in the provincial capital, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out for even 30 years. Thinking of this, Yi Feng no longer hesitated and opened the car door. When he opened the car door, he was immediately stunned. The first to be stunned was General Manager Lee, followed by the teachers and parents who had come to drop off their students for class. Yi Feng, what could Yi Feng be? Isn't Yi Feng a good-for-nothing? I heard he even stole his mother's necklace to sell for money? Ha! Is that so? I'm going to tell the rest of the class to be careful of that good-for-nothing Yi Feng, he's got dirty hands. Yi Feng had barely opened the car door and stood there for a moment when the people next to him started chattering incessantly, which annoyed him greatly. In fact, Yi Feng couldn't understand why they were reacting so strongly just because he was riding in a car belonging to the Yi family. After waiting for a while, Yi Feng couldn't hold back any longer and lost his temper at the school gate. He could figure out the reason for this situation even with a grain of salt. He blamed his predecessor for being too cowardly. Hearing the increasing noise outside, Yi Feng couldn't take it anymore. Since the Yi family was ruthless to him, he didn't need to show any mercy to the Gu family. Yi Feng roared at the front, "Shut up, all of you! You sons of bitches, born of fathers but raised without fathers! I'm a member of the Yi family, and what are you? How dare you challenge the Yi family? Who do you think you are? Don't you know your own worth? Have you been working properly lately? Did you even brush your teeth today? Why do you smell so bad in bed? Come on, if you dare. My Gu group isn't afraid of you." Incite hatred. very likely to attract hatred. Since Yifeng wants to make things difficult for the Yi family, he must first incite hatred towards them, otherwise Yifeng himself won't be able to bear it. After saying this, Yifeng was about to enter the school when he heard a voice that used to be very pleasant but is now very annoying. Yifeng, did you bully your little brother Yigu again today? Upon hearing this, Yifeng looked up. It is Lu Ruyan. Chapter 11. I believe brother Yifeng didn't do it on purpose. Yifeng really didn't expect to run into Lu Ruyan here. Yifeng looked Lu Ruyan up and down, and unsurprisingly, Lu Ruyan was also looking him up and down. Yifeng thought to himself, no wonder she's the goddess that the whole school is jealous of. Just look at that figure and that aura. If she debuted, she'd be a star in no time. But he also secretly admired the original owner of this body for being able to hold hands and talk to such a stunning beauty without any other unnecessary actions. Thinking of this, he cursed himself for being an idiot. With this in mind, Yifeng was determined to get Lu Ruyan. He would never tell you that the reason he got her was because he was after her figure. Lu Ruyan's thoughts weren't as complicated as Yifeng's. Her thoughts were very simple. She simply felt that Yifeng was a little different than before, and didn't think about anything else. After sizing each other up for a moment, Yigu hurriedly came to Lu Ruyan's side. The reason he came so quickly was that he didn't want the two to have too much contact. In fact, he knew from Yifeng's change last night that he was no longer the person who could be falsely accused at will. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up again. So she said to Yifeng, brother, I know you like me, but you can't take it out on mom, dad, and my sister just because you don't like me. You know, they were already very upset because of what you did last night. I just want to ask you, don't misunderstand, to apologize to mom, dad, and my sister. I believe they will forgive you. Hearing this, Yifeng laughed. The nausea he felt intensified by these sarcastic remarks, so he addressed the crowd at the school gate. All right, your beloved young Master Yi is here. Look at you, such a grown man, still crying like a girl. I didn't expect you all to have such unique tastes, liking his weak appearance. Your tastes are quite special. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yigu was immediately furious, but he couldn't show it. So, he could only act exceptionally magnanimous and say to Yifeng, Brother Yifeng, are you still angry with me? Then I'm leaving. Sister Ruyan, I'm leaving. Tell eldest sister Yiyao that I'm leaving and to remember not to stay up late at night. Being the president of the Gu group is very tiring. Tell second sister Yishi that as a celebrity, she must take good care of her voice. Without me, there will be no one to help her prepare medicine. Tell third sister. Before Yigu could say anything more, Yifeng waved his hand to interrupt him, bluntly exposing his words without any mercy. Yigu, your tricks might fool this silly woman Lu Ruyan, but have you forgotten how many people are outside? You really don't think they're the same blind people from the Yi family? When Yigu heard Yifeng say that, he looked around and found that no one showed him any sympathy. He immediately felt ashamed and realized that he had no face to stay there. So he ran away, leaving Lu Ruyan behind, and ran straight into the school. Of course, these photos were all posted online by people with ulterior motives, which had a very serious impact on the Yi family. But that's another story, so let's leave it at that for now. Let's leave Yigu aside for now and talk about Yifeng. When Yigu recklessly rushed into the school gate, Yifeng immediately became a legendary figure at the province's top high school. Lu Ruyan, seeing Yifeng's completely opposite attitude, immediately hated him even more. She knew she had to find Yigu, otherwise she would worry herself to death. When Yifeng saw Lu Ruyan rush into the school gate, he realized that the real show was about to begin. So Yifeng didn't care about anything else. After telling Laoli to remember to pick him up without worry, he slowly walked into the gate surrounded by the crowd. When Laoli saw Yifeng enter the school, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, the thought of having to pick up the troublesome person after school made him start to have second thoughts. After making a decision, he decided to go and talk to Yi Wei to see if he could find a different driver for Yifeng. Chapter 12. Licking the Dog. On the other hand, while Laoli was still preparing for his next move, Yifeng was also not at peace. When Yifeng walked into his classroom according to his memory, his classmates looked at him with strange eyes. This made Yi Feng very suspicious. Did he have something growing on his face? So, amidst the chattering of his classmates, he realized that what he had done at the school gate had been discovered by his classmates. The news spreads really fast, Yi Feng thought to himself. Ignoring what his classmates were saying, he returned to his seat, picked up his textbook, and pretended to study. Why do I say it's pretending to review? Firstly, the person who transmigrated into this body was never suited for studying. Secondly, being stared at by so many eyes made Yi Feng feel uncomfortable all over, even though he thought he was somewhat handsome. He felt uneasy, as if he had done something wrong, and was extremely self-conscious. Since we're not at the Yi family's house, but in the classroom, I can't use my actual combat skills. The only way is to find a way to distract my classmates. Just then, whether it was divine intervention or the power of his prayers, a man with dyed yellow hair, holding a board, clearly one he'd taken from the teacher, approached Yi Feng and said, "Hey, you surname Ji, don't think you're so great just because you're a member of the Yi family. Let me tell you, you bullied our goddess Ruyan, and that's a crime deserving of death. Kid, tell me, how do you want this resolved? Where did this simp of Lu Ruyan come from? Don't you know that simps never get a good ending?" At this moment, Yi Feng was feeling quite agitated. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. Wasn't this like a pillow being delivered just when he was sleepy? After seeing who it was, he became even more excited. So, pretending to be very scared, he said, "How about this, bro? There are a lot of people here, I'm scared. You need to take care of this, right? Let's go to the restrooms. Is that all right?" Upon hearing this, Jiang San immediately gave Yi Feng a very perceptive look, and then said to Yi Feng, "You little rascal, why are you being so cooperative today? You usually wouldn't dare say a word to me, why are you being so sensible today?" "All right. Since you've been so sensible today, then I'll go easy on you today, consider it a reward for your sensible behavior." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt his fists harden even more. Revenge was Yi Feng's code of conduct. Others might believe that a gentleman is not one who does not seek revenge, and that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Yi Feng's code of conduct is that he must settle scores on the spot, otherwise he will feel terrible if he is angry. As the two students watched in astonishment as they entered the restroom, a series of pig-like screams erupted shortly afterward. "Yi Feng, you've got guts. You dare hit me. Yi Feng, try hitting me again. Holy crap, you surname Ji, you're back again? Brother, I was wrong, okay? Brother, be gentle, be gentle." About 10 minutes later, Yi Feng swaggered over with a warm smile on his face. To an uninformed person, this smile would make him seem like a kind and gentle older brother. But to the students in Yi Feng's class, it was as if they had seen a demon from hell. No one dared to go near him. Yi Feng knew that this matter would cause quite a stir, but if anyone dared to cause trouble in the future, Yi Feng's fists would be no joke. Time flies, and school is over in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng walked on the road in front of the school gate. People around him no longer pointed and whispered as usual. In his original memories, Yi Feng never dared to swagger out of the school gate. He only dared to go out when most people had left. It was for this reason that Yi Feng's family always made things difficult for him. When Yi Feng arrived at the school gate, he saw Old Li park his car there. Just as Yi Feng was about to go in, Yi Gu beat him to it. Old Li had his back to the car, and Yi Gu was upset because Yi Feng had been the center of attention at school. So the two of them didn't say a word the whole way. Old Li drove Yi Gu to the Yi family villa without noticing anything unusual. Yi Feng was so angry he laughed when he saw Yi Gu ruthlessly steal his car. He said to the speeding car, Yi Gu, I didn't want to cause trouble for the Yi family today, but you just had to provoke me. I'll beat you to a pulp today, or I'm not a Yi." So Yi Feng returned to the grove and found a rather thick stick. He swung it forcefully in front of him, making a crisp sound as it cut through the air. He shook it vigorously, feeling very satisfied. Then, he took the stick and went to the school gate. Afterwards, I took a taxi directly back to the Yi family villa. Chapter 13 Threat. And so, Yi Feng took a taxi all the way to the Yi family villa. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw the Yi family enjoying a harmonious scene. Enraged, he grabbed a stick he had picked up at school and began smashing things in the living room. After everyone reacted, they started yelling at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, what kind of crazy thing are you doing at the school gate today? Xiao Gu has already told me what happened at the school gate. How could you do this to Yi Gu? You have no conscience at all. How can you be so wicked?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng inwardly exclaimed, "Holy crap! Are the Yi family members' thought processes really this bizarre?" Anyone with eyes could see that Yi Gu was just looking for trouble at the door. Even though he knew the Yi family was already quite eccentric, he never expected them to be this bizarre. Thinking of all this, Yi Feng retorted without hesitation. "You Yi family members are truly blind in both heart and eyes. If you just go to the school and ask around, the truth will come out. What, do you really enjoy listening to this bastard's words? Ugh. In my opinion, you might as well just throw away your eyes and donate them to charity. If you can't see, we'll avoid getting tired of seeing each other." Hearing Yi Feng say this, the Yi family members felt a little better than before. After all, they had already witnessed Yi Feng's sharp tongue before. However, upon hearing it again, they still couldn't help but feel the urge to throw a brick at him. However, this time, the Yi family unusually refrained from anger. They all thought they'd wait until after today to deal with Yi Feng, so everyone wore smiling faces, as if they were all very close. It was at this moment that the eldest sister, Yi Yao, stepped forward and said, "Really? Yi Feng, we didn't think this through this time. We all apologize to you first. How about we let it go?" After they finished speaking, everyone watched Yi Feng's reaction. They thought that if Yi Feng cared about family ties as before, they could use family ties as an excuse to teach Yi Feng a lesson without mercy. But if Yi Feng didn't show any mercy, then they would have to turn against him and find an excuse to send Yi Feng to the Yi family. Thinking this way, everyone felt a little better. Yi Feng watched the Yi family's expressions with a half-smile. In fact, Yi Feng had been with the Yi family for 2 days and knew that this family was definitely not up to any good. They were trying to dig a pit for him to fall into. But Yi Feng was not so easily fooled. He had come here to cause a scene at the Yi family. The Yi family had given him this way out, so he had a reason to make a scene. Then he slowly walked to the door and picked up a stick. At this moment, the Yi family looked at Yi Feng and smiled, thinking that Yi Feng was still the same Yi Feng as before. But when they saw Yi Feng walking towards the door, they thought that Yi Feng wanted to kneel in front of the door to appease them. After all, the old Yi Feng had done it once before. That time, Yi Wei was at home when he suddenly realized a document was missing from his bag. He paced anxiously around the villa. Yi Gu happened to be there and said to Yi Wei, seemingly casually, "Dad, I think I saw brother Yi Feng touch this bag. Maybe he was just too curious." Upon hearing his beloved son's words, Yi Wei rushed to Yi Feng's room. Opening the door, he saw the document lying on Yi Feng's bed. Enraged, Yi Wei beat Yi Feng severely upon his return. Yi Feng had numerous bruises on his neck, back, and face. However, after beating Yi Feng, Yi Wei did not call a doctor. Instead, he made Yi Feng stand at the door, calling it strict fatherly discipline. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt a burning hatred for the Yi family, so he went to the door, picked up the stick he had found at school, and went to the Yi family's door. When they saw Yi Feng walking towards the door, everyone thought that Yi Feng would kneel at the door and beg for their forgiveness as before. Yi Gu even had a prepared speech to make Yi Feng Jiang return all the insults he had received in the past 2 days. But when they saw Yi Feng pick up the stick, they swallowed all their words, not daring to utter a single syllable. Yi Feng picked up a stick and slowly approached the Yi family members, his feet constantly piercing through them. Clatter! 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 The sound, which would normally be just the sound of normal footsteps, felt particularly eerie when paired with Yi Feng's ambiguous smile. And so, amidst the astonished and puzzled gazes of the Yi family members, Yi Feng approached them, held the stick to his chest, and smiled like an innocent, bright child, saying, "Let's talk about it today. No wonder that green tea bitch Yi Gu came back so quickly and even stole my car. I thought something had happened. Turns out he wanted you guys to come here and settle things. Okay, I'm here. You can host now. Upon hearing this, Yue shuddered in fright. After Yifeng finished speaking, he picked up a stick and went to the dining table. The meaning was clear: you'd better not come looking for trouble. If everyone behaves themselves, we can all be happy. But if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 14: Uproar at the Yi family. Yue understood Yifeng's meaning, which was to stand there without moving. However, the other members of the Yi family did not understand. Seeing that their father was not speaking, they thought that Yifeng had angered him so much that he could not speak. So they started to criticize Yifeng like shrewish women, pointing and gesturing at him. Yue wanted to say something, but seeing that everyone was telling him to speak, he was so angry that he pounded his chest and stamped his feet. He saw Yifeng's face getting uglier and uglier, and his bad premonition grew stronger. Sure enough, the next moment, the sound of breaking glass rang out. Yifeng, who had somehow appeared, was smashing the first-floor window until it was completely destroyed. Only then did he address the still bewildered crowd. Speak. Why didn't you say anything? I was waiting for you to lecture me. Oh, I forgot, sometimes my brain isn't working very well. When something annoys me, I want to smash things immediately. I'm so sorry, I accidentally broke our window. I'm sure you won't blame me, right? Our little brother Yigu. Yigu was secretly laughing to himself, thinking, Yifeng, go ahead and make a scene. The more you make a scene, the more obedient I will be, and the more secure my position in the Yi family will be. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. Yigu was suddenly called out, and his mind was still in a state of excitement. He hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Yi Yao couldn't sit still any longer and said to Yifeng, Yifeng, haven't you made enough trouble? You've already turned the house upside down, and now you're scaring our little brother Yigu. Don't you have any conscience at all? To be honest, Yifeng didn't intentionally want to cause trouble for Yigu at this time. It was just that Yigu was smiling in a particularly lewd way, and he felt that if he didn't say something to him, Yigu would make trouble for him. When everyone saw Yi Yao say that, they all gave her a thumbs up in their hearts, thinking that Yi Yao was indeed the eldest sister in the family and was the first to stand up. Since that was the case, they would not go and cause trouble for their eldest sister. Sister, I'm so sorry. We should share the good times together, but you should step up when things get tough. Hearing Yi Yao say this, Yifeng's worldview was once again challenged, and the anger that had just subsided surged up again. He said, Very good, very good, very good. You guys are really shameless. Since you're willing to throw away all your dignity, then I don't need to give you any face either. What a coincidence! Yesterday I bought a voice recorder near the school, and I've already recorded our conversation. Patriarch Yi, tell me, if I were to give what you said to the Yi family's rivals, you see, even though the Yi family is at its zenith, you see. Upon hearing this, Yue's blood pressure immediately spiked. He felt as if Yifeng was born to bring him misfortune. However, he also knew that Yifeng was trying to negotiate with him. Despite the current booming success of the Yi group, Yue himself knows that the Yi group's current scale is mainly due to two factors. Firstly, the Yi family has a good reputation among the people, and the products researched by the Yi family have received widespread support from the public. Secondly, the Yi group pays enough taxes to the country every year, which can create a lot of jobs for society, thus gaining government support. So don't be fooled by the fact that Yifeng's recorded conversation seems insignificant now. If it were shown to Yi group's rivals, they could use it to smear Yi group and maximize the value of the recording. If Yifeng really showed it to them today, Yue really couldn't imagine what would happen tomorrow. So when Yue heard Yifeng's words, he pretended to be indifferent, found a chair to sit down, poured himself a cup of tea, and slowly said, Go ahead and say it. I believe no one will believe your recording, so your going won't do any good. When Yifeng heard Yue say this, he thought that Yue really had some way to stop it. He couldn't think of any other tricks or methods to use. That's what I was thinking. Just then, Yifeng noticed Yue glancing at the recorder, seemingly casually. He also glanced at the time, seemingly casually. Knowing Yue's cunning, it was clear he was up to no good. Turning his head, he saw Yi-gu returning on the phone. He had been so focused on Yi-wei that he hadn't noticed him. If it weren't for Yi-wei's subconscious action, he might have been in serious trouble. Thinking this, Yi-feng decided to give Yi-wei a strong dose of reality. He tapped his phone and said to Yi-wei, "Dear father, to prevent you from resorting to any underhanded tactics, I anonymously uploaded these recordings to various online platforms. If something were to happen to me today, I don't even want to think about tomorrow. TSK TSK TSK. Upon hearing this, Yi-wei realized that his trick had been seen through and was about to speak. Then a clear and melodious voice came from outside, saying, "Yi-feng, I never expected you to be so unruly at school, and even at home. I, Lu Ruyan, have misjudged you in this lifetime." Chapter 15 Lu Chengwen. Lu Ruyan. Why is she here so late? This question wasn't just on Yi-feng's mind, everyone else had the same question in their hearts. Just as they were pondering it, Lu Ruyan spoke up. "Yi-feng, I've really seen through you. Last night, Xiaogu told me about what happened to you. I was thinking that as long as you apologized to Xiaogu this morning, I would forgive you. But I didn't expect you to still be so unrepentant. Did I misjudge you before? And I've been friends with a violent maniac like you for so long?" When Yi-feng heard Lu Ruyan say that, he knew that Yi-gu must have put on his green tea act in front of this woman again. He really couldn't understand why Yi-gu, a grown man, liked to do this. Yi-feng was thinking about it, so he just said it directly, showing no mercy to Yi-gu, and said to Lu Ruyan, "That's what the green tea said to you." Lu Ruyan was still angry and didn't notice that Yi-feng was looking at Yi-gu with a half-smile. Yi-gu was feeling uneasy. He was just about to shut Lu Ruyan up and was about to touch her when. Then Lu Ruyan confessed to Yi-feng, saying, "So what? Yi-gu told me that as long as you break off our engagement, we can be together openly. I'm happy every day with Yi-gu, but I feel miserable with you, Yi-feng. So, let's break off our engagement." Just as Lu Ruyan was about to utter the words "break off the engagement," she heard two simultaneous loud bangs. Recognizing the incredibly familiar sounds, Lu Ruyan turned around and said, "Dad, what brings you here?" Lu Ruyan turned around and saw Lu Chengwen. She heard that the reason why Lu Ruyan's father wanted to give Lu Chengwen this name was because he hoped that Lu Chengwen would study hard and achieve something in the future. But Lu Chengwen ignored Lu Ruyan after entering and went straight to Yi-wei, saying, "Brother Yi, what do you think we should do about Yi-feng treating our Ruyan like this?" Upon hearing Lu Chengwen's words, Yi-wei knew that Lu Chengwen had no room for negotiation, so he hurriedly explained. "Brother Wen, let me explain. It's all because Yi-feng is being unreasonable." After Yi-wei finished speaking, a servant of the Yi family poured Lu Chengwen a glass of water. Lu Chengwen did not drink it and just waited quietly for Yi-wei to continue. Seeing Lu Chengwen like this, Yi-wei suddenly felt uncertain, so he glared at Yi-feng fiercely, as if to say, "Look what you've done." When Yi-feng saw this, he waved to Yi-wei and then pointed at Yi-gu, as if to say, "It was your Yi-gu who did it, not me. Don't drag me into everything." After seeing Yi-feng's actions, Yi-wei immediately realized that Yi-feng had no chance. So he looked at Yi-gu, but saw that Yi-gu just kept his head down, as if everything here was irrelevant. Seeing this, Yi-wei was still disappointed with Yi-gu's first reaction. He thought that Yi-gu clearly saw Lu Chengwen making things difficult for him, yet he acted as if it was none of his business. So he kept this thought to himself. Just then, Yi-feng looked at Yi-wei and shook his head, as if to say, "Look, your precious adopted son is no good. You're like this and you still don't realize it." Yi-wei was completely unaware that he had disappointed Yi-feng today. He was waiting for the best opportunity to make his move, as he had clearly sensed Yi-feng's growing presence in the family and felt a sense of crisis. That's why he invited Lu Ruyan over after school this afternoon. However, to his surprise, Lu Ruyan had invited Lu Chengwen as well. Lu Chengwen was currently deep in thought, pondering his next move, and thus did not see Yi-wei's warning. The other members of the Yi family previously thought that Lu Chengwen and Yi-wei were discussing Yi-feng's affairs, which meant that Yi-wei just wanted to see how Yi-gu would behave in front of the Lu family head. Seeing how Yue looked at Jigu, they assumed that Jigu's behavior was exactly what Yue wanted to see, so naturally no one spoke up. Yue was immediately enraged when he saw Yifeng's provocative gaze. He thought to himself, your father is in such a state now, and you still won't help him. I've been so good to you before. This is truly unfilial and unfilial. If Yifeng knew what Yue was thinking, he would definitely curl his lip in disdain and say, good my ass. Chapter 16 Annulling the Engagement. Fine, not annulling it makes you a dog. And so, time stood still. After a while, Yue slowly said to Lu Chengwen, Patriarch Lu, it was my son Yifeng who was ignorant. Here, I will bring Yifeng to apologize to you. Yifeng, come here and apologize to Patriarch Lu. If you can gain Patriarch Lu's magnanimity, we will not pursue the matter further. Seeing how pragmatic Yue was, Lu Chengwen held him in higher regard. Although it was common knowledge that Yifeng was not favored, he was still Yue's son. Yue's actions were a way to let the matter drop. When Yifeng looked at Yue at this moment, his expression was exactly like looking at a fool. Yue felt very uncomfortable under that gaze. After a while, Yue finally said, Yifeng, what's wrong with you again? I told you to apologize to Patriarch Lu, why are you looking at me like that? What's so interesting about me? Upon hearing this, Yifeng was utterly dumbfounded. He thought to himself, looks like you really don't know your own limitations if I don't give you a real beating. So he picked up the stick in his hand and said to Yue and Lu Chengwen, you two bastards, I haven't even pursued you, but you've gotten too big for your britches. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know who's the mouse and who's the cat. So Yifeng ignored everything and chased after Yue and Lu Chengwen, beating them while cursing incessantly. You two bastards, didn't you want me to apologize? I happen to have a stick in my hand. Come here, I'll loosen your neck bones for you. Don't worry, I won't charge you. Upon hearing this, Yue nearly collapsed to the ground. He held his breath, managing to utter a few words. What a sin! What a sin! Lu Chengwen was just feeling smug, waiting for Yifeng to apologize. But the next second, Yue pulled him up and they ran. When he finally realized what was happening, he saw Yifeng chasing him with a stick, and he was terrified. He ran while saying, Yifeng, how could you treat your future father-in-law like that? Break off the engagement. I will definitely make Ru Yan break off the engagement with you. Running here right now? Lu Chengwen heard his incredulous voice, and then heard Yifeng say behind him. Fine. Old dog Lu, annul the engagement. You must annul the engagement. Anyone who doesn't is a dog. In fact, Lu Chengwen said just that, because he had often mentioned how good Yifeng was to Ruyan and how reluctant he was to part with her. When he suddenly heard Yifeng say this, he was so shocked that he immediately stopped in his tracks. So when Yifeng's stick hit his back, he finally believed that what Yifeng said was true. So, regardless of whether Yifeng was beside him or not, he rushed to Lu Ruyan's side and hurriedly grabbed Lu Ruyan's shoulders with both hands until Lu Ruyan let out a painful sound, and only then did he believe that it was true. At this moment, Lu Chengwen felt dizzy and clutched his head, as if trying to confirm if it was real. After a while, he finally came to his senses. Just then, Lu Chengwen, for reasons unknown, mustered the courage to say to Yifeng, Yifeng, let's talk this out. Look, your marriage to Ru Yan was arranged when you were young. We adults discussed it privately. You were to get engaged after you graduated from high school and get married after you graduated from university. Now you want to break off the engagement. Where do you think you're going to put the Lu and Yi family's faces? Lu Chengwen felt that his words had worked, and seeing that Yifeng didn't speak, he thought that his words were still effective. Just as he was about to say something more, wanting to analyze the pros and cons with Yifeng, he heard Yifeng say, I don't care about the reputation of the Yi or Lu families. Ever since you beat and kicked me, ignored me, and framed me, I haven't cared about that anymore. Reputation, to hell with reputation. All I know now is that if you won't let me have a good time, then I won't let you have a good time either. Besides, you, Lu Chengwen, think you can use that woman Lu Ruyan to intimidate me? You've really misjudged her. Although you did like her a lot before, you can ask around and find out what Lu Ruyan has been doing at the school. I'm not going to talk to you two old folks anymore, watch out. So Yifeng picked up a stick and started hitting them, and none of Lu Ruyan or the rest of the Yi family dared to stop him. They just watched them comically, like watching a play. The only difference was that watching a play was fake, but this was real. Chapter 17 Yifeng, I will give you an explanation. They fought for a while, and everyone felt tired, so Yifeng stopped chasing them. When everyone saw that Yifeng had stopped, they all breathed a sigh of relief, which made them feel that the past 2 days had been more exciting than the past year. Yue wanted to turn around and scold Yifeng, but seeing Yifeng's expression, he shut his mouth. However, Yi Gu, as if out of nowhere, stepped forward and came to Yue and Lu Chenguan to comfort them, saying, Dad, Uncle Lu, I'm sorry, my brother caused you trouble today. He didn't mean it, please don't blame him. Before Yi Gu could finish speaking, Lu Chenguan interrupted him mercilessly, saying, Yi Gu, you don't need to offer such hypocritical comfort. I understand what you're thinking. Don't worry, I won't let you succeed. After Lu Chenguan finished speaking, he went directly to Yifeng's side and said, Yifeng, I know you're upset. I'll listen to you. We didn't understand things clearly enough, and you may have been wronged. But don't worry, I will definitely come back and investigate this matter thoroughly. After saying that, he ignored Yi Gu's pleas and left the Yi family villa with Lu Ruyan in his hand. The Yi family watched Lu Ruyan and Lu Chenguan leave. Once they were completely out of sight, Yue, panting, said to Yifeng, Yifeng, I can't control you anymore. You can do whatever you want from now on. I'm not going to care about you anymore. After Yue finished speaking, he staggered upstairs. Gu Xia wanted to say something, but sighed and went upstairs anyway. And so, unusually, nothing happened at the Yi family villa tonight. The Yi family villa was quiet, but in contrast, the Lu family was experiencing considerable turmoil. The Lu family's address was in a relatively remote part of the provincial capital, because the real person in charge of the Lu family was not Lu Ruyan's father, but Lu Ruyan's grandfather, Lu Rong. At this moment, in the main hall of the Lu family, Lu Ruyan was standing in the very center. Lu Rong spoke first, saying, Ruyan, what exactly is going on between you and Yifeng? I've always thought you were a well-behaved person, but what's really going on between you and Yifeng? And what is your relationship with Yi Gu of the Yi family? Seeing that the room was full of people, Lu Ruyan, who was not mentally strong, couldn't withstand the pressure and blurted out everything. After they finished speaking, the Lu family members looked at Lu Ruyan with expressions of disappointment and disappointment. They truly hadn't expected that Lu Ruyan would be so easily swayed, especially by Yi Gu. Actually, it's not Lu Ruyan's fault. Ever since Lu Ruyan and Yifeng were engaged when they were young, the Lu family has always arranged for Lu Ruyan to learn music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and so on. It can be said that Lu Ruyan is a blank slate when it comes to emotions. Thinking of this, they are angry at Lu Ruyan, and even more angry at the instigator of this situation. But when it comes to Yi Gu, everyone in the Lu family shakes their heads. There is nothing they can do about him. So in the end, all that could be said was that Lu Ruyan should make sure to spend more time with Yifeng in the future, and the meeting ended there. However, to the Lu family's surprise, it was fine if they didn't mention Yifeng, but once they did, they remembered all the little things Yifeng had done for them. At that moment, Lu Ruyan vowed in her heart that she would teach Yifeng a lesson if she had the chance. Yi family villa. Today, Yi Yao woke up late, which was unusual for her. She got out of bed and went to the living room, only to find that Yifeng and the others were no longer there. After going downstairs, Yi Yao saw the servants tidying up the living room. At this moment, the housekeeper saw Yi Yao come downstairs, so she got up and came to Yi Yao's side and said, Miss, you overslept, you probably haven't eaten yet. Luckily, the master and the others left some food for you, I've put it on the table, please eat it while it's hot. Hearing what the nanny said, Yi Yao went to the dining table and said to her, Aunt Wang, I heard that Old Li has been picking up and dropping off Yifeng at school. You two are close. Do you think the necklace incident was a setup to frame Yifeng? Upon hearing this, the nanny seemed to recall some scene and quickly shook her head, saying, "How could that be? Everyone in the family knows what kind of person young Master Yifeng is. How could there be any misunderstanding?" Yi Yao knew that the nanny said this because, on the one hand, it was a private matter for his family and he couldn't offer any more opinions. On the other hand, Yi Du had always been the family's Achilles heel, and basically no one dared to say anything bad about Yi Du. Unable to get any answers at home, Yi Yao gave up on the idea and went to the company. Chapter 18 Jian Yuan. Yip Group. When Yi Yao arrived at the Yi Group, it was almost 10 o'clock. She walked into the group and headed to her office. Some employees tried to greet her, but Yi Yao ignored them. When I arrived at the office and sat down at my desk, just as I was about to start working, I couldn't help but think about what had happened in the past 2 days. I felt inexplicably irritable and couldn't work in this state, so I simply took 2 days off, went downstairs, and drove to a nearby hotel. Yuelai Hotel. The Yuelai Hotel is a hotel under the Yi Group. When Yi Yao arrived at the hotel entrance, she saw the hotel manager greeting her with a smile. The manager came to Yi Yao's door and said, "Miss Yi, welcome. My surname is Li. May I ask if you've come here for a meal or to stay at the inn?" Yi Yao was already quite irritated, so he didn't hear what the hotel manager, Mr. Li, was saying. Plus, the person in front of him was blocking his way, so he said to the person in front of him, "Hurry up and prepare a good room for me. I have important business to attend to today and I need to use it later. Don't waste my time." The manager wasn't angry when he heard Yi Yao say that. He knew that going upstairs at this point would only make people unhappy. Yi Yao glanced at the room card, which showed the room number as 3213, and then went upstairs with the card in hand. After all, this hotel is owned by the Yi family. To put it jokingly, whether he, as the hotel manager, stays or leaves is entirely up to them. But sometimes, just like that, what you fear most comes to pass. Yi Yao was about to go up the stairs when a very annoying sound appeared in her ear. "Wow, isn't this Yi Yao, the school beauty? Didn't you go to intern at a famous company? How did you end up like this? What, you couldn't make ends meet outside, so you came here to work as a waiter? Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious." Yi Yao was just about to go to her room when she heard that annoying sound. She turned around and was immediately startled. She asked, with a mixture of surprise and anger, "Jian Yuan, what are you doing here?" Yi Yao looked over and saw that Jian Yuan's face was heavily made up and covered with dense red spots. She was wearing a designer outfit, but she looked very strange from the outside. Today, Yi Yao was dressed quite elegantly, with light makeup on her face, a tight-fitting suit, and extremely high heels. It felt like the clack-clack sound of her footsteps was going to strike one's soul with every step. Today, Yi Yao can be said to have shown off her figure to the fullest. Coupled with the calm and capable temperament she exudes after years of rising to the top, it makes people sigh that there is such a beauty in the world. When Jian Yuan saw Yi Yao's outfit, she was immediately consumed by jealousy. Actually, back when they were in high school, they were very close friends. But as rumors started to circulate at school, Yi Yao was a prominent figure at school, and she was also very low-key. So, even though Jian Yuan was basically always by Yi Yao's side during the 3 years of high school, she didn't know anything about Yi Yao's family situation. So, rumors started circulating at school that were bad for Jian Yuan. People said it was an honor for her to be friends with Yi Yao, and that she should cherish Yi Yao as a friend. Then, all sorts of praise and compliments surrounded Jian Yuan. Even though Jian Yuan tried to convince herself not to think about these things at first, those voices kept circling around her. Gradually, Jian Yuan's attitude towards Yi Yao changed. From initial concern and care to feigned comfort, then to tense confrontation, and finally, their relationship broke down. At this time, Yi Yao did not notice the change in Jian Yuan's attitude towards her until she realized that instead of the usual praise, there were many rumors circulating around her. Jian Yuan, who thought her best friend was not by her side, inquired a little and found out that her best friend had spread rumors about her. That night, Yi Yao and Jian Yuan had a big fight. Yi Yao realized that she couldn't win the argument and was heartbroken by Jian Yuan's betrayal, so she had no choice but to move out of the dormitory and rent a place outside. Chapter 19 Yulai Hotel. After Yi Yao moved out of the dormitory, she thought that this would make Jian Yuan behave herself, but the rumors became more and more outrageous. Helpless, she had no choice but to tell her family about it. When Yue learned about Yi Yao's experience at school, he put pressure on the school, hoping that the school would expel him and transfer him to another school for damaging the students' right to reputation. At that time, although the Yi group was not as powerful as it is now, it already had the right to challenge the school. Moreover, the Yi family would give the school a lot of subsidies every year, making them a coveted asset. So, on that day, the school issued a notice that Jian Yuan was expelled from the school on charges of defamation and framing of a classmate. Who doesn't know what Jian Yuan's life was like after that? When Jian Yuan heard Yi Yao say this, she went through all her previous experiences in her mind, and her hatred for Yi Yao grew stronger. Because of being expelled from school, she and her family could not hold their heads up in front of their relatives, so she thought, so what if it's power? I can have that too. Over the years, he has been working hard to make connections with important figures, hoping to gain power of his own. So he has been learning to flatter and please those important figures. Today, he finally got to meet one of them and thought he would definitely be superior to others in the future. That's why he was so ruthless towards Yi Yao. Hearing Yi Yao's question, Jian Yuan finally remembered why she had come to the Yulai Hotel. She glanced at Yi Yao and said, seemingly unwilling, "Yi Yao, you just wait." After saying that, he took the elevator upstairs. After listening, Yi Yao was speechless for a moment. She went to the room that Manager Li had arranged for her. She opened the door and immediately saw a huge red bed. In front of the bed was an LCD TV. To the left of the bed were the kitchen and bathroom, and to the right was the balcony. Between the balcony and the bed was a small round table with a clean carpet underneath, giving a quiet and comfortable feeling. He entered the room, sat down at the small round table, checked the time and saw it was almost noon. He first ordered 3 takeout meals on his phone, then called Yi Shi and Yi Shi. Yi Shi and Yi Shi had just finished get off work when they suddenly saw Yi Yao calling. Although they were puzzled, they answered the phone anyway. But before they could even finish saying anything, Yi Yao said on the phone in an unquestionable tone, "I arrived at the Yulai Hotel half an hour ago. I also took the afternoon off. My room number is 3213. If you don't show up, you'll be responsible for the consequences." When Yi Shi and Yi Shi heard their eldest sister say this, they couldn't help but express their doubts. But when they remembered everyone's serious voices, they felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that something big was going to happen today, so they quickly asked for leave. Because of their status, they had already obtained leave in a short while. So, without any suspicion, they drove to the Yulai Hotel. 20 minutes later, Yi Shi and Yi Shi arrived at the Yulai Hotel together. Upon meeting, the hotel manager who had spoken earlier quickly approached them and said, "Second miss, third miss, you've come to see the eldest miss, haven't you?" After listening, Yi Shi and Yi Shi naturally understood the manager's character, so they said in unison, "Yes." The manager recalled Yi Yao's anxious expression, and then remembered that Yi Yao had just arrived and Yi Shi had arrived shortly after. He immediately understood that something must be going on between them. After understanding this, the manager stopped talking and led the two of them to the elevator before going about his own business. After a while, they arrived at the door of room 3213. Yi Shi knocked on the door, and Yi Yao, hearing the noise, knew they had arrived. Without saying anything more, she opened the door. After Yi Shi and Yi Shi entered the room, they immediately noticed the takeout food on the table because they hadn't eaten lunch. Yi Yao, seeing their expressions, knew they hadn't eaten, so she pulled them to the table and said, "It's been so long since noon, and you haven't eaten yet. Why don't you eat first, and then we can talk about things." Chapter 20 Ashamed. "Thank you, big sister." About 10 minutes later, Yi Shi and Yi Shi had finished eating. Seeing that they were done, Yi Yao wanted to get up and clear the table, but Yi Shi and Yi Shi refused. After clearing the table, they said to Yi Yao, "Big sister, let us clean this up." "Yes, eldest sister." Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, Yi Yao simply gave in to them. After they finished cleaning up, she said, "Alright, now that you two have finished eating, let's get down to business." At this moment, Yishi asked cautiously, "Big sister, what happened?" Yi Yao didn't hide anything and replied, "It's nothing, just about Yi Feng." "Don't you find it strange?" Yi Feng used to be the type who wouldn't talk back or fight back, but now he's hitting his parents and verbally abusing his sister. Before Yi Yao could finish speaking, Yishi instantly bristled and said impatiently, "Big sister, you're right. Yi Feng's behavior is indeed too abnormal. We can only blame ourselves for being too good to him. Xiao Gu is right. Otherwise, why would they treat us like this?" After Yishi finished speaking, Yi Shiya did not say anything. Obviously, she also tacitly agreed with what Yishi said. He was just a country bumpkin. He used to fawn over us every day, but now he seems to think it's no longer effective and wants to gain attention this way. But he'll disappoint Yi Feng. Doing this will not only fail to get our attention, but will also make us dislike him even more. Hearing Yishi's words, Yi Yao didn't intend to blame him. Although he was somewhat puzzled by Yi Feng's behavior, his preconceived notions of Yi Feng remained, so he can only agree. However, he did express a different opinion, saying, "Yes? Yi Feng's petty theft habit is hard to change. But I'm curious, why does Yi Feng have this habit? Is it because our family doesn't give Yi Feng enough pocket money? Impossible, how could that be? Even though I'm already working, I still receive 5 million from my family every month, and that's only because I didn't want any more. Not to mention me, even you, my eldest sister, my third sister, and Xiao Gu, our family sends us money every month. And as Dad's biological son, how could Yi Feng not have any pocket money?" Upon hearing Yishi's words, Yishi retorted without hesitation that if any of the Yi family's servants or Yi Feng were standing here, they would definitely look down on Yishi. In fact, anyone with eyes could see that Yi Feng didn't have much status in the family. If it weren't for Yi Feng's attachment to family at the time, anyone else would have already lost their temper. Seeing Yishi say this, Yi Yao finally got to the point of today's conversation. After thinking for a moment, she first comforted Yishi and then said, "Alright, second sister, don't get excited. I was just saying this. Besides, think about it, have either of you ever given Yi Feng any money? Let me start. I've never given him any. Actually, before you came, I'd been thinking about this a lot. Could it be that because we've never given Yi Feng pocket money, he's treating us like this?" When Yishi heard Yi Yao say this, he unusually remained silent. Although Yishi was usually very impatient, he listened to his older sister's words and tried to put himself in her shoes. He felt a sense of suffocation and couldn't speak. In fact, the Yi family has a high tolerance level, but this tolerance level is not extended to Yi Feng. Yi Feng is actually just a punching bag and a scapegoat in the Yi family, which is why Yi Gu framed Yi Feng so recklessly. Hearing this, Yishi also expressed her opinion. However, unlike Yi Yao, Yishi felt that her opinion of Yi Feng was not just that, so she said, "Big sister, I think the reason why Yi Feng has changed so much is not just because of his pocket money. What do you think? I think we should ask the maids and housekeeper about this. And, eldest sister, I've been thinking about it for a moment. How much do you think you know about Yi Feng? I only feel ashamed now because, apart from knowing that Yi Feng had a habit of petty theft at home, I knew absolutely nothing else. That's why I feel so ashamed that I haven't raised him well." Chapter 21, Beginning and End. When Yi Yao heard Yishi say this, she also felt that she might not know enough about Yi Feng, because all she knew about Yi Feng was what he liked to eat, where he liked to play, which class he was in, and so on. Yi Feng, his own younger brother, was someone he knew very little about. Yi Yao felt ironic at this moment. He couldn't understand why he, who used to like Yi Feng so much, now disliked him so much. He had a guess, but he didn't want to believe it. If it were true, wouldn't he and his family be incredibly foolish? So he wanted to verify his guess, and he shared it with Yi Shi and Yi Shi. After hearing this, Yi Shi immediately lost his temper and said to Yi Yao, "Big sister, why did you suddenly have this idea? Don't forget, little Gu has been with us for so long. How can you doubt him? If little Gu finds out about this, how heartbroken he will be. you can't go, nobody is allowed to go. As he spoke, Yi Shi's tone gradually became agitated. He didn't know where he got the courage to yell at Yi Yao and Yi Shi. He didn't understand why they should investigate Yi Feng if they wanted to investigate. Why are they doubting Xiao Gu's younger brother? Just because Yi Feng has changed recently, do they think it's because of Yi Gu? Yi Shi thinks they are simply being unreasonable. After saying that, Yi Shi got up and was about to leave, but Yi Yao stopped him. Seeing Yi Shi's hurried appearance, Yi Yao warned him in a stern voice. Yi Shi, I understand that you don't believe me and don't want to investigate, but you'd better not tell anyone else in the family about this today, understand? Hearing Yi Yao's merciless words, Yi Shi felt even more distressed. She whispered to Yi Yao, I know, and then turned and left without looking back. Yi Yao felt terrible as he watched Yi Shi walk away. He couldn't understand why Yi Shi would react so strongly when he had only slightly suspected Yi Gu. He didn't understand why Yi Shi would investigate Yi Gu if she thought he was alright. After Yi Shi left, Yi Yao and Yi Shi discussed it for a while and decided to go to Yi Shi's house to investigate this afternoon. As Yi Yao and Yi Shi drove to the Yi family villa, Yi Shi felt anxious and uneasy. He hesitated in the house he had secretly bought, wondering whether he should tell Yi Gu about it. His older sister felt that investigating Yi Gu in private was a betrayal of the whole family. If his parents found out, he didn't know what would happen to the family in the future. While Yi Shi was hesitating, Yi Yao and Yi Shi arrived at the Yi family villa. When they opened the door, they saw Yi Gu sitting at the dining table, looking lost and dejected, his eyes seemingly having lost their former sparkle. Seeing Yi Gu like this, Yi Yao and Yi Shi felt immense pain in their hearts. He seemed to have no thoughts left. The two of them rushed over to comfort him. However, when Yi Gu saw Yi Yao and Yi Shi, he pretended to turn his head away and ignore them, but in his heart, he hated Yi Yao and Yi Shi even more. Just at noon, the manager of Yuelai Hotel called him and explained the situation of the day. When he heard that Yi Yao had invited Yi Shi and Yi Shi, alarm bells went off in his mind for some reason. So he simply asked for leave from school because he had a feeling that Yi Yao and the others were starting to suspect him. So he went to the living room, thinking about how to get Yi Yao and the other two to say what they had said at the hotel. He was still working out his thoughts when Yi Yao and Yi Shi appeared beside him. A greedy look flashed across their faces, quickly replaced by a docile and obedient expression. He looked at them and said, Big sister, second sister, what brings you here? I wasn't feeling well this afternoon, so I wanted to be alone for a while. After listening, Yi Yao said, All right. You can stay here and have some peace and quiet. Yi Shi and I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he went upstairs with Yi Shi. Chapter 22 Eavesdropping. Upstairs, as he saw Yi Yao and Yi Shi walking up, his unease grew stronger. He noticed that Yi Yao's behavior was unusually strange today. Normally, Yi Gu was the darling of the family, and Yi Yao and Yi Shi would be comforting him at this time, never leaving him alone downstairs like they were today. I hope you won't get in my way, Yi Yao. Yi Gu thought to himself. Although he seemed obedient to his family all these years, it was because they saw him as the only heir and the only male in the family. Moreover, Yi Wei and Gu Xia doted on him. Based on these factors, he believed that these women in the Yi family would not pose a threat to him. However, what happened today made him feel as if things were out of his control. Thinking of this, his eyes became even more fierce. Without lingering, he went to his room, turned on his computer, and typed on the keyboard. A scene of Yi Yao and Yi Shi talking appeared on the screen. Sister, where should we start our investigation? Third sister, I think we should start by investigating the servants. If we really want to investigate Xiaogu, these people should be a good choice. Big sister, your decision is really great. If Xiaogu thinks the same way we do, but Xiaogu is still at home, it might not be very convenient to conduct an investigation, right? Third sister, how about this, when everyone's about to go to bed tonight, could you call over a few of the servants and ask them about the situation? I'll listen to my older sister. Alright, it's settled then. Damn it! Yi Yao, Yi Shi, you two must not push me too far. At this moment, Yi Yao and Yi Shi, completely unaware, were not in the know that Yi Gu was listening to their conversation clearly. Yi Gu is currently filled with panic and anger. He is panicked because if the two of them find out something bad about him, he is afraid that these things may not affect his status in the Yi family, but they will definitely have a significant negative impact on their opinion of him, which is unacceptable to Yi Gu. What angered him was that he hadn't expected Yi Yao and Yi Shi to doubt him so quickly. He was still a senior in high school and it would be several years before he truly became the successor of the Yi group. He couldn't allow any changes to occur around him. Night. When the Yi family gathered at the dining table, laughter and chatter filled the air. Just then, the door slowly opened from the outside. When Gu Xia saw Yi Feng, she instinctively wanted to reprimand him. Just as she was about to open her mouth to scold him, Yi Wei interrupted her. Yi Wei gave Gu Xia a sharp look, and remembering Yi Feng's crazy behavior yesterday, she consciously shut her mouth. Yi Feng saw Gu Xia open her mouth and then close it again. Although he was puzzled, he didn't care too much, or rather, he didn't care about the entire Yi family. He took bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and sat down at the dining table surrounded by the Yi family. When Yi Wei saw Yi Feng arrive at the table without greeting him, he instantly felt his authority had been challenged. So, disregarding his dignity as a father, he scolded him. Yi Feng, you're not a kid anymore. Look at your parents, your siblings, they're all here. Why don't you even greet them? Do you know how impolite your actions are? Yi Feng didn't pay much attention after hearing this, simply giving them a casual greeting before starting to eat. Seeing Yi Feng's nonchalant attitude, Yi Wei's anger flared, and he berated Yi Feng, saying, Yi Feng, you still don't respect me as your father? Yi Feng, look at how you're dressed now. Do you even consider yourself a member of the Yi family? Do you know how much you've disgraced the Yi family? Do you know? Yi Wei was talking enthusiastically, completely unaware that Gu Xia and the others were gradually retreating. Meanwhile, Gu Xia and the others saw Yi Feng's face growing increasingly grim and his fists tightening. Finally, Yi Feng exploded at this moment. Damn it, Yi Wei, you old bastard, have I been too kind to you? Chapter 23 Unrest. Yi Feng's anger had finally exploded. He had been in a pretty good mood these past 2 days, and it would have been even better if the Yi family hadn't bothered him. However, he was unaware that Yi Yao and the others had begun to suspect Yi Gu. But even if he did know, he wouldn't care, as he had long since given up on the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Feng clenched his fists, looking like he was about to explode at any moment. He just couldn't understand why he wanted to have a nice meal, but there were so many damn problems. Seeing that he was about to explode, Yi Wei's eyes sharpened even more. Now he completely forgot what he said a few days ago that he would no longer care. At this moment, he just wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson as soon as possible. He didn't say anything more. What was he about to say? Yi Feng spoke first. Take the law. Hearing Yi Feng say what he was about to say, Yi Wei felt even more gratified of Yi Feng. He then shamelessly added, Yi Feng, if you do something wrong, you should correct it. We're disciplining you for your own good, we're hitting you to help you correct your past mistakes. As long as you correct your mistakes, you'll still be a good child in our family. So, after today, I'll let you. Before Yi Wei could finish speaking, a servant brought over a stick. Seeing the stick, Yi Feng felt a pang of desolation. But before Yi Wei could finish speaking, Yi Feng grabbed the stick and said, What? Speak. Let me hear it. When Yi Wei saw Yi Feng pick up the stick, his body involuntarily trembled. He was also wondering why Yi Feng's movements were faster than his own. This is understandable, after all, Yi Feng has been acting too wildly lately, and he was afraid that Yi Feng might do something strange. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind. His face instantly changed from relief to anger, and then to fear, because he realized that Yi Feng was no longer the Yi Feng of the past. So Yi Wei said to Yi Feng with a forced smile, Sweetie, I was just joking with you earlier, don't take it to heart. It's so late, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come and eat with me. After saying that, he smiled and waved to Yi Feng, looking just like a kind father waiting for his child to come home from school. However, Yi Feng wasn't fooled by Yi Wei's appearance. In fact, after these few days of confrontation, he understood that Yi Wei was actually a bully who preyed on the weak. Before, when Yi Feng didn't dare to resist, he adopted a stern attitude. Now that Yi Feng had resisted, he was afraid, so he put on the act of a benevolent father. Nausea. That's disgusting. Anyone who wants to act can do that. So Yi Feng also acted very frightened, rubbing his clothes with his hands, lowering his head, and for some reason, his eyes were red as he pitifully said, "Dad, I really didn't mean to do it just now. You'll forgive me, right? I was just too happy and it happened by accident." Yi Wei was furious when he heard Yi Feng say that. Damn it, that brat tricked me. When Yi Wei heard Yi Feng say that, he didn't know how to respond. Perhaps Gu Xia noticed her man's embarrassment at this moment, so she eased the tension by saying something. "Xiao Feng. Your dad means that everyone is worried about you because it's so late. They were afraid something might have happened to you when they saw you come home so late, so that's why they treated you like this. As the saying goes, concern can cloud judgment, so you should try to understand your dad, okay?" Hearing Gu Xiao's words, Yi Feng gave her a look as if she were an idiot. If it weren't for his original owner's memories, he would have been fooled by her tone. However, Yi Feng had just returned from school and had caused a scene, so he had no interest in what had just happened and said to Gu Xia, "Okay, Mom, I understand." Yi Feng said this, but in his heart he was thinking about how to get some money out of them, since the money would eventually come from the sheep. After speaking, the Yi family members returned to their seats. Chapter 24 Easing. The Yi family returned to the dining table. After the commotion, the atmosphere was particularly tense. At this moment, Yi Yao stepped forward, met everyone's curious gazes, approached Yi Feng, handed him a card, and said, "Xiao Feng, you've been with us for so long, you probably don't have much money. I happen to have some money here, take it, and ask your older sister for more when you need it later." Yi Feng stared at Yi Yao with a questioning look, wondering what kind of scheme she might be plotting. After all, he had been here for so long, and he would never believe that he knew nothing about his younger brother. However, he would deal with whatever came his way and would accept whatever trick she played. Who wouldn't take free money? Yi Feng thought to himself. When Yi Yao saw Yi Feng receive the card, she breathed a sigh of relief. This card was actually her way of making up for Yi Feng. She felt that she had rarely put her heart into caring for her younger brother before, and she wanted to make up for it. In fact, Yi Yao knew that doing this would definitely make her younger brother, Xiao Gu, feel uncomfortable, but she felt that she had to do it, otherwise she would feel that she had failed her own brother. Everyone had different thoughts upon seeing this scene. For example, the two sisters, Yishi and Yishi, felt a little envious of Yi Yao for some reason, though they didn't know where this feeling came from. The Yi couple felt a little uncomfortable seeing this, but they didn't say anything. Firstly, they were afraid of Yi Feng recently, and secondly, although Yi Feng was not favored at home, he was still a child of the Yi family, so it was normal for him to have some money. But upon witnessing this scene, Yi Wei had already cursed Yi Yao's ancestors to the 18th generation in his heart, thinking, "Damn Yi Yao, didn't you say before that I was your only younger brother? It was all a lie, all of this was a lie, you just wait." Yi Feng observed the expressions of everyone in the Yi family. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, but he was also happy. Therefore, when he saw Yi Yao, he didn't find her as unpleasant as before, but he couldn't say he liked her either. So he said to Yi Yao, "Sister, don't say that. We're all family, don't be so formal. How could I possibly accept your money? You know how embarrassed I feel." After saying that, Yi Feng put the bank card in his pocket and then said to Yi Yao, "Hey lady, hurry up and get back to your seat. Everyone's been waiting for me for so long, they must be starving." After saying that, he turned around and addressed the Yi family members. "Please don't be shy, everyone. Eat and drink as you please. I'll start by eating." When the Yi family saw Yi Feng's actions, their mouths twitched violently. They thought to themselves, "Damn it, have you no shame?" Seeing Yi Feng's behavior, Yi Yao couldn't help but smile. She then returned to her seat and happily finished her dinner. After eating, back in his room, Yi Gu grew angrier and angrier, cursing under his breath, "What's wrong with Yi Feng? Why does he always have to pick on me? After finishing his rant, Yigu picked up a bracelet from his drawer and said, "Yifeng, you asked for this." So he went to Yifeng's room, knocked on the door, and found it ajar. "Afraid Yifeng was inside," he said. "Brother Yifeng, are you there? I want to apologize to you. What happened today was my fault." Yue found the door closed, so he mustered his courage and pushed it open, silently repeating to himself, "Yifeng isn't here. Yifeng isn't here. Perhaps reality is truly unbelievable, Yifeng really isn't there." Seeing the simple furniture in Yifeng's room, I thought to myself, "You country bumpkin." Without further ado, he entered Yifeng's room. Perhaps Yue was eager to finish the task and didn't notice that in a corner of the room, a pair of eyes were fixed on him without moving an inch. Only after Yue placed the bracelet under Yifeng's pillow and closed the door did those eyes move slightly. After doing all this, Yigu returned to his room in high spirits, completely unaware of what he was about to face. Chapter 25: Crisis of Trust. Yigu thought he had done everything perfectly, but to the transmigrator Yifeng, it was all a piece of cake. Yifeng watched the whole process, thinking about how to maximize his gains. Back in my room, I picked up the camera and copied him to my phone, constantly thinking about what to do. I offered it to Yue and his wife, but they refused without a second thought. I figured given their doting nature towards Yigu, they'd definitely think I was making it up. I was afraid I'd end up losing more than I gained, which would be terrible. Handing it over to the police won't work either. Putting aside whether the police would get involved in the affairs of wealthy families, I think he could easily clear himself off with a simple family matter. I think it's feasible to give it to Lu Ruyan. Although it won't be very effective, there's an old saying that goes, "Destruction is always much easier than construction." So it's a good idea. What if we hand it over to the Yi sisters? Could they fry something out of it? But what reason should we give? As Yifeng was thinking this, the door to the room suddenly opened, and what came into Yifeng's eyes were the stunningly beautiful faces of Yi Yao and the others. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh that although he thought Yue's character was not good, his children were indeed exceptionally beautiful. Although he thought this way, Yifeng still asked with a hint of doubt, "What are you doing here?" When Yi Yao saw the questioning tone in Yifeng's voice, she couldn't help but feel sad. She sighed inwardly, Yifeng has indeed changed. So Yi Yao said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, we want to apologize to you for what happened before, and we hope you can forgive us." When Yifeng saw Yi Yao say this, he sneered inwardly. "You're really shameless. Don't you know how you bullied the original owner before?" Yifeng really wanted to kick them all out at this moment, but then he thought that since they were already here, he might as well watch the video and see how it went. So Yifeng welcomed Yi Yao and her sister in. When the Yi sisters arrived at the room and saw the furnishings of Yifeng's room, their hearts ached for no reason. Yi Yao was about to suggest changing rooms for Yifeng when Yifeng interrupted her. Then Yifeng said, "What is your purpose in coming here? You can tell me or not, I have no right to interfere. However, I have something I want to show you." So Yifeng showed the video to Yi Yao and the others. After watching it, Yi Yao and the others had incredulous looks on their faces and kept muttering, "Impossible, how could this be?" Seeing the expressions on Yi Yao's and the others' faces, Yifeng felt much better. Then, he suddenly remembered the plot about the real and fake young masters, and said to the Yi sisters, "Do you believe that your little brother Gu will try to pin this on me?" After listening, Yi Yao and the others remained silent. In fact, they had long suspected it, but dared not put it into practice. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. After weighing the options, they decided that they still couldn't let Xiaogu find out that they knew about this matter. So they said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, could you please not make this public?" After listening, Yifeng asked with great interest, "Oh, why is that?" Hearing Yifeng's question, Yi Yao thought he was being incredibly inconsiderate, so she replied, "You're making little Gu feel so sorry for him. How about this, if Mom and Dad come over, we'll help you get out of this. If that doesn't work, you can come down to Yingcheng. Is that okay?" When Yishi and Yishi heard their eldest sister say this, they felt there was no problem. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face suddenly darkened. Damn it, he almost wanted to punch those bastards to death. What do you take me for? A scapegoat? Why should I bear the blame for Yigu's mistakes? Yifeng originally thought there was still hope for you guys, but the truth is he was overthinking it. They're utterly hopeless. At this point, Yifeng no longer wanted to give Yi Yao and the others any face, and said, "You don't want to make this a big deal, do you?" Chapter 26 Jest. What did you say? Yi Shi was the first to speak. With her fiery temper, she couldn't stand it any longer. She was about to teach Yifeng a lesson, but when she remembered Yifeng's previous madness, she immediately stopped in her tracks. When Yi Yao saw Yi Shi, she understood his thoughts. It was something she had no choice but to do. She looked at Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, what do you want to do?" Just as Yifeng was about to answer, Yue's angry voice came from the doorway, saying, "Yifeng, I've realized that bringing you back to our family was a mistake. How long are you going to be so willful? Do you really have to destroy this family?" At this moment, Gu Xia also stood up, her eyes red, and said, "Yifeng, I know you were angry with us before, but you can't take Mom's bracelet. Don't you know how important this bracelet is to Mom? Please, I'm begging you, give me the bracelet. Please, I'm begging you." At this moment, Yi Gu also stepped forward, came to Gu Xia's side, and said, "Brother Yifeng, if you have any complaints about the family, you can tell your younger brother. I just hope you won't upset Mom and Dad anymore. If you think I'm in the way of this family, I'll leave immediately and never come back." After saying that, Yi Gu silently counted to 3 in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, Gu Xia grabbed Yi Gu's hand and said, "Good child, don't do this. If you leave, how are your father and I supposed to live?" Snap. 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 Yifeng then made a snapping sound with his hands, and with a faint smile, he said, "Brilliant, truly brilliant. I can't bear to admire your acting skills, Yi Gu. It's such a pity you're not an actor. Tell me, who did you learn this mudslinging skill from? I can become his apprentice." Upon hearing this, Yi Gu's face suddenly turned pale. He realized that he should probably use this tactic less often in the future, otherwise it might backfire, which was not the result he wanted. Even though he thought this way, he knew he couldn't show it, so he lowered his head, acting as if he had been wronged, and said weakly, "Brother, I don't know what to say anymore. Don't do this, it will make me very sad." When Yifeng saw Yi Gu like this, he thought Yi Gu already knew about the recording. But he had no idea that Yi Gu was afraid that his true image would be exposed to the Yi family, which was why he was acting this way. Seeing Yi Gu acting as if he had suffered a great injustice, Yi Wei was instantly enraged. He pointed at Yifeng and almost roared, "Yifeng, I order you to apologize to Xiao Gu immediately, or you can forget about spending a single penny of the Yi family's money." After finishing beside Yi Wei, he smiled smugly at Yifeng. He was just waiting to see what would happen. He was thinking that Yifeng had become too arrogant lately and didn't respect his father at all. He thought to himself, "This won't do. I must show my authority as a father." Yifeng didn't take Yi Wei's words to heart at all. In his eyes, Yi Wei was just a clown who would be dealt with sooner or later. When he got hold of the Yi family's weaknesses, they would all have to pay the price for their previous actions. Or I can send the video from earlier to Yi Gu. The thought popped into his head, but he immediately shook his head. The idea was unbelievable. Yifeng thought that if someone like Yi Gu sent the video to Yi Gu, given Yi Gu's character, he might turn white into black. It seems that this is the only method we can use. Seeing Yi Wei's arrogant expression, Yifeng felt a surge of anger. Fine, let's see how you play. However, the most urgent task was to get rid of these people, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say to Yi Gu, "Little Gu, I'm sorry, I apologize to you, you will forgive me, right?" When Yi Gu saw Yifeng lower his head so quickly, he immediately felt something was wrong, but he couldn't think about it too much. Seeing the way Yi Wei and Gu Xiao were looking at him, he could only say this. "Brother Yifeng, there's no such thing as forgiveness among family members." "Don't say that. I just want our family to be polite to each other, that's all I want." Seeing how sensible Yi Gu was, and then looking at Yi Feng's recent behavior, Gu Xia felt that the two were worlds apart. Thinking this, he became more and more satisfied with Yi Gu, while he found Yi Feng increasingly displeasing. If Yi Feng weren't his own son, he probably would have called the police to arrest him long ago. Chapter 27 Ruyan arrives. When Yi Feng saw Yi Gu like this, he knew that Yi Gu was using the same old tricks again. Normally, Yi Feng would probably have said something to him, but he had been playing for so long and was tired, so he went to his room to rest. When Yi Yao saw Yi Feng return to his room, he took advantage of everyone's attention being focused on Yi Feng and immediately called over the butler. After whispering something to the butler looked at Yi Yao with an incredulous expression. After a while, his expression returned to normal, he nodded, and went back. After returning to his room, Yi Feng thought that Yi Gu probably wouldn't cause any more trouble, so he stopped thinking about it, washed up, and went back to his room to sleep. Speaking of outside, Yi Wei saw Yi Feng return to his room. While relieved, a pang of sadness welled up inside him, and he muttered involuntarily, "What a tragedy!" He then stopped thinking about it and, seeing the servants still there, shouted, "What are you still standing here for? Aren't you leaving?" Although Yi Wei had no dignity in front of Yi Feng, he was genuinely afraid of these servants. Before long, they scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing without a trace. "Let's invite Ruyan and the others over tomorrow night. They haven't come since that incident. Sai, why doesn't Yi Feng understand my difficulties?" Gu Xia stepped forward, walked to Yi Wei's side, and said, "Honey, don't say that. I also thought we were too indulgent with Yi Feng before, but when I thought about it, it seems like we've never really cared about him since he came into our lives. Honey, let me ask you, and all of you, what does Yi Feng like? What does he like to play? What are his hobbies?" After Gu Xia finished speaking, she looked around, sighed, and said, "In the end, it's because I'm a bad parent. I don't know why things weren't like this before. Yi Feng wasn't like this before. I've watched Yi Feng grow up. Why is God treating me like this? Wah!" Hearing that voice, everyone felt heartbroken and moved to tears. Their hatred for Yi Feng intensified. So everyone looked at each other, not daring to disturb Gu Xia. Gu Xia saw everyone's expressions and cried even more bitterly, repeatedly shouting, "What a tragedy!" It was unclear whether she was saying this to Yi Feng or to everyone else. Time slipped by unnoticed, and just then, a clear and melodious sound broke the silence. "Uncle Yi, are you there? My dad and I have come to see you. Ruyan is here, I'll go open the door." That was Yi Wei's voice. Everyone saw Yi Wei jog to the door and say, "Ruyan, Qinggwen, you're welcome to come. Why did you bring anything? Don't be so formal. Uncle Yi, you're too kind. It's what we should do." So Yi Wei led the two of them to the group. As soon as Lu Ruyan arrived, she saw that everyone was gathered together in silence. The servants on the side dispersed, and Gu Xia's eyes were red. Seeing the state of the Yi family, Lu Ruyan knew that something must have happened before, so she quickly asked. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable when they heard Lu Ruyan ask this, but considering that Lu Ruyan was about to become the Yi family's daughter-in-law, they couldn't hide anything anymore, so they quickly told them everything that had happened during this period. After listening, Lu Ruyan's face showed a very angry expression. She came over to Yi Gu and said, "Brother Yi Gu, Yi Feng is really infuriating. Don't worry, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Teach Yi Feng a lesson. Don't just stand there." Although Yi Gu thought this to himself, he didn't show it on his face. After all, he had been an actor for so long and still had basic professionalism, so he said, "Ruyan, don't say that to your brother. I know it's my fault. I should have been more patient. If only I had known." As Yi Gu spoke, his eyes reddened. Then came the usual routine. Everyone immediately showered Yi Gu with promises of comfort and coaxing. After everyone had appeased Yi Gu, they began to prepare to deal with Yi Feng. Chapter 28 You weren't like this before. "Yi Feng, come out here." A pleasant and melodious voice drifted into Yi Feng's room, but Yi Feng felt no joy at all. He was extremely irritable and thought he should find a chance to move out. Although it was interesting to stay here, doing so in the long run might shorten his lifespan. Helpless, Yifeng could only open the door. After opening the door, Yifeng had a bad feeling for some reason. He felt that it was dangerous for him to stay here any longer. So, following his premonition, he quickly closed the door. Suddenly, he heard Lu Ruyan's heart-wrenching voice. All I can say is that it was too shocking. She deserved it. Ouch. That hurts. The voice kept calling out like that until it gradually stopped. After the voice stopped completely, Yifeng hurriedly opened the door and saw Lu Ruyan squatting on the ground with red eyes, as if she had been wronged. Upon seeing the door, Lu Ruyan's pent-up resentment quickly transformed into anger, and she roared at Yifeng. Yifeng, why did you dodge when I hit you? Don't you know that dodging made my hand hurt? It's all your fault. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. He immediately rolled his eyes at Lu Ruyan, feeling that she was simply unbelievable. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Yifeng also squatted down, silently observing Lu Ruyan in his mind. To be honest, last time at the school gate, because of the crowd, he could only take a quick look at her. But observing her up close, wow. It has to be said. Lu Ruyan has the right to be arrogant. With her long, jet-black hair, she is already stunningly beautiful. Her face is small and delicate, with flawless features. Her eyes are as clear and bright as lake water, as if they could hold a sky full of stars. Her large, wavy hair is framing her ample breasts, and she has a slender waist and long, fair legs. Her sexy and alluring figure is enough to make anyone's blood boil at first glance. But why is it so mindless? However, remembering that this was a story about a real and fake young master, Yifeng suddenly felt enlightened. But with the intention of saving an innocent young girl from dire straits, he decided to go and offer her some guidance. Yifeng looked at Lu Ruyan, pondering what to say. When he arrived at Lu Ruyan's room, he saw Yifeng close the door, then suddenly open it again, squat down, and look at him. Although Lu Ruyan often used Yigu as an excuse to scold Yifeng, she had to admit that, in terms of appearance alone, Tenyigus wouldn't be as good as one of Yifeng's fingers. Looking at Yifeng, she saw. Yifeng, dressed in white pajamas, calmly injected her with his deep eyes, making her feel a burning sensation on her face, which flushed red. Her heart was filled with turmoil. Perhaps feeling embarrassed after injecting herself for so long, Yifeng stood up. Suddenly, for some reason, she lost her footing and fell down. Lu Ruyan fell to the ground, the intense pain bringing her back to her senses. The blush on her face turned to anger, and she screamed at Yifeng. Yifeng, didn't you see I fell? Why won't you help me up? You weren't like this before. Have you been possessed? Ha! Yifeng was speechless when he saw Lu Ruyan fall again after getting up. He thought to himself, it's your fault for accidentally stepping into a hole. How can you blame me? At this moment, Yue ran over and saw Lu Ruyan lying on the ground. He quickly helped her up, comforted her for a while, and then said to Yifeng. Yifeng, didn't you see Ruyan fall to the ground? Why didn't you even help her up? How can you be so heartless? No matter what, she's still your fiancée. Can't you be a little nicer to her? At the same time, the Yi family members echoed each other. Listening to the chattering around him, Yifeng couldn't help but feel annoyed. He thought to himself, are you guys never going to stop? Pointing his finger at the Yi family members, he roared. Are you guys still having fun? Damn it, do you even want to live like this anymore? If not, then none of you should live like this anymore. Do you all think I have no temper? As he spoke, he immediately shoved Lu Ruyan, who was squatting on the ground, into Yigu's body. Yigu saw Lu Ruyan coming towards him and hurriedly ran away. Only after Lu Ruyan fell to the ground did he go over and help her up. He couldn't help but curse Yifeng in his heart, but he still had to maintain a wronged look on his face and said to Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, are you alright? Chapter 29 Heartbreaking. Fine. After answering Yigu's question, Lu Ruyan looked at Yifeng with a suspicious gaze. She found that Yifeng's eyes were very calm, even disgusted, completely lacking his usual enthusiasm and flattery. This sudden discovery made her very flustered. At this moment, Lu Ruyan desperately wanted to ask why he had become like this. She couldn't allow Yifeng to become like this, she wanted the old Yifeng to come back. Her heart was screaming, "Yifeng, why did you become like this?" When Yue and the others saw Yigu pick up Lu Ruyan, they quickly came to Yigu's side, patted him, and gestured for him to take him back to his room to rest. After settling Lu Ruyan in, Yigu didn't go back because he needed to calm her down. After placing Lu Ruyan on the bed, Yigu picked up a towel and gently wiped Lu Ruyan's face with it, saying to her, "Sister Ruyan, don't blame your brother. He definitely likes you. You're making him very sad, you know? Seeing you cry makes me feel even worse than my brother does." After saying that, he pounded his chest with his hands, and crystal clear tears streamed down his face. It was clear that Yigu's face was covered with tear tracks, and his eyes were red and swollen, as if he had suffered some great injustice. He kept saying to Lu Ruyan, "Sister Ruyan, it's my fault. It's all my fault." Lu Ruyan considered herself a saint, unable to bear seeing others suffer, especially those close to her. However, seeing Yigu being so wronged by her side, she could only appease him by coaxing and flattering him, just like the rest of the Yi family, and by bringing him gifts. At this moment, Lu Ruyan didn't realize that she was doing something wrong, but if there were outsiders present, they would definitely say to Yigu, "Shameless." Even though it was Lu Ruyan who was wronged, people always felt that Yigu was the one who had suffered some great injustice, because Yigu already knew the Yi family members and Lu Ruyan's character very well. He was a saint. I'll give them the opportunity. On the other hand, after watching Yigu take Lu Ruyan back to the room, Yue couldn't stand it anymore and immediately started a fight with Yifeng. At this moment, Yue came up to Yifeng, wanting to slap Yifeng's face hard. When Yifeng saw Yue approaching, he was ready to attack at any moment. When Yue's palm came towards Yifeng, he blocked it with his arm. Yue was furious when he saw that Yifeng dared to block, and he was about to strike with his other palm. Perhaps Yifeng had expected this, and he blocked it as well. Yue was shocked that Yifeng dared to block. So she yelled at Yifeng, "Yifeng, haven't you caused enough trouble? Can't you see what you've done to this house? Are you even a member of the Yi family anymore? I beg you, please, have mercy on us, okay?" Yifeng was just thinking about how to retaliate when Yue pulled this stunt. He was completely bewildered and hadn't even realized what was happening yet. Yi Yao also stepped forward, came to Yifeng's side, and said, "Yifeng, what exactly do you want?" When Yi Shi and Yi Shi saw their family members stand up and criticize Yifeng, they chimed in, saying, "Yes, yes. Yifeng, you've been so inconsiderate lately. Yifeng, how could you do this? Have you even considered the impact this will have on us and on yourself? Yifeng, if you have any grievances, you can tell us, and we will help you resolve them." Unable to bear it any longer, and hearing the chattering around him, he roared, "I can't take it anymore. That's enough, are you guys kidding me? Seriously, use your pig brains and think about it carefully. When have I ever started any trouble? The root cause is always you guys. And you say it's for my own good? I ask you. If something is missing from your home and you can't find it, have you investigated? Have you asked me how I am doing at home? Have you gone to the school to find out if I'm doing well or not? And you even said it was for my own good? Get lost." After saying that, feeling that he was still not satisfied, he kicked the stair railing hard and silently returned to his room. When the Yi family saw Yifeng leave, their minds went blank. They felt as if a heavy hammer had been pressing down on their chests, making it hard to breathe. Chapter 30 Investigation. Time flies, and it's time to go back to school again. Early morning. Yifeng got up early, washed up, opened his door, and went to the stair railing. Looking down, he saw the Yi family and Lu Ruyan surrounding Yigu, showing concern for him as if he didn't exist. He shook his head and ignored everything else. Yifeng glanced at the time and realized it was already 7 o'clock. He had only half an hour before class started, so he ignored everything else and went downstairs. Yi Yao was the first to hear the sound of someone coming downstairs. She turned around and saw that Yifeng had already come downstairs. Yifeng was still wearing his school uniform. Looking around, she could see that the uniform was slightly faded and looked very old. However, even so, it could not hide the aura that Yifeng was exuding. She came to Yifeng and tried to get closer, but Yifeng's sharp eyes stopped her in her tracks. Yifeng came into the living room, and the laughter and chatter instantly turned into silence. Time stood still for a while. Just then, Yifeng broke the silence and said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not causing trouble. I just want to grab something to eat and then leave, is that okay?" Silence. Time seemed to stand still. Yifeng was annoyed to see everyone standing there without saying a word. He thought to himself, "Say something, will you? You're all mute." "Sure, brother Yifeng can eat it any time he wants." A single sentence broke the silence. Yigu pitifully said, "I thought that if I said this, Yifeng would fiercely attack me as before, but I was wrong." When Yue heard that Yigu had agreed to let Yifeng have dinner, he readily agreed as well. The others wanted to say something, but when they thought that it would be pointless to refuse Yifeng dinner and things would turn out the same as before, they realized that it would be pointless. Yifeng ignored Yigu, looked at the others, and found that no one had any objections, so that was fine. Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony and went to the dining table to start eating heartily. Actually, this was the first time Yifeng had truly eaten in the Yi family's living room since his rebirth. Although the meal was oppressive, it was still a meal, wasn't it? The others watched Yifeng eat without any regard for his image, feeling a mix of emotions. Yi Yao, in particular, felt extremely distressed seeing Yifeng like this. She thought that Yifeng must have struggled to make ends meet with his 500 yuan allowance before. Counting the time, class was about to start. Not only Yifeng, but the rest of the Yi family also noticed this and became anxious. Yi Yao was very calm at the moment. He didn't know why he was in this situation. He wasn't anxious about Yigu's matter like before. He just quietly observed Yifeng, even though Yishi and Yishi called him several times without him responding. He watched as Yifeng calmly walked out of the hall. Looking around, no one noticed that Yifeng had left. Only after Yifeng was out of sight did they turn their attention to Yigu. He noticed that Yigu was being constantly nagged by his parents, with Yishi and Yi Yao standing beside him offering occasional reminders. Looking at this scene and Yifeng's lonely figure all alone, he felt as if a heavy stone was blocking his heart. In the end, Yigu was escorted to school by the Yi family. However, Yi Yao made an excuse about having something to do at the company and did not go. After Yigu and the others disappeared from the Yi family villa, she quietly looked around at the villa where she had lived since childhood. She found that the villa was still the same villa, but she felt that something was missing. Yi Yao just stood there watching, when suddenly something occurred to her. She went to Yi Feng's room, opened the door, and a flood of memories rushed into her mind like a torrent. She didn't know how much time had passed before she collapsed to the ground, muttering to herself, "Xiaofeng, I'm so sorry." On the other hand, Yishi and Yishi were probably affected by their eldest sister's reluctance to take Yigu to school, and they cursed Yifeng in their hearts. As for Yue and Guxia, they simply told them to take care of themselves and then escorted Yigu back to school together. They arrived at the villa and found that the car they usually used to pick up Yigu from school had been used by Yifeng. They were furious and scolded Yifeng for being inconsiderate and not giving way to his little brother, Yigu. Helpless, Yue could only use his company car to pick up and drop off Yigu back to school. On the way to school, unlike at the villa, they didn't face Yigu directly, but just joked and laughed quietly together, creating a pleasant atmosphere. And so, the car drove all the way to the school gate. Because of the time, the school gate was deserted. After checking the time, he realized that class had already started, and he was even more furious with Yifeng. After greeting the security guard, she watched Yigu enter the school and then planned to leave. Chapter 31 Hospital. After seeing Yigu off back to school, Yishi and Yishi were about to get back to their car when they turned around and saw Lu Qingguan standing right next to it. They politely greeted him, "Uncle Lu." After listening, Lu Qingguan nodded slightly in response, then looked at Yue with resentment. Yue stared at that gaze, feeling very ashamed. In fact, everyone understood that Lu Qingguan's presence here was probably because of what happened last night, but no one wanted to say it outright. To escape that gaze, Yue feigned ignorance and asked. Xingwen, you've come to school to drop Ruyan off too. Lu Qingwen and Yue had known each other for many years. While they might not be considered bosom friends, they certainly understood each other. When Lu Qingwen said those words, his face turned very ugly, and he gritted his teeth, saying each word carefully. Brother Yi, you're being too formal. Don't beat around the bush. Last night, Ruyan said she wanted to come to your house to play, but she came back feeling weak and her eyes were red. I asked her what happened, but she hesitated and wouldn't answer. Judging from her appearance, she must have suffered a lot of grievances at your place. I believe you'd better not hide anything from me, otherwise our two families' cooperation. Upon hearing this, Yue knew perfectly well that Lu Qingwen had come here to avenge his daughter. But who knew that not only Yue, but everyone else also had nowhere to vent their anger? After composing themselves, they straightened their expressions, as if they had made up their minds, and said, Brother Lu, this is the school gate, it's not appropriate to talk here. So how about this, since this matter originated from my Yi family, then it should be resolved by my Yi family. Let's go home first and discuss how to resolve this matter, what do you say? Lu Qingwen thought for a moment, nodded, and got into the car. They headed to the Yi family villa together. Let's consider both sides of the issue. Speaking of Yi Feng, ever since leaving the Yi family villa, he has had a vague idea of leaving the Yi family. He found that since being reborn into this body, every day when he returned to the Yi family, he was either fighting with them or on his way to fight with them, which made him feel very tired. Yi Feng's life was basically the same as usual. Old Li was still waiting there as always. After a brief greeting to Old Li, he drove to the school. Upon arriving at the school and looking at the school gate, I noticed that a very small number of students, like Yi Feng, had arrived at school right on time. He felt a mix of emotions, because apart from the Yi family, this school was the one that left the deepest impression on him. He didn't understand why Yuanqing didn't have any close friends at school like the protagonists in other novels. Thinking about this, Yi Feng felt like a complete failure, and his mood plummeted. But after a while, he managed to suppress these feelings. He then walked into the school with seemingly relaxed steps. On his way to the school, Yi Feng noticed that the class bell had rung. He thought to himself, oh no, and hurriedly ran to the classroom. Upon arriving at the classroom, Yi Feng noticed the unusual looks from his classmates and felt quite puzzled. He was completely confused, but he didn't say anything. Actually, Yi Feng didn't know that. Perhaps it was because Yi Feng had taught the bully a lesson in the restroom last time. Indeed, in their eyes, the name Yi Feng had already spread throughout the school. In addition, Yi Gu used his connections at school to spread the news about his family, making Yi Feng a veritable campus bully. Yi Feng couldn't say much about it. Yi Feng was calm that day, but the rest of the Yi family were in a state of panic. Just as Yi Wei wanted to discuss Yi Feng's affairs at the Yi family villa, he discovered that Yi Yao hadn't gone to the company. Everyone went to Yi Yao's room and found her collapsed on the floor. They were all at a loss, but Gu Xia calmed down and noticed that Yi Yao was weak. She called the hospital, helped Yi Yao to bed, and then everyone left so as not to disturb her. After leaving Yi Yao's room, Gu Xia burst into tears. She could no longer maintain her image as the mistress of the house. She recalled everything that had happened before. Everyone who saw Gu Xia crying fell silent. Even Lu Qingwen, who wanted to seek justice for his daughter, lost his will to do so. Perhaps because the call from the wealthy family was so fast, the siren of the ambulance seemed to ignite a spark of hope. Everyone worked together to get the unconscious Yi Yao into the ambulance, and then they all rushed to the hospital. Chapter 32 Anxious. Of course, Yi Feng didn't know that Yi Yao had been sent to the hospital after falling into a coma, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. After returning to the classroom, Yi Feng picked up a book and started reading a pretend book. The classroom was just like a normal classroom, and before the teacher entered, the students would exchange with each other. After watching for a while, I heard heavy footsteps coming from outside. They seemed very urgent. I looked up and saw the teacher just entering the classroom. When the teacher entered the classroom, she immediately saw Yi Feng. It wasn't that the teacher wanted to see Yi Feng, but mainly because what Yi Feng had done had a huge impact on the school. You see, the students who can study here are basically powerful and influential. If they reveal this matter to the media, other students' parents will definitely have doubts about the safety of the school. Therefore, the school is eager to solve this problem, so the only way is to start with Yifeng. When the teacher entered the classroom and came to the podium, we saw the teacher slamming a book hard onto the desk, her sharp eyes glaring fiercely at them, especially at Yifeng. What could Yifeng do about it? He didn't care at all. After all, the pressure from the teacher's gaze was less than a tenth of what the Yi family had given him. So Yifeng thought, "Teacher, I have no problem with you looking at me like that. But look at the other students. They don't even dare to breathe." The teacher calmly continued the injection, only to find that it had no effect at all. She was quite surprised, because normally, if I looked at other schools or Yifeng like that, I would at least be a little nervous, if not sweating profusely. "Hey, Yifeng, at least pretend to be nervous for a second. Give me some face, teacher." "I don't care about face, teacher." To this, Yifeng would say, "Face? The Yi family has no face in front of me." "You think you have face? You're dreaming." They just stared at Yifeng. Because the teacher's target was very obvious this time, it wasn't just him, other students also reacted afterward. Even so, they couldn't put any pressure on Yifeng. Everyone was curious, wondering how they had never noticed Yifeng's composure before. The teacher realized he couldn't really do anything to Yifeng this way, so he could only have a serious talk with him in private. However, he didn't forget the important matter at hand, and he said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, your parents called the school and said that your older sister fell into a coma at home and has been admitted to the hospital. However, they don't know the details yet, so your parents want you and Yi Gu to go to the hospital as soon as possible, understand? Yi Yao is in the hospital? This is a big event, we should celebrate with firecrackers. But alas, this is a school, we can't use firecrackers." Yifeng did not refuse his teacher's request, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing that Yifeng had agreed, the teacher continued. "Your younger brother Yi Gu has already set off. He said he wanted you to go with him, but he said he was very worried about his sister's condition, so he forgot to take you with him. He hopes you won't blame him." Yifeng wasn't surprised at all after hearing this, because it would be strange if Yi Gu could bring him along. However, Yifeng didn't have time right now, since he was being watched by so many eyes, so he didn't say anything more and left. After Yifeng left the classroom, news spread that Yifeng's older sister had been admitted to the hospital, and it became quite a hot topic, though Yifeng was unaware of it. After leaving the classroom, Yifeng strolled leisurely through the campus until he felt it was almost time, so he used the last of his money to take a taxi to the hospital. Let's put it another way. After Yi Gu arrived at the hospital by taxi, he knew this was his chance to shine. Standing at the hospital entrance, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Of course, he wasn't actually sad, but rather trying to pretend to be sad. After a while, until his eyes were red and swollen, he hurriedly ran into the hospital. Along the way, everyone saw Yi Gu running into the hospital and saw his expression, so they all felt sorry for the child. After asking for Yi Yao's ward, they hurriedly ran there. However, Yi Gu didn't notice that as he ran up, he heard many exclamations behind him. "I wonder whose child this is, so filial. Yes. If I could have such a filial child, I'd be incredibly grateful." Unfortunately, these words did not reach Yi Gu, but were overheard by Yifeng, who had rushed over anxiously. At first, he was a little confused, but after filling out the form and seeing that the last name was Yi Gu, he couldn't help but marvel at Yi Gu's methods, that he could even use such methods. However, if Yi Gu were to hear Yifeng's exclamation, he would probably only want to say to Yifeng, "I really don't know, don't slander me." Chapter 33 Helplessness. So he stopped thinking about it and followed Yi Gu to the ward. Just as Yi Gu was about to knock on the door, he suddenly felt someone staring at him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Yifeng who was secretly following him. He was so scared that he almost screamed, but fortunately Yifeng covered his mouth. After covering his mouth with his hand, Yifeng looked up and gestured for Yi Gu to knock on the door, saying he would say more later. After Yi Gu knocked, Yi Shi opened the door. As for why Yi Shi opened the door, it must be because he had a fiery temper. He was a troublesome person who kept saying bad things about Jifeng, that Jifeng didn't cherish his family, and that he was an ingrate. Yishi was talking enthusiastically, but the others in the ward couldn't stand it, fearing that he would affect Yi Yao's condition. So Yue punished him by making him stay at the door and not letting him in without his permission. During this time, Yishi tried to resist, but he didn't have the courage to face Yue like Yifeng did. Yue said, "If you keep talking, you can forget about pocket money in the future." Just that one sentence made Yishi dare not continue. Yishi stood there, and at first, upon seeing that it was Ji Gu, she said excitedly, "Dad, little brother Gu has arrived." After saying that, a bright smile appeared on his face. As for why he had such a bright smile, isn't it obvious? However, the smile on his face didn't last long. Before he knew it, Yifeng was standing right behind Yi Gu. Upon seeing him for the first time, he rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it, and then, "Rub your eyes again." Upon recognizing Yifeng, she was filled with astonishment and shouted at him, "Yifeng, what brings you here?" As for Yifeng, he was already used to seeing this scene. Fortunately, this was a hospital, otherwise it was hard to imagine how Yishi would scream. As for Yue in the ward, he was surprised that Yishi hadn't brought Yi Gu over for so long. He didn't think much of it and was about to go out and bring Yi Gu in himself. But just as he was about to make a move, he heard Yishi's surprised voice. Yifeng had also arrived. Yue didn't say anything more about this. He understood that he couldn't do anything to Yifeng. He had already made up his mind in the ward that he would stop caring about Yifeng from now on. Let him do whatever he wanted. As long as Yifeng didn't cause trouble, he would be grateful. Arriving at the ward door, he angrily said, "What, are you trying to cause a huge uproar? Don't you know your sister is lying in a hospital bed? I don't want to say anything more, I just hope you can calm down, okay?" After saying that, Yue rubbed his temples and, ignoring everyone else, went straight into the ward. After everyone arrived at the ward, Yi Gu first inquired about Yue's condition. "Dad, is my eldest sister all right now? It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, things wouldn't be like this. Please don't blame brother Yifeng. It's all my fault." As soon as the words were spoken, Yi Gu expected them to join in the condemnation and accusations against Yifeng as usual, but there was no sound at all. "Wait a minute? This script is wrong. Yue, shouldn't you have a good talk with Yifeng about how I was wronged? And Yishi, you two always talk about me, so why are you all silent when it comes to actually doing the work? And Gu Xia, what about you? Why can't you, as my mother, show me any consideration? Why? Why can't anyone understand my suffering? Do you know? Have all my years of consistent acting skills gone to waste?" Just as Yi Gu was about to burst into tears, everyone outside heard his voice sounding like he was being wronged. They were about to get angry, but they were too scared to do so. Firstly, getting angry now is pointless. Secondly, this is a hospital after all. If they lose their temper here, they'll probably be on today's headlines before long. Thirdly, he was afraid of Yifeng getting angry, since they had all been traumatized by Yifeng in the past few days. As for the last one, it's because I'm afraid of disturbing Yi Yao, since Yi Yao needs peace and quiet. So Yue could only grit his teeth and say some words of advice to Yi Gu before they each found a place to sit down. Chapter 34 Visit. After everyone was seated, they continued to administer injections to Yi Yao in a calm manner. Their expressions varied and quite interesting, until a series of gasps broke the silence. Everyone looked over and saw Yi Gu hiding in a corner, quietly sobbing, with a sanitary napkin in her hand. Seeing this, Gu Xia quickly came to Yi Gu's side and whispered words of comfort, hoping that he could calm down. Then came Yue and the two sisters, Yi Shi and Yi Yao. Seeing this scene, Yifeng felt speechless. In fact, Yifeng had been here for some time, and he really didn't understand. Did Yi Gu have some kind of magic? Just because Yi Gu could cry and gain sympathy, did that make the Yi family care about him so much? Yifeng suppressed this doubt in his heart. After they comforted Yi Gu, they chatted with the unconscious Yi Yao. They talked about their experiences from childhood to adulthood. At first, Yifeng didn't care about these things. What did their experiences have to do with him? But when the story of how Yi-gu risked his life to save his family from the clutches of villains, of course, this did not include Yi-fong suddenly became interested. Yi-gu could save people? The story begins 5 years ago during summer vacation. Yi-gu was in the second year of junior high school. Because Yi-gu's grades were among the best in the class, they suggested going on a trip together. Yi-fong had just been found and was very favored at home, so they would bring Yi-fong along whenever there was something good. Yi-fong nodded in agreement, but then wondered why he had been treated like a rat in the street after he came back from his trip. So Yi-fong stopped thinking about it and continued to recall. Not long after they made the suggestion, everyone packed their bags and planned to relax. They arranged their own itineraries and went to their first stop, Guishan. Guishan Mountain is steep and prone to landslides, but the scenery is beautiful and the air is filled with fragrance. News of people reaching the summit can be heard from time to time, creating a lively atmosphere. So they quickly arranged accommodation at the foot of the mountain. Because there were too many people, they were told that there were only 3 rooms available. After being told this, they had no choice but to settle down. Yue then arranged rooms for them, Yue and his wife in one room, the 3 Yi sisters in another, and Yi-fong and Yi-gu in yet another. After the rooms were arranged, everyone headed towards the ticket booth. At the ticket booth was a kind old man. Yi-fong inquired about the price, and after learning that it was 400 yuan per person, they paid and went off to climb the mountain. During the climb, a group of people with knives suddenly rushed into the crowd. Coincidentally, many of the people who were kidnapped were members of the Yi family. I remember that Ji Wei and the others asked Yi-fong and Yi-gu for help, and then they were knocked unconscious. Yi-fong was overwhelmed with mixed feelings at that moment. He wanted to rush over and fight the villains, but just as he was about to call Yi-gu, he found that Yi-gu replied that he had accidentally sprained his ankle and could not walk. Yi-fong did not realize at that time that Yi-gu wanted him to fight these villains alone. Helpless, Yi-fong had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight them until he scared them. Then, someone called the police. Hearing the alarm, the thugs scattered like birds. Yi-fong then fainted. When he woke up, the Yi family's attitude towards him was extremely hostile. Thinking about this, it's easy to guess that Yi-gu must have secretly gone to the Yi family to call for an ambulance while Yi-fong was fighting the thugs, completely ignoring Yi-fong who was still fighting. When the emergency call arrived, he took the Yi family to the hospital, then made himself look covered in injuries. Of course, these injuries were all made of tomato juice. When the Yi family woke up, they saw Yi-gu covered in injuries and didn't see Yi-fong. They all asked where Yi-fong was and how badly he was hurt. Then Yi-gu said, "Mom and Dad, I don't know. I didn't see brother Yi-fong when I rescued you. Maybe brother Yi-fong saw that you were being kidnapped and went to find someone to rescue you, but he just couldn't." Without much thought, they realized that Yi-fong was definitely not trying to save them. After hearing Yi-gu's explanation, they all cursed Yi-fong as inhuman and an ingrate. Afterwards, some members of the Yi family tried to find out the truth, but Yi-gu somehow prevented them from finding out. This incident became the fuse between Yi-fong and the Yi family, causing them to gradually drift apart. In addition, Yi-gu would frame and slander them from time to time. Then began Yi-feng's painful journey in the Yi family. Thinking about this, Yi-fong really felt sorry for the Yi-fong of the past. Perhaps in his family's eyes, without Yi-gu there would be no Yi family. But to Yi-fong, it was utter nonsense. Yi-gu would risk his life to save someone? It was hard to believe he was talking nonsense. After all, Yi-gu was someone who would eat without spitting out the bones. Yi-fong kept this matter to himself, thinking of finding an opportunity to investigate. Chapter 35 Husband, did we really do something wrong before? After this incident, Yi-gu's status in the Yi family rose rapidly. They all believed that Yi-fong did not treat them as family, which gradually turned into resentment. Yi-fong was not a good talker, so he let Yi-gu monopolize Confucius. He took a deep breath and cursed Yi-fong inwardly for being such an idiot who couldn't even prove his innocence. Looking at their harmonious scene, Yi-fong didn't know what to say. What would happen if they knew the truth? Just as Yi-fong was thinking about this, just then, there was another knock on the door. Everyone was puzzled, so they asked Yi-fong to open the door. Yifeng didn't refuse and opened the door. After opening the door, Yifeng was stunned. It was actually Lu Ruyan. However, he didn't say anything and let Lu Ruyan in. Yifeng then fell into deep thought. Actually, Lu Ruyan didn't expect it either, because he was still at home taking classes today. The classmates were whispering about the Yi family members being injured and hospitalized. At first, Lu Ruyan didn't take it seriously, but after hearing that Yi Gu and Yifeng had asked for leave, she quickly followed them over. On the way, she brought some fruit and gifts to visit them. After Lu Ruyan went in, she found them all comforting Yi Gu, which felt very strange, so she asked, "Uncle Yue, what's wrong with Xiao Gu?" Hearing the sound, Yue turned around, gave Yifeng a reproachful look, then turned back to see the fruit and gifts in Lu Ruyan's hands, and feigned reproach, saying, "Is it Ruyan? It's nothing really. Look at you, why did you buy a gift?" As the saying goes, it's a small gift but a big sentiment. After saying that, Yue explained, "Actually, it's nothing. It's just that Yi Gu was too sad to see his older sister lying in the hospital bed, so he did this." After listening to Lu Ruyan, he didn't hesitate. He went to Yi Yao's bedside, picked up the fruit he had bought, placed it on the bedside table, and found a stool to sit down. When Yi Gu saw Lu Ruyan arrive, his hatred for Yifeng intensified. He cursed inwardly, "Damn Yifeng, he didn't even say a word when Lu Ruyan came." Yi Gu stared at Lu Ruyan, his eyes gradually becoming glazed over, his mind filled with thoughts of being with Lu Ruyan in the future. Not long after Lu Ruyan sat down, she suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine, as if a million ants were biting her. Without realizing it, she looked towards Yi Gu and found him staring intently at her, his greedy gaze undisguised. Looking at this, Lu Ruyan glanced at Yifeng and found him standing there in a daze. She was furious. She really wanted to ask Yifeng, "Am I really that unattractive to you now?" Before they knew it, it was already noon. This time, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to suggest going to buy lunch, which naturally delighted the Yi family. However, Yi Gu also suggested going, and Lu Ruyan naturally agreed. She then turned to look at Yifeng and was surprised to find that Yifeng didn't even seem to want to go. Even though she was prepared in advance, seeing this scene still stung her heart. However, Yi Gu also noticed Lu Ruyan's gaze at this moment, and his hatred for Yifeng intensified. In his eyes, Lu Ruyan belonged to him, not only before, but now and in the future. However, he couldn't show it now, so he went to Lu Ruyan's side and weakly asked, "Brother Yifeng, are you going to buy food with Sister Ruyan?" Hearing the sound, Yifeng snapped back to reality and asked, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing the reply, Yi Gu assumed that Yifeng wanted to embarrass him, so he could only patiently repeat himself. Upon learning that it was to buy food, Yifeng initially intended to refuse immediately. However, when he saw the look in Yi Gu's eyes as he looked at Lu Ruyan, he thought, tsk, that look is just like a jackal seeing a sheep. So, with the mission of rescuing a virtuous young woman, Yifeng quickly agreed. Soon after, only Yue and his wife, along with Yi Yao lying on the bed, remained in the room. Seeing the quiet surroundings, Gu Xia felt a tightness in her chest, her eyes filled with confusion. She nestled in Yue's arms and said in a bewildered voice, "Honey, did we really do something wrong before?" However, there is ultimately no answer to this question. Chapter 36 Food Street. Honey, did we really do something wrong before? After listening, Yue, unusually showing a different expression towards his wife, asked curiously, "Why would you say that?" In truth, Gu Xia didn't know why she said those words. She just had this feeling, and this feeling caused her great pain. So, when Yue asked her question, she replied, "Don't you think our family has changed ever since the second son went to Yifeng's room? Before, Yifeng would always keep his head down and remain silent no matter what we said, and he even cared a lot about our thoughts. But since that day, he's like a different person. He doesn't care about us at all, and nothing we say or do is of any use. Honey, don't you find that strange?" After hearing these words, Yue sighed inwardly, thinking that it seemed to make sense. Recalling Yifeng from the past and comparing him to Yifeng now, he thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "The changes are too great. Yes. He has really changed a lot. To be honest, I feel like I don't even recognize Yi Feng anymore. He's cold, ruthless, and will do anything without warning. He doesn't even respect me anymore. Sometimes I even want to kick him out, but I don't do it because he's our own flesh and blood. In a way, I guess I'm the one who failed as a father. Gu Xia also felt that what Ji Wei said made a lot of sense. He believed that there was always a driving force behind everything that changed, otherwise, it wouldn't happen for no reason. So, after listening to Yi Wei's explanation, he nodded and said, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. I thought about it a lot last night. In the past, we made many judgments that Yi Feng was responsible for everything without investigating. It feels like we haven't cared about Yi Feng at all since we came back from that trip. Don't you find that strange? After listening, Yi Wei thought it made sense. So he made up his mind and said, Okay, when Yi Feng and Yi Gu go to school, we'll invite Yi Yao and her two sisters along. Gu Xia immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Let's look at it from two perspectives. While the Yi family couple were discussing the reasons for Yi Feng's change, things weren't much better for Yi Feng. After they left the hospital, they prepared to hail a taxi. Lu Ruyan said, Let's take a taxi. Yi Shi, okay. Yi Shi, Ruyan, where should we take a taxi to? Lu Ruyan, Xiao Gu, you tell us. When Yi Gu heard Lu Ruyan address him, his heart sank. He knew that Lu Ruyan was still holding a grudge about what happened the night before last, but he hadn't done it on purpose. He thought he would find an opportunity to explain later, since he didn't care about it now. Yi Gu then said, I know a place nearby that specializes in selling food, it's commonly known as a food street. We can take a taxi there. So, without much further discussion, they decided to head there. They were about to hail a taxi when Yi Shi noticed Yi Feng hadn't taken one, and asked him, Yi Feng, why didn't you take a taxi? Upon hearing Yi Shi's question, Yi Feng replied irritably, We have no money, you guys go ahead? I was thinking to myself, damn it, you guys know I don't have any money. When have you ever given me any money? Because the incident happened so suddenly, they didn't call a driver, fearing that the news might get out and cause negative consequences for the Yi family. After listening, Yi Shi suddenly remembered what Ji Yao had said. We've never given Yi Feng pocket money? Yi Shi was puzzled and asked Yi Feng. If you have no money, then how did you get here? Yi Shi was better off not saying anything, because once she did, she got really angry. If she hadn't been with Yi Gu, she would have had even more money. Sigh. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Not long after, everyone agreed that Yi Shi and Yi Shi would be in the same group. Lu Ruyan suggested that she be in a group with Yi Feng. Yi Feng originally wanted to disagree, but when he saw the resentment in Yi Gu's eyes, he guessed that Yi Gu wanted to be in a group with Lu Ruyan alone. Do you think Yi Feng would agree to that? He couldn't agree to it. Anything that made Yi Gu uncomfortable would make Yi Feng comfortable, so he agreed. Yi Feng, Yi Gu, and Lu Ruyan formed a group, and then took a taxi to the food street. Chapter 37 Observation. Food Street. The food street was bustling with people at noon. When Yi Feng and his group arrived at the food street, Lu Ruyan was experiencing the lively atmosphere of everyday life for the first time, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. As the group walked through the food street, they saw all sorts of delicious food flashing by like a carousel. Yi Feng watched their expressions and accompanied them as they strolled through the food street. Sis, look what this is. Lots of vegetables and meat are displayed in this glass box. I really want to eat them. Boss, how much is this? Hello, miss, this is barbecue. Would you like to buy some and try it? Okay, boss, I'll take it. Sis, this is delicious. This is for you, Ruyan, and Xiaogu, it's for you too. Yi Feng saw them playing but didn't go over to disturb them. He casually found a stir-fry shop, sat down, and then checked the prices. I found some egg-fried rice, and the price was very reasonable, around 8 or 9 yuan. After leaving the shop. But after a long time, they still didn't seem to have had enough fun. Have we forgotten why we came here? Seeing that they didn't seem to want to go back at all, Yi Feng couldn't help but ask. When Yi Yao and the others heard Yi Feng say that, they instinctively felt embarrassed. Yes. Don't forget the purpose of coming here. They glanced at the time and saw that it was almost 2 o'clock. After that, they bought some rice and soup. Hospital. When Yue saw Yi Shi and the others swaggering in, with a look of lingering enjoyment on their faces, he instinctively wanted to scold them. However, remembering his conversation with Gu Xia earlier, he stopped himself from doing so. At this moment, Gu Xia came to their side. Yi Gu placed the lunchbox on Yi Yao's bedside table, and Gu Xia asked intentionally, "What did you guys eat outside? You seem to be having a great time. Tell us. We're quite bored in this ward too." When Yi Shi heard Gu Xia say this, she didn't sense anything was wrong. She then told Gu Xia about all the delicious food and fun things she had done along the way. To be honest, this was the first time Gu Xia had felt that her daughter was happy on the trip. Everyone else chimed in with agreement. No one else noticed anything amiss, except for Yi Feng and Yi Gu. Yi Yao hadn't eaten yet, and Yi Gu thought this was his chance to shine. He instinctively glanced at Yi Feng, only to see Yi Feng raise his hand in front of his crotch, indicating that he was giving Yi Feng the opportunity and had no interest in him. Seeing that Yi Feng was being so pragmatic, Yi Gu figured he was probably too embarrassed to show off at this moment, so he went to Yi Wei's side and said, "Dad, my eldest sister hasn't eaten yet. Could you let her finish eating first?" Hearing Yi Gu say this, Yi Wei didn't show his usual happiness, but he still said with some relief, "Xiao Gu. The fact that you have this thought shows that your sisters have been loving you all along. If everyone knew what you did for him today, they would definitely be very happy." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Feng, only to find that Yi Feng showed no intention of helping them at all. His eyes were still the same as when he first arrived today, and he instinctively felt sad. In fact, he and Gu Xia had been secretly observing them ever since they came in. Although they didn't have superhuman eyesight, they had at least been through so many years in society that they knew who was sincere and who was fake. When they realized that Yi Yao hadn't eaten for so long, they also realized this was one point, but they still looked at each other as if asking for each other's opinions. They all understood that Yi Feng was looking at Yi Gu because he didn't want to, and had no such thought. Yi Gu looked at Yi Feng because he didn't want Yi Feng to compete with him for this opportunity. Seeing this, they silently vowed to find out what had happened to this family and to restore it to its original state. Afterwards, Yi Wei looked at Yi Shi and Yi Shi, and saw them talking about their discoveries along the way next to Gu Xia. Seeing the deep affection between the mother and daughter, Yi Wei felt a little better. Chapter 38 Sunan. It was afternoon when a knock came at the door. When I opened it, a strikingly beautiful nurse with a graceful figure appeared. She had long, straight legs, and her delicate features were like exquisite carvings by God, making one's imagination run wild. She had mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, a high nose, and sensual lips. It felt as if she was the center of attention the moment she stood there. She was holding an 4-drip bottle, which was clearly used to give patients intravenous infusions. However, everyone was puzzled. Such a young and beautiful girl should have chosen to debut as an artist, so why was she in a hospital? Wasn't that a waste of her talent? However, the nurse was unaware of what the others were thinking. She had come here mainly because she had heard from other nurses that the patients here were people of high status. Of course, she, a mere nurse, did not know exactly how high status they were. She thought that as long as she dressed sexily, she would definitely attract the attention of those wealthy people. In fact, her idea was wrong from the beginning. Wealthy people value a person not only for their appearance, but also for their intrinsic worth. As soon as he entered the room, perhaps because beautiful women have a mutual connection, he immediately saw the outstanding-looking Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at him, and when they looked up at each other, it was not hard to see that there was shock in their eyes. Actually, Lu Ruyan has always been very confident in her looks, otherwise she wouldn't have had so many admirers at school. But she actually found a girl who shocked her in this hospital, and for a moment, she felt a great sense of crisis. He always thought he was at least impeccable in terms of appearance, and he never expected to meet a rival today. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The man walked to Yi Yao's bedside and then performed a series of tasks, such as changing the name tag and giving her injections. After he finished, he looked around and found that no one had noticed them. He felt a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered. After the 4-drip was finished, Yue asked the nurse, "Excuse me, nurse, how is my daughter now?" After hearing this, the nurse, wanting to leave a good impression, quickly said, "Your daughter's health is gradually recovering, and I believe she will wake up soon. However, after she wakes up, please do not stimulate her, otherwise it may have side effects on her body, understand?" After that, everyone nodded repeatedly and left the ward. As soon as the nurse left, a girl who seemed to be on good terms with her approached and said in a teasing tone, "Shannan, what's wrong? Are the people in that ward easy to get along with?" Su Nan nodded, her voice tinged with regret as she said, "Sister Yuan is easy to get along with. I originally wanted to dress up nicely to attract their attention, you know? As soon as I walked in, I knew from their clothes and appearance that they were definitely not ordinary people. It's just that I'm not meant to be with them." It turned out that the woman's name was Gao Yuan. She was of ordinary appearance and was someone who would be hard to spot in a crowd. She came from a rural area and her family had been farmers for generations. At first, she wanted to study quietly and hoped to change her fate through education. Of course, that was always the case, at least until I went to university. Su Nan's classmates in college actually met by chance. Yao Yuan initially applied for economics because he wanted to make money, a lot of money. It's quite funny, though. Back then, Gao Yuan didn't have money to eat on campus and wanted to borrow money from her classmates. But as soon as they heard about borrowing money, they all avoided her and didn't want to associate with her. So someone spread the rumor that she had an accident in the countryside, which resulted in her not having any friends on campus. One day, he went to school for lunch as usual, only to find out he didn't have enough money. He was about to say he didn't have much, but the cafeteria lady already knew Gao Yuan, so before he could even speak, she said, "Student, if you don't have money, don't eat. You're disrupting the cafeteria's order." Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan was about to leave when he heard a voice behind him that he would never forget. He heard, "I bought her this meal." Only then did Gao Yuan realize that this was a voice he would never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 39 Acquaintance. From then on, Gao Yuan followed Su Nan and became her staunch follower. Hearing Su Nan's lack of confidence, Gao Yuan knew this must have been a big blow to him, so he comforted her. "Don't think like that. Maybe you've already attracted their attention. They might be too embarrassed in the ward to notice, so they're just pretending to be indifferent. Just believe in yourself, you can definitely do it." Yao Yuan had initially thought that her words would at least comfort Su Nan, but Su Nan's next words immediately shocked Gao Yuan. "Sister Yuan, do you know what you think of my appearance?" Gao Yuan truthfully said, "You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen, without a doubt." He initially thought Su Nan asked the question to get him to praise her, but what Su Nan said next immediately shocked him. Su Nan said, "Yes. I also thought I was very beautiful, at least in this provincial capital, I should be hard to find a match for. But when I saw the woman in that ward, I realized what it means to be outshone by others." Yao Yuan said this, but a strong sense of curiosity arose in her heart. She knew that Su Nan would never have said such things before, so she said, "Hearing you say that, I'm quite curious about what kind of women are inside that could make you, the campus belle of Suzhou University, feel so ashamed of yourself. How about this? Since they are visiting family members in this ward, shouldn't there be a registration? We can go and take a look." Upon hearing this, Su Nan nodded in response and then followed Gao Yuan to the registration office. Just as Su Nan and Gao Yuan were heading to the registration desk, an uninvited guest arrived at the ward. Jian Yuan walked into the ward, and everyone saw that he was wearing brightly colored clothes, and his every move exuded arrogance and pride. In his hand, he was holding a milk bag and a gift bag, which belonged to the want gift bag category, that had been sitting for who knows how long. He didn't know where he got the news from, but he heard that Yi Yao was sick and had come to the hospital. Seeing so many people surrounding Yi Yao, his contempt deepened, and he said in a tone that seemed to be offering a handout, "Yes, I am Yi Yao's good friend. I heard that Yi Yao was sick, so I took some time to come and see her. I also brought some gifts. I hope you won't mind. Look, I brought all these health supplements, you certainly don't have the fortune to know about them. After he finished speaking, he pointed at Yue and said, You must be Yi Yao's father. TSK, you didn't know, did you? I saw her at the ULI hotel before. You know what? I begged you to tell me, but after thinking about it, I realized that even if you begged me, I would still tell you, because you don't deserve it, ha ha. Everyone was completely bewildered when the woman who had suddenly entered mocked them. They had no idea what they had done to offend her. So Yue made a phone call. Judging from the voice, it sounded like a man. They heard them say, Where are you? The man on the phone said, Dingshen KTV. What's up, Mr. Yi? Yue said, Hu Biao, I have a lazy bum here. Come and deal with it so it doesn't pollute the air. After hearing this, Hu Biao immediately patted his chest and assured him, Chairman Yi, don't worry, I, Hu Biao, will take care of it. After Yue finished his call, Lu Qingwen said, Brother Yi, is it really necessary? After hearing this, Yue said irritably, How could it not be? Damn it, someone pooped on my head, you think that's a bit much? After Yue finished speaking, he heard a burst of flamboyant laughter beside him. Ha ha, you guys are killing me with laughter. Can't you act a little more seriously? Do you know who Hu Biao is? He's a big shot in this provincial capital. Only people like the Yi family's leader or a high-ranking official can order him around. You don't think you're that kind of person, do you? After listening, Yue said with a sympathetic look. From what you're saying, you're very afraid of him? Jian Yuan said, Afraid? Who isn't afraid? You know, Hu Biao is someone that many people would rather die than curry favor with. If I could meet him, I would be overjoyed. Upon hearing Jian Yuan's story, Yue suddenly became interested and said, What's your name? What's your relationship with my daughter? How did you know my daughter was hospitalized today? If so, you can leave now. Yue had intended to give the girl a chance, if Hu Biao were to come, who knew what kind of trouble he might cause? However, the woman didn't appreciate it at all, and looked at Yue as if he were an idiot, saying, Look at you, talking big without fear of biting your tongue, I. Before she could finish speaking, the figure that appeared at the door startled Jian Yuan. Chapter 40 Hu Biao. Jian Yuan looked towards the door, where a burly figure appeared. She mechanically called out, Biao, brother Biao. What brings you here? Brother Biao ignored him, walked over to Yue, put his hands together, and said respectfully, President Yi. Yue hummed in agreement, then casually pointed at Jian Yuan and said, Do you know who she is? She suddenly barged into the ward and disturbed my daughter's rest. And judging from her behavior, it seems like she has a deep grudge against my daughter. Go and find out for me. Upon hearing Yue's words, Hu Biao gave a brief response, took a picture of Jian Yuan with his phone, nodded, and left. Seeing Hu Biao leave, Jian Yuan knew she had gotten herself into serious trouble. Seeing how respectful Hu Biao was to the man before her, she knew she had definitely offended someone she shouldn't have. Thinking this, she didn't hesitate any longer and knelt down before Yue, pleading, Sir, I was wrong, please forgive me. I really didn't mean it. I really didn't know who you were. If I had known, I would never have come here. After saying that, Jian Yuan felt that she was definitely not done yet, so she started slapping herself on the face, the slap 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 sound echoing in the ward, until there was not a single good spot on her face before Yue stopped her. Jian Yuan felt incredibly resentful. She hated herself for coming here, hated Yue for making her look bad in front of everyone, and hated Yi Yao even more for having such a high status without telling her. If she had known earlier, she might have tried to become sisters with Yi Yao. After a while, Hu Biao handed his phone to Yue. Clearly, Jian Yuan's personal information was in Yue's hand. Yue looked at the information, exclaimed and said, Your name is Jian Yuan, right? You're from a rural area, your family runs a small business. After graduating from university, you frequented entertainment venues and secretly had dealings with many gangsters. And the way you did it was very obvious, you were a pimp. TSK, I really can't stand it anymore. When Jian Yuan heard this, she looked at Hu Biao, hoping he would stop letting Yi Wei stay by his side. But Hu Biao ignored her and turned his head away, mouthing, "You reap what you sow." Jian Yuan was about to say something, but when she heard Yi Wei's next words, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Yi Wei said, "You and my daughter Yi Yao met in college and had a very good relationship. But your relationship broke down because you believed the rumors at the school. And you were the one who spread those rumors back then. So tell me, what should I do with you?" Yi Wei gave Hu Biao a sharp look. Hu Biao understood and clapped his hands. At this moment, two burly men of similar build to Hu Biao entered from outside the door. One of the men said, "Brother Biao, why did you call us over here?" Hu Biao pointed to Jian Yuan, who was terrified. The two burly men understood and carried Jian Yuan away from the ward, one on each side. Jian Yuan knew she was being carried away. Watching the ward disappear from sight, fear finally overwhelmed her reason. As she was being carried, she kept screaming, "Let me go! I was wrong, I really didn't mean it, please let me go! I beg you!" Jian Yuan's shouts echoed throughout the hospital, naturally alerting the doctors and nurses, and even the hospital director. They tried to stop the two burly men, worried that carrying Jian Yuan in public would disrupt the hospital's proceedings. The two men, however, were also averse to trouble. One of them approached the director, whispered something in his ear, and then carried Jian Yuan away again. Upon hearing this, the hospital director shuddered violently. He knew this was something the hospital couldn't be involved in. He looked at the crowd surrounding him and loudly rebuked them. "What are you all doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Go away, go do whatever you're supposed to be doing." After saying that, he nodded to the two burly men and then left the hospital under the watchful eyes of everyone. However, rumors later circulated that from that day onward, there was no longer such a person in the provincial capital. Chapter 41 Incident and Turmoil. The matter did not end with Jian Yuan's dragging away, it quickly spread to every corner of the hospital. Just then, Sunan and the others learned about the Yi family from the registration desk and headed towards the Yi family's ward. On the way to the ward, various voices of discussion could be heard from all around. After making a few inquiries, it was learned that someone was causing trouble at the hospital and had been dragged away by others. Sunan and the others silently mourned for the girl who was dragged away for 2 seconds, then quickly walked towards the ward. When Sunan arrived at the ward door, she found it already crowded with people, and various voices were murmuring all around her. "Tell me, who exactly is this person in the ward, that even the hospital director doesn't dare to offend them?" "You know what, I really don't know. Why don't you ask someone else? But I'm sure the people in this ward are important people. Get lost. Isn't that obvious? Do you think I don't know that? You don't need to tell me. Hey buddy, can you see clearly what the people inside look like?" "What, my friend? You think you can have your cake and eat it too? You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. You can't possibly be a match for the people in here. You should just give up on that idea." "Hey! Buddy, you can't say that. After all, how can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? If you don't tell me, how do you know I'm not that swan? Hey buddy, you know what? I did a divination, and it seems you didn't check the almanac before you went out today. Just give me 3,000 yuan, and I guarantee you'll escape bad luck. How about it? Think it over? One word, get out." And so, all sorts of discussions arose outside the ward, making the Yi family inside extremely uncomfortable. Although the hospital had good soundproofing, it couldn't completely block out all noise. Yi Feng was extremely annoyed by the sound, so he wanted to go out and open the door. Just as he was about to get up, everyone in the room noticed him. Yi Wei, seeing Yi Feng get up, said irritably, "Yi Feng, it's enough that you're making a scene at home. Please don't make a scene at the hospital anymore. I'm begging you, okay?" Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Yi Wei after hearing his words and said, "There are so many people outside, how long do you think they'll keep blocking the way? If we don't get rid of them now, even more people will come later. Do you think we should get up? After listening, Yi Wei was speechless for a moment. Although Yi Feng's words made sense, Yi Wei wanted to scold Yi Feng. Mind your own business, hurry back, and don't be so reckless in the future. Yi Feng was furious. If it weren't for the fact that this was a hospital, he would have given Yi Wei a good beating. It was truly a case of good intentions gone unrewarded. After calming himself down, Yi Feng opened the ward door and, seeing the large crowd gathered there, couldn't help but marvel at the Chinese people's level of gossip-loving. Looking around. Hua! Goodness! There were people with cell phones, cameras, and microphones. What the heck? Before Yi Feng could even speak, their voices boomed in. Excuse me, are you a family member in this ward? May I ask what your relationship is with the girl you dragged out earlier? Hello? Sir, what is your relationship with the people in this ward? Hello? May I introduce myself? Seeing this, Su Nan realized something was wrong. She whispered something to Gao Yuan beside her, and then Gao Yuan headed towards the registration desk. Yi Feng looked towards the door and knew this wasn't the place to talk, so he greeted them politely and said, Everyone, the wards are right behind me. Your gathering here is disrupting the normal order of the hospital. How about this, let's talk outside the hospital. Before they could even agree, he headed straight for the hospital entrance. Seeing this, everyone knew this was going to be big news, and their excitement was barely contained. They had already unconsciously come up with a headline for it. When wealthy families oppress ordinary citizens, how can the people seek justice? A shocking incident of a burly man bullying people occurred at the provincial hospital. What should be the course of this controversy? When they thought of this, they were overjoyed, as if a fortune was beckoning to them. So they quickly followed the army and headed towards the hospital gate. Seeing this, Su Nan quickly followed. Chapter 42 First Encounter. When Su Nan arrived at the hospital gate, she saw a dense crowd gathered there. People around her also came to investigate out of curiosity. After asking around, she learned the whole story and then came to see for herself. Of course, Yi Feng knew that most of the people in the crowd were just there to join in the fun, so those who had questions stood at the front of the crowd so that they could ask them easily. The area in front of the hospital was a very wide space. Although it was usually quite lively, it was still drawn by the crowds. Helpless, Yi Feng found a vantage point on higher ground near the hospital entrance. He said, All right, you can ask questions now. However, I will only answer 3 questions today. I will not answer personal questions. You can ask your questions now. After Yi Feng finished speaking, the crowd below eagerly asked their questions, but Yi Feng couldn't possibly answer every single one. Yi Feng randomly selected someone from the crowd to answer his question, and the person chosen was overjoyed. He was wearing a black suit, slightly overweight, with an average-looking face, the kind of person who wouldn't stand out in a crowd. He excitedly composed himself and asked the question everyone wanted to know. Hello, sir, I have no problem. Actually, everyone is very curious about who this girl who has been the subject of so much discussion is. After the man finished speaking, Yi Feng asked, Is this the person who was dragged out of the hospital today? The man said, Yes, sir. Yi Feng said, I'm honored to answer your question. Her name is Jian Yuan, and she comes from a rural area. Afterwards, Yi Feng recounted Hu Biao's investigation of Jian Yuan in the ward. Upon hearing Yi Feng's description, those who were impatient went back to prepare their materials. After answering the first question, some of the attendees had already left. Yi Feng waited until they had almost processed the question before signaling that they could answer the next one. Someone then spoke first. Hello, may I ask what your relationship is with those 2 burly men? Is it convenient for you to answer this question? After listening, Yi Feng smiled and nodded in reply. My friend, of course I can answer your question. They are our family's bodyguards, people who help us handle things. Sometimes they can solve problems that are inconvenient for us to solve. Are you satisfied with this answer? After hearing this, the person also planned to go back and prepare the materials. As a result, some of the people present left, and some of them felt it was not interesting and prepared to go home. Sudden. The arrival of a figure broke the lively scene. Just then, an excited voice from the crowd ignited the atmosphere, making the already lively scene even more intense. "Look, it's Sunan, my goddess, he's here too. Goddess, I love you. I want to have your babies. Goddess Su, come here. We were in the same class in college, and I even wrote you love letters." Yifeng looked up and saw it was the nurse who had come to the ward earlier. He hadn't expected her to join in the fun. Surrounded by the crowd, Sunan approached Yifeng and, with her clear, melodious voice, said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Sunan, we have met before." Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this, and said, "So it's Miss Su. May I ask what brings you here to ask?" Sunan shook her head, clearly indicating that it wasn't true, which puzzled her, so she asked, "So, why did you come here?" Sunan replied, "Actually, there's no reason. I just want to be friends with you, is that okay?" Yifeng was stunned. He didn't believe in free lunches, but he didn't want to embarrass her in front of everyone, so he quickly declined. "I am very grateful that you chose me from among so many people, but I ultimately have no intention of dating anyone of the opposite sex, so please excuse me." Sunan wasn't disappointed after hearing this, as if she had expected it, she said, "Thank you for your reply. If you're interested, you can come to the hospital to see me anytime." After saying that, he immediately went back to the hospital. Chapter 43 Jealousy. Watching Sunan's departing figure, they all secretly cursed Yifeng for being ungrateful. At the same time, they were also envious, thinking to themselves, if only she could talk to us. However, because of this incident, no one wanted to ask any more questions. Yifeng saw everyone leave, but no one noticed that at that moment, 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. That said, the moment Yifeng left the ward, Yi Gu and Lu Ruyan made up excuses and left one after the other. They had both seen Yifeng steal the spotlight at the hospital, and Yi Gu was practically grinding his teeth in frustration. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. He felt that if Yifeng hadn't stolen the limelight, he would have been the center of attention in the hospital. Especially after seeing that girl from the hospital, whose looks were comparable to Lu Ruyan's, try to become Yifeng's girlfriend and be rejected, he felt a mixture of relief and anger, thinking Yifeng was ungrateful. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. She simply felt that Yifeng had changed. She also saw the same scene as Yi Gu, especially when she saw her former simp being confessed to. She couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Fortunately, Yifeng rejected her. If he had agreed, she wouldn't know what to do. At this moment, Yifeng was unaware that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. The instant Yifeng walked into the hospital, it was destined that a media storm concerning the Yi family was about to begin. When Yifeng entered the ward, he found that neither Lu Ruyan nor Yifeng were there. After asking around, he learned that they had left the ward one after the other after he left. Yifeng knew what they were doing without even thinking. Yue asked Yifeng about what had just happened, and Yifeng told Yue everything that had happened. Just then, Yi Gu and Lu Ruyan entered the ward. Yi Gu wanted to challenge Yifeng as usual, so he said to Yifeng, "Brother Yifeng, how could you chase those people away? I know you meant well, but do you know how sad your parents will be if you do this?" Yi Gu thought that if he said that, everyone would definitely criticize Yifeng, but unfortunately, no one was in the mood, so Yi Gu had no choice but to give up. 3 days passed quietly like this. That evening, Yi Yao woke up and, after a few simple instructions from the doctor, left the ward. Su Nan was the one who processed Yi Gu's certificate. After completing the discharge procedures at the hospital, Su Nan used the excuse that Yi Yao might fall ill after waking up to obtain Yi Feng's contact information. Yi Gu was consumed by jealousy at this sight. Looking at Su Nan's exquisite face and perfect figure, Yi Gu was practically drooling. He looked at Yi Feng's phone and wished he could take it for himself. Looking at this scene, Lu Ruyan felt incredibly conflicted. She didn't know why she felt a pang of jealousy, as if something that belonged to her was gradually slipping away, and she felt very nervous. Seeing this scene, Yi Shi and her 2 sisters felt very complicated. It turned out that their annoying younger brother was now being asked for contact information by a girl, and the girl's appearance was not much different from Lu Ruyan's. In particular, when they saw the girl agree, her face trembled. Perhaps it was not a big deal, but as women, they naturally knew that it was because of excitement. They looked at each other and showed their shame. Seeing this scene, Ye's parents felt gratified for Yifeng, but at the same time, they were thinking of ways to restore their family to its original state. When he looked at Yigu, who was also jealous, he cursed Yigu in his heart for being useless. After exchanging contact information with Sunan, Yifeng and his companions left the hospital in the Yi family's car. No one spoke in the car, perhaps because the events that had just transpired had been too much of a shock to them. They remained silent after getting in. And so, the car arrived at the entrance of the Yi family villa, and the maids inside the villa, upon learning of their arrival, all gathered at the door to greet them. "Welcome home. Welcome home." They waited at the door, and when Yi Wei and his group parked their car in front of the Yi family's house, they all offered their congratulations. Chapter 44 Covert Investigation. Yi Family Villa. Living room. While the servants prepared dinner, everyone, except Yifeng, surrounded Yi Yao and led her to the living room sofa. They asked her about her health, and Yi Yao felt comforted by their caring gazes. Just then, Yi Yao suddenly thought of something. He looked around in the crowd but couldn't find Yifeng. He looked up and saw Yifeng playing on his phone at the table, not even glancing in his direction. "Am I Yifeng's older sister?" This sudden question entered Yi Yao's mind without her realizing it, and she couldn't shake it off. Because Yi Yao's parents cared about her a lot, they knew that Yi Yao had discovered the family's problems so quickly when she looked up and showed a sad expression. He understood that he couldn't control Yifeng. To be honest, Yi Wei also thought Yifeng was being unreasonable. His sister was discharged from the hospital after being seriously ill, and as her younger brother, he didn't even bother to show any concern. How could Yi Wei bring himself to do what he used to do? I shook my head, suppressing those feelings. At first, only Yi Wei noticed something was wrong, but gradually the others also noticed the anomaly. Because Yi Yao would look towards the dining table while responding, they also looked in that direction and found Yifeng sitting there calmly playing on his phone, not looking in that direction at all. She couldn't take it anymore. She got up and went to Yifeng's side, angrily saying, "Yifeng, your older sister just got out of the hospital and wanted to have some fun when she got home, but you came right here playing on your phone. Do you know that? My older sister used to say we treated you badly and wanted us to make it up to you, but the way you are now shows you shouldn't have had those thoughts." Upon hearing this, Yifeng laughed uncontrollably at the dinner table, as if he had heard something extremely funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yifeng's laughter echoed throughout the Yi family villa, his mocking laughter like a sharp blade cutting into everyone's hearts. When Yifeng could no longer laugh, a mocking voice rang out to everyone present. "Make amends? Do I need you to make amends? Am I wrong?" "This isn't making amends, it's compensation for the suffering I've endured in this family. Yi Yao is sick and I wasn't there for her, and you all say I'm being unreasonable. But when I was bullied and beaten by you before, why didn't anyone think that someone should make amends to me?" Yifeng's voice reached their ears and resonated in the hearts of everyone present. "Fine, if he doesn't want to come, he doesn't want to come. Do you really want to make this family miserable?" Yi Wei's voice came at that moment, and the others didn't say much. They turned to Lu Chengguen beside them and said, "Chengguen, you've made a fool of yourselves with our family." Lu Chengguen was also aware of his predicament. He was about to argue with Yifeng when Yi Wei stopped him. Just as the farce was escalating, the butler ordered the dishes to be served. He was able to work as the housekeeper at the Yi family villa for so many years, he couldn't have done it for so long without being good at reading people. Actually, these dishes had been prepared a long time ago. Because Yifeng's temperament had changed drastically recently, he was afraid that the dishes would be ready as soon as they returned, so he was just waiting for this moment. As the dishes were served one after another, because of what had happened before, no one came out to cause trouble, and even Yigu, who was always causing trouble, was very quiet. Sitting in the main seats, Mr. and Mrs. Yi observed the oppressive atmosphere and sighed helplessly. They rubbed their temples and said in their usual manner, It's very late today, and I hope nothing unexpected happens. Today's events are over. If you have something to do, you can go back to your rooms. I won't stop you. After saying that, Yue ate his meal by himself. The others didn't say anything, perhaps because they had been too busy lately. During the meal, Lu Qingwen wanted to stay, and Yue agreed. After the meal, they returned to their rooms one after another, each carrying a heavy heart. Ye's parents' room. They lay in bed, feeling extremely depressed. Yue asked Gu Xia, "Honey, what's wrong with our family? I feel so exhausted. Why did things turn out like this?" Gu Xia knew that Yue needed comfort at this moment, but wasn't she the same way? So when he heard Yue's words, he didn't know what was going on, and Yu replied, "It seems that everything started because of the necklace. When my necklace went missing, we all immediately assumed that Ji Feng stole it. We didn't even investigate before making that conclusion. I think we should let the truth come out. Only in this way can this family go back to what it was before." Yue's eyes lit up when he heard Gu Xia's suggestion, and he praised Gu Xia. "As expected of you. How come I'm not as smart as you?" Gu Xia lost interest in continuing and said, "Alright, I've had so much going on lately, my mind's been on edge the whole time. I finally got some sleep, so go to sleep now." Yue listened to Gu Xia's advice, and from then on, they slept in each other's arms. Chapter 45 Obstacles. Yi Yao's room. Yi Yao couldn't sleep at all today. Whenever he thought about what had happened before, he felt as if an invisible hand was pushing back the emotions he had tried to suppress. After trying many times, he found that it was ineffective, so he simply closed his eyes and kept thinking about Ji Feng's attitude towards him during the day. Sigh. Maybe I really don't deserve to be Yi Feng's older sister. Yi Shi's room. Recalling the scene of Yi Feng mocking him in the living room, he felt an urge to tear him to pieces, but at the same time, he felt extremely wronged. Was he really not Yi Feng's sister? How could he laugh at him like that in public and make him lose face? A strange idea popped into his head. He wanted to turn Yi Feng back to the Yi Feng he used to be. He knew he couldn't do this alone, so he secretly went to Yi Yao's room. Yi Shi's room. Yi Shi returned to his room, washed up, and lay on the bed when a phone rang. Yi Shi was easily irritated. Although he felt that his presence in the Yi family was relatively weak, he was still a member of the Yi family after all. So after answering the phone, he said, "Who are you?" "Hello? Are you Mr. Yi from the First People's Hospital of the province?" "I am." "Director, something terrible has happened at the hospital. Several doctors have been causing trouble while you were away these past 2 days, and we can't hold them off any longer." "Oh, okay, don't worry, I'll go tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, I felt I needed to talk to someone, so I went to Yi Yao's room without thinking. Not far from Yi Yao's room, Yi Shi noticed that Yi Shi had arrived at Yi Yao's door, trembling and unsure how to go in. "Second sister, what brings you here?" Yi Shi was pleasantly surprised to see who had arrived. "Third sister, you're here too. I was just wondering how to get in when you showed up." Then Yi Shi knocked on Yi Yao's door. Yi Yao was in her room, trying to settle down and go to sleep, when there was a knock. When she opened the door, she saw Yi Shi and Yi Shi standing there. Yi Yao asked, "Second sister, third sister, what brings you here?" "Of course we came to see you, since you were just discharged from the hospital." After listening to Yi Shi's explanation, he nodded and led the two of them into Yi Yao's room. Once inside, Yi Shi said, "Big sister, I didn't expect your room to be so simple. It feels much more elegant than mine." Indeed, although Yi Yao is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, she doesn't usually like to decorate her room with too many things, which makes her feel very simple. However, Yi Yao didn't bring the two of them into her room to hear this. Instead, she said, "Speak. What brings you two to me so late?" Yi Shi replied, "Big sister, I don't want this family to continue like this. I feel like if things continue like this, can this family still be considered a family? I didn't pay much attention when you told us about this before, but I've thought about it for a long time, and I want the old Ji Feng to come back." Hearing Yishi's explanation, Yi Yao realized it might not be entirely unfounded, so she asked Yishi, "Why did you come here?" Yishi replied, "Eldest sister, I'm in a similar situation to second sister. I feel very sad when I think about what happened before." After listening to their explanations, Yi Yao said, "Alright, let's not delay any longer, let's do the inspection tomorrow. I believe the truth will eventually come to light." Indeed, ever since that necklace incident, the family has become completely estranged. Perhaps this should be a breakthrough. Yi-shi said, "Big sister, I can't sleep in my room, I want to sleep here with you." Yi-shi also said, "Big sister, I can't sleep either, just like my second sister. I'd like to sleep here with you too." Yi Yao shook her head and smiled wryly, then said coquettishly, "You guys? Honestly, you're all grown up but still act like kids. Alright. Go to bed early." Upon hearing this, the two were overjoyed and exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, big sister. We'll definitely go to bed early." Yi looked around the room. As Yigu sat in his room, reflecting on the events of the past few days, he felt increasingly out of control, a feeling that made him extremely uncomfortable. Clearly, they were biased towards Yifeng. No! This cannot be done. Looks like I'll have to do something myself. So Yigu quietly plotted in the room how to lie down. The Yi family disliked Yifeng. Nothing more was said that night. Chapter 46 Inquiry. When Yifeng woke up, he came to the living room and felt that the atmosphere in the living room was strange. The three Yi sisters sat there without saying a word. Yi's parents seemed to be preoccupied, and Yigu was still as soft and boneless as usual. And so, Yifeng slowly walked to the dining table and began to eat heartily as usual. If it were any other time, they would have scolded Yifeng at this point, but they didn't. This made Yifeng a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. After finishing his meal, he left. Seeing Yifeng's departing figure, Yigu felt vindicated again, and said in a tearful tone, "Mom and dad, sister and brother are so inconsiderate. They don't even greet us." Yiwei stepped forward, feeling he had to say something at this moment, and said, "Alright, Yifeng is gone. Let's eat first. Oh, and after dinner, Yi Yao, you've just been discharged from the hospital, so don't even think about leaving." Hearing her father say this, Yi Yao probably knew what he was going to do, so she nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Yi Yao watched them leave the villa. Once they were all out of sight, he went to the monitoring room. Normally, no one goes into the monitoring room. When he arrived, he found the door locked. He seemed to have lost his mind because of his anxiety. He called the housekeeper and said urgently, "Butler, where is the key to the security room door?" The housekeeper came to the monitoring room, saw Yi Yao speaking hurriedly, sighed, and said, "Miss, the key to this monitoring room is usually here. Just a few days ago, the key mysteriously disappeared. I looked for it several times but couldn't find it. By the way, miss, where is the key to the surveillance room?" Upon hearing the butler's words, Yi Yao felt utterly dejected. He understood the butler's question, and considering the butler had served Jiwei for many years and was a trustworthy person, he still avoided the main point and replied, "I feel like I did something wrong in the past, so I wanted to come here to verify it." Seeing this, the butler vaguely understood the answer in his heart, and he said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's probably because of young Master Yifeng." Yi Yao nodded. Seeing Yi Yao nod, the butler revealed a meaningful smile and said, "It's really no wonder that young Master Yifeng has become like this. If I were to put myself in young Master Yifeng's shoes, I might end up like him now." Hearing the butler say this, Yi Yao felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. He said, "Butler, why would you say that?" The butler was a man of considerable experience. Seeing how they had treated Yifeng before, he felt a flood of resentment towards Yifeng for the injustices he had suffered at the Yi family's hands. He said, "Miss, don't think that just because I'm usually only responsible for this and that at home, you can't understand the saying that those involved are often confused while bystanders see things clearly. We servants all know what kind of life young Master Yi Feng used to lead. In fact, they are all young masters of the Yi family, and their status has been acknowledged by outsiders. Miss, do you remember that trip you took to Guishan 5 years ago during the summer vacation? Yi Yao didn't know why the butler asked that, and he said, I know, but why do you ask that, butler? Is there something wrong with that matter? The butler said, there's nothing inherently wrong with what happened, but the strange thing is that you all seem to have forgotten about young Master Yi Feng since that day. Do you know where I was when I heard news about Yi Feng after that day? The butler became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his voice trembling as he said, in the hospital, in the ward, during the days Yi Feng was hospitalized, I asked you about it, but you didn't seem to care at all. I was very confused at the time, but as a servant, I couldn't say much. So, since that day, young Master Yi Feng's fortunes have plummeted. The young Master Yi Feng we knew has changed. He has become very cautious. Not only has his room been moved to a place that looks like a basement, but he also lives a very careful life. So, when we see young Master Yi Feng like this, we feel relieved, but we also feel sorry for him. Upon hearing the butler's reply, Yi Yao was completely stunned. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. He recalled what had happened before, and it seemed to be similar to what the butler had said. Seeing Yi Yao standing there motionless, the butler said, Young miss, young miss. Yi Yao was awakened by the butler's call, and he said to the butler, Butler, thank you. Chapter 47 Exploration. Time flew by, and Yi Wei and his wife arrived at the villa entrance. Yi Shi and Yi Shi were not back because of work. Yi Yao came to Yi Wei's side and told him about her conversation with the housekeeper. After listening, Yi Wei felt that this matter definitely needed to be verified before a result could be obtained. He thought that what Yi Yao said was very likely the housekeeper's own guess and could not be taken as the truth, so he said, Daughter, how about this? I think the cause of this matter must be related to Guishan. I see we still have time, let's go to Guishan together to take a look. After saying that, the three of them drove to Guishan. Seeing this scene, the butler silently prayed that the truth would be found out. While Yi Wei and his group went to Guishan to investigate the truth, Yi Shi was already in a state of utter chaos. The First People's Hospital of the province. When Yi Shi arrived at the hospital as usual, someone called out, Director Yi is here. They went to Yi Shi's side. Seeing this, Yi Shi showed no sign of nervousness. He knew from yesterday's phone call that there would be a difficult matter to resolve today. He took a deep breath and said, It's me. May I ask what brings you here? The leader was a male doctor. Logically speaking, Yi Shi had seen at least 800 or 1,000 doctors at the First People's Hospital of the provincial capital, but it had no effect on him at all. However, Yi Shi still said something very politely. Hello? May I ask who you are? After listening, the male doctor smiled and replied, Hello, I am a doctor transferred from another province. In the past few days, several patients' families have said that several of their family members' conditions worsened after your treatment, so they would like me to hear Director Ye's explanation. After the male doctor finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at Yi Shi with greedy eyes, and he had a vague urge to draw his gun. In fact, it wasn't just the male doctor who thought this way, many other people present also thought this way. While Yi Shi's ability to become the director of the provincial First People's Hospital certainly stemmed from her genuine talent, they themselves knew just how attractive the position was. However, what truly mattered was the beauty of Yi Shi, the third young lady of the Yi family. In fact, as soon as Yi Shi entered, several eyes were fixed on him. To put it simply, they were watching his figure. After all, as the third young lady of the Yi family, her appearance and temperament were outstanding. Hearing the male doctor's words, Yi Shi understood that this matter was definitely not that simple. But who was he? He was the third young lady of the Yi family, and he certainly couldn't embarrass the Yi family here. So he asked, Where are the patient's family members? After the male doctor finished speaking, he led him to the patient's family area. As soon as they entered the family ward, the group of people seemed to see something they resented and rushed towards Yi Shi. However, the male doctor stopped them. Helpless, he could only say in a resentful tone, You heartless doctor. We entrusted our patients to you because we trusted you, but you only made their condition worse. How can you be a doctor? While browsing the internet, he was glaring at Yi Shi with a fierce look. Yi Shi was genuinely frightened by this gaze and hurriedly said, "Brother, although I don't know what happened, please let me see the patient. Perhaps there's still a possibility of treatment?" But Yi Shi's words only fueled their anger, and the man's emotions flared even more violently. He said, "Look, I'm not going to show you anything. Besides, I know that there are several patients here today, not just the ones on my side. Let me tell you, if this weren't a hospital, I would definitely make you pay." After listening, Yi Shi felt less flustered. It wasn't because he sensed anything, he felt that even if he panicked, it wouldn't solve anything. So he replied, "All right. What do you think?" After saying that, he even stretched, his graceful figure partially revealed, making the man and the male doctor swallow hard and conjure up some inappropriate images in their minds. However, he quickly came to his senses, shook off the unrealistic fantasy, and said, "We must lose money, we absolutely have to lose money." After hearing his explanation, Yi Shi roughly understood what was going on, but the problem now was how to see the patient. Just as Yi Shi was dealing with the man. At the number 1 high school of the province, a media storm led by Yi Feng has swept through the school. Chapter 48 Holiday. Have you heard? Yi Feng is on the news? I knew it already. Yi Feng is so handsome. Get out. I'm ashamed to associate with you. Tell me, what was Yi Feng doing at the hospital yesterday? He even made the news. I don't know, it's probably a sick family member. With the release of the hospital video yesterday, the name Yi Feng is now known to everyone in the hospital. After all, besides studying, there are many other places to learn in a school. Yi Feng stepped into the school. Since he had nothing to do, he thought he would take a stroll around the school. As he was getting into the swing of things, someone shouted, "It's Yi Feng. Yi Feng is here." Instantly, Yi Feng was surrounded by people, all glaring at him as if they wanted to devour him. Confused, Yi Feng asked in a teasing tone, "Hey everyone, what's wrong? I know I'm kind of handsome, but it's not like I need you guys to look at me this close. I feel really embarrassed." After hearing this, they all blushed for him. The men unconsciously moved away from Yi Feng, as if they were ashamed to be associated with him. They admitted that Yi Feng was somewhat handsome, but could they really admit it? If they did, wouldn't it mean they were inferior to Yi Feng? How could that be acceptable? The girl felt that Yi Feng was incredibly handsome. Let's put it this way. As a member of the Yi family, Yi Feng's looks are undeniable. His deep-set features and unique temperament are just the basics. Although they felt something was off, they quickly regained their composure. At that moment, a girl came out and said to Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, do you know? You were on the news yesterday. You were so cool yesterday, you had the aura of one man guarding the pass, 10,000 men cannot break through." Hearing his story, Yi Feng felt as if he had been elevated, and said with a smile, "It's normal. I believe anyone would step forward in that situation, right?" After listening to Yi Feng's story, the men all had a disdainful attitude. Although they were still quite naive, seeing Yi Feng surrounded by so many schoolgirls made them a little jealous, because many of these girls were the boys' dream girls or girlfriends. So these boys whispered among themselves as they watched Yi Feng make a scene at school. "Yi Feng, stop pretending." "Yeah. I don't know what Yi Feng has to brag about. Did you see that girl over there," referring to the girl near Yi Feng? "That's my goddess. The way she looks at Yi Feng, I hate it. Brother, I didn't expect you to be like this. Enough said, look over here. That's your territory." After saying that, the male classmate told him to look in the other direction. So he looked over there, and there were many boys crying their eyes out. "I don't want to live anymore, Shanshan, how could you do this to me? Xiaochen, how could you forget about me as soon as you see Yi Feng? We've been together for 5 years. Yi Feng, I'll never forgive you. Why, don't go. Yi Feng, you bastard. You only went out for a short while, how did you manage to steal my female classmate away? The sounds of scrutiny surrounded him, and he said to the male classmate, Master, I understand now. After hearing this, the male student patted him on the shoulder and said, Not bad at all. I believe you've cultivated to the point where without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword and become a god. I have something to tell you. Not long ago, I stole away the goddess you had your eye on. Don't hold a grudge against me. The man hadn't quite come to his senses and agreed without thinking. When he finally came to his senses, he found his companions searching for him. He asked his classmates nearby about the boy's whereabouts, but they all said they didn't know. So he shouted to the heavens, that traitor Chow has ruined me. Such scenarios were countless. Helpless, the school could only find Yi Feng and give him a week's leave. Just like that, Yi Feng went back to school again not long after returning. Yi Feng had no choice but to go home. Yi Feng had successfully completed his task and, since he had nothing else to do, decided to go back to the Yi family home to sleep. Yi Shi was having a real headache. He didn't know how to deal with the situation. He looked at the patient's family, hoping to get a look at the patient, but they refused to let him. He couldn't force them to let him see the patient either. He suddenly thought of how Yi Feng had handled the situation yesterday and wondered if Yi Feng would have been able to easily resolve it. Chapter 49 Anxiety. Just as Yi Shi was in a flurry of activity, unsure of how to handle the situation, her phone rang. Yi Shi, at that very moment unsure how to escape, said, Everyone, I need to take this call, I'll be right back. Yi Shi looked at his phone screen, which displayed the words Big Butler. He was puzzled as to why the butler would call him at this time, but at least it was a call. However, he wondered who had made the call. So without thinking twice, he answered the call and asked, Hello? Butler, how did you know I couldn't get away? Do you know how timely this call was? By the way, is there something wrong at home that you're calling? Butler, you're done, he said, though he didn't understand. Miss, it's like this, young Master Yi Feng is back. He didn't go to school. I went to his school to ask, and it's because young Master Yi Feng was in the hospital yesterday, which had a huge impact on the school, so the school specially arranged for young Master Yi Feng to take a week off. Yi Shi didn't hear the first half, he only heard the second half in his mind. He said, Did Yi Feng ask for leave? Doesn't that mean Yi Feng has time? Butler, could you talk to Yi Feng and ask him to come over? I really can't take it anymore. After listening, the butler was a little puzzled and asked, What's wrong, miss? So Yi Shi briefly explained the situation to the housekeeper. After listening to the process, the housekeeper realized the seriousness of the matter, so they quickly promised to tell Yi Feng, but they couldn't guarantee whether Yi Feng would return. After hanging up the phone, the butler came to Yi Feng's room and said, Young Master Yi Feng. Yi Feng was sound asleep in his room when he was suddenly awakened by a noise outside. Anger simmering within him, he impatiently snapped, Get to the point. So the butler told Yi Feng about his conversation with Yi Shi. After listening, Yi Feng thought something serious had happened and said, What? You want me to go for such a small thing? What do you take me for? What benefits? What compensation? Nothing. You just tell me to go without any real intentions? Seriously, don't bother me. If you're going to call someone, call Yi Gu. Wasn't he always calling me Little Brother Gu? If something happens, you'll be calling him Little Brother Gu too. Alright, don't bother me. I need to sleep. When the housekeeper heard Yi Feng say this, he understood that Yi Feng was determined not to go back. So he repeated Yi Feng's words verbatim to Yi Shi. After listening, Yi Shi kept cursing Yi Feng, saying that our family had misjudged him before and shouldn't have treated Yi Feng like that. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and said to the butler, Isn't my older sister at home? Can you tell her and see if we can call Yi Feng over? The butler was baffled. Before, when he didn't need Yi Feng, he always mocked Yi Feng. Now that he needed Yi Feng, he said Yi Feng had no conscience. Thinking about this, He felt sorry for Yi Feng in the past, but he was just a butler and couldn't say anything. So the butler came to Yi Yao's room and briefly told her about Yi Shi's situation and Yi Feng's leave to go home. Yi Yao was puzzled after listening and said, "Isn't Xiao Feng at home?" The meaning was self-evident. After hearing this, the butler relayed Yi Feng's words to Yi Yao verbatim. Yi Yao knew that Yi Feng wouldn't go, but he still wanted to try. After all, she knew her own body well and had just been discharged from the hospital. Yi Yao arrived at Yi Feng's room, knocked on the door, and said, Xiao Feng, it's your eldest sister. Your third sister had an accident at the hospital. Could you go over there?" After listening, Yi Feng knew that the butler must have told Yi Yao about it. However, he did not resent the butler, as it was his duty and there was nothing to say. But Yi Yao's behavior made him very unhappy. He felt that Yi Yao was really going on, and was shameless. So Yi Feng had nothing to hold back and said, "Don't you have Yi Gu? Is Yi Gu dead? Call him over? Don't you guys always talk about how great little Gu is when you're free? Call him over. Don't bother me, or I don't know what unexpected things I might do." Listening to Yi Feng's merciless words, Yi Yao felt as if her recently recovered illness had worsened again. Looking at the tightly closed door, it seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Hearing this, Yi Yao understood that Yi Feng definitely wouldn't go, so she had no choice but to go herself. She then said to the butler, "Butler, prepare the car, let's go to the hospital." So he dragged his ailing body away, but suddenly seemed to remember something and instructed the steward. "By the way, call Hu Biao, you'll definitely have a solution." After listening, the butler nodded, and they left the villa. The butler drove the car, and Yi Yao sat in the passenger seat as they drove away. Chapter 50, Escalating Further. During the journey to the hospital, Yi Yao kept calling Yi Shi, but the call wouldn't go through. At first, Yi Yao was able to comfort herself, but as time went on, she couldn't help but worry. To ease her anxiety, she could only talk to the housekeeper. Yi Yao looked at the butler driving the car, perhaps trying to comfort herself in this way, and asked, "Butler, do you think something might have happened to third sister? I'm very worried about her." The butler understood Yi Yao's feelings at that moment. After all, blood is thicker than water, and it was understandable that she was worried about Yi Shi's condition. So, in order to ease Yi Yao's mood, the butler could only change the subject. He asked, "Miss, there's no rush now. We're at least half an hour away from the hospital where the third miss is." Yi Yao understood the meaning behind the housekeeper's words. Recalling everything that had happened before, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. She forced back the urge to cry and said, "Yi Feng isn't coming, how could he not come? Yi Shi is his sister after all. Shouldn't he help when someone in the family is in trouble? How can he be so heartless? Even if our family has wronged him in the past, he shouldn't be so indifferent." Hearing Yi Yao's words, the butler frowned slightly, also feeling that it was excessive. It wasn't that Yi Feng wasn't being excessive, but rather that Yi Yao's words were excessive. After all, while the Yi family didn't know what kind of life Yi Feng had been living at the Yi family and at school recently, they, as servants, knew very well. They had heard their verbal abuse and Yi Gu's instigation more than once, which they could turn a blind eye to. Now that young Master Yi Feng had rebelled, he was asking why they had such a son and such a younger brother, etc. They had heard these words countless times, and even though they were numb to them, they still felt disgusted by the Yi family's behavior. Fortunately, they hadn't kicked their own son out, otherwise, they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't have left that place. So when the butler heard Yi Yao's words, he didn't say anything. Yi Yao didn't hear the butler's response and mistakenly thought that the butler agreed with what she said, so she had nothing more to say. From then on, they remained silent the entire way. The First People's Hospital of the province. When Yi Yao and her companion arrived at the hospital, the atmosphere was already bustling with activity. "You have to pay up, you absolutely have to pay up, otherwise you don't deserve to eat at a doctor's hospital. You don't deserve to be a doctor. We must sue you, you heartless doctor. Which department do you belong to? Hearing the various voices around him, Yishi's initial relief crumbled, and he squatted on the ground, crying out. It wasn't me. How can you think it's me? At least let me see the patient. If you don't let me see him, how am I supposed to know? I don't even know the patient's name. Yishi squatted on the ground and wailed. In the end, Yishi was still a young girl with little social experience. No matter how calm she tried to appear, she was far less shrewd than those who had been through thick and thin. Therefore, the people around her, hearing Yishi's cries, not only didn't sympathize with her, but also thought she was guilty. The leader, hearing Yishi's cries, had an evil thought. Looking at Yishi's face, I suggested that I bring him to my patient. Just as he was about to reach out his wicked hands to Yishi, a clear voice came from afar. The voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, and a reprimand was heard. Get your hands off my sister, you're not allowed to touch her. As he spoke, he ordered Hu Biao to push the man to the ground. The man, seeing himself pinned to the ground, felt as if he had been humiliated and shouted loudly at those around him. Murder! Murder has happened here. Come quick! As more and more people gathered around, and many even took photos and videos and uploaded them online, more and more people learned about this hospital. Good heavens, isn't this the first people's hospital of the province? How strange. There's news about this place. Look! Who's that girl? She's so beautiful. How outrageous. Who is that man? How could he bully such a beautiful woman like this? Doesn't he know that beauty is justice? He even made such a pretty girl cry. Hey upstairs, something's not right with you. As the situation escalated, a large group of reporters suddenly arrived, swarming in and making the already dire situation even worse. Chapter 51 How Jean. When a large group of reporters arrived with their equipment, the hospital's senior management could no longer sit still. The hospital security guard was initially enjoying his tea in the pavilion, as the situation was still under control. However, upon seeing such a large group of reporters arrive, he suddenly spat out the tea he had just drunk and shouted at the other guards. Surround them completely. I'll go ask the dean for instructions now. So he rushed into the dean's office and hurriedly shouted. Dean, are you there? Something terrible has happened outside. What's wrong? It's just a minor incident at the hospital. So what if it makes the news? We can just pay some money to settle it. It's not a big deal. Seeing this, the security guard anxiously recounted half of what had just happened. The hospital director was shocked after hearing it. He hadn't expected such a big mess to occur. He knew that if this matter wasn't handled properly, his job as director would be over. So he quickly got up and hurried towards the hospital entrance. When the dean arrived at the entrance, the scene was in complete chaos. As he paced back and forth, he caught a glimpse of a stunning figure out of the corner of his eye. It wasn't just the figure's appearance that amazed him, but also its identity. Furthermore, when he looked at the figure beside that person, his face instantly turned pale. He quickly ran to the figure's side and respectfully said, Miss Yi, Brother Biao. After hearing this, Yi Yao turned her head and looked over. She found the figure somewhat familiar and involuntarily called out. Hao Jin, is that you? After listening, Hao Jin smiled broadly and said, Miss, it's me. I didn't know you were coming. I apologize to the hospital on your behalf. After listening, Yi Yao had no interest in hearing his next rambling. She asked, Hello, Dean Hao, it would be much easier if you were here. There are accusations against my sister, saying that her treatment caused the patient's conditions to worsen. Please come and uphold justice. If my sister really did this, I will bring her to apologize to these victims' families and give them a considerable sum of money as compensation. If they have children, we can even make an exception and let them work at the Yi group. But if this matter is completely fabricated, then the man should think carefully about the consequences of offending the Yi family. After all, while the Yi family doesn't cause trouble, it's not afraid of trouble either. As Yi Yao spoke, she displayed her demeanor as the chairman of the Yi group to the fullest, putting the dean in a difficult position. He had thought it was just a small matter, but he hadn't expected things to develop like this. He wanted to apologize now and try to calm things down, but judging from their current attitude, they certainly wouldn't give him that chance. Thinking of this, he suddenly went to the leader of the group and kicked him hard, cursing angrily. "Who sent you? You've got some nerve. You actually dared to target our hospital's doctors. Security, arrest these troublemakers, call the police, and hand them over to the police." He approached Yi Yao and said obsequiously, "Miss Yi, it's an honor to have you here. How about I treat you all to dinner today as an apology? How about the ULI Hotel?" After hearing this, Yi Yao immediately understood what the dean was planning and quickly replied, "Okay, see you then." After seeing the dean off, I told Hu Biao, who was beside me, 3 things. The first thing to do is to investigate the various illegal things Hao Jin did during his tenure as dean. The second thing is to hand over the information you have gathered to Yishi and have him spread it out through other channels. Remember, it must not go through the Yi family. At most, he should act as an intermediary and not leave any evidence in the process. The third thing is to call Yi Feng and see if he's coming. If he is, take him directly to the ULI Hotel, where we'll meet. If he's not coming, then forget it. After giving her instructions, Yi Yao waited quietly for noon to arrive. Chapter 52 Motion Sickness. Yi Family Villa. Yi Feng was very happy today. Without the disturbance of the Yi family, he could rest in peace. He returned to his room, lay quietly on the bed, and tried to clear his mind. When he picked up his phone, he didn't know what to do. Sometimes, even when he didn't want to overthink, his mind would wander. Never mind. Why think so much? Sleep. Just as Yi Feng was sound asleep, the doorbell rang at this inopportune moment. Hearing the butler's voice, Yi Feng assumed the Yi family was there to cause him trouble again, so he simply told them what had happened. Afterward, for some reason, Yi Feng felt an urge to hit someone. That's it. That's it. Why are you bothering me about this? Don't they all have their precious little brother? What, is he not good enough for them? He impatiently dismissed the butler, but this dispelled his last bit of sleepiness, and Yi Feng began brainstorming. What are you doing? All right. I really don't know what to do. You said study. Cut. Do you think our young Master Yi is a person who knows how to learn? And there's no cheat code. Time passed slowly, and gradually, Yi Feng began to enjoy the tranquility. But sometimes, things he didn't want to happen would happen anyway. Why is that? The door rang. However, it wasn't the butler at this moment, but Hu Biao. Hu Biao had arrived at the Yi family villa at an extremely fast pace. He knocked on the door and asked anxiously, "Young master, are you there?" "I'm Hu Biao. We met at the hospital before." Yi Feng heard the sound outside the door. "Hu Biao." "Oh. Nu." Yi Feng had some recollection of Hu Biao, and he was curious about what had happened to make him act this way, based on his previous impression of Hu Biao. So he asked, "What's wrong? Look how heavy it is." Seeing that he had received a response, Hu Biao's face lit up with joy, and he said, "Young master, it's nothing. It's just that Miss wants you to go to the ULI Hotel." Hu Biao then reported the matter to Yi Feng. After listening, Yi Feng became even more curious. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. It seemed that Yi Yao wasn't stupid either, and she was worried about having a backup plan in case of unforeseen circumstances. Yi Feng thought about it for a while and decided to go. It wasn't because of Yi Yao, but simply because he was bored. However, Yi Feng didn't reply to Hu Biao immediately, because he knew very well that accepting too easily often made one looked down upon. So, just as Hu Biao's patience was about to run out, he said, "All right. Let's go." Indeed, Hu Biao had waited quite a while, thinking Yi Feng wouldn't come, so he planned to send more people. It seems that's no longer necessary. Hu Biao was overjoyed upon hearing this and excitedly said, "Yes, young master, I'll go prepare the car right away." "Butler, hurry. The car I brought here isn't working anymore." Get me a new one. The butler listened and nodded. And so, with Hu Biao's injection, Yifeng went downstairs. Just as Yifeng was about to get into the car, Hu Biao said something that seemed completely inexplicable to him. Young master, I'm sorry. Once we get to the hotel, you can punish me however you like. On the bus, Yifeng truly experienced the ultimate pleasure. Throughout the journey, Hu Biao didn't say a word to him. He only felt that his body was running ahead while his soul was floating behind. He looked out the window and felt that the scenery around him was beyond description. Yifeng cursed inwardly, damn it, so impatient, are they starving ghosts reincarnating? The car finally arrived at the hotel, and Yifeng didn't even know how he got out of the car. He felt dizzy. When Hu Biao saw Yifeng's condition, he realized he was clearly carsick and knew he had gone too far. Hu Biao himself was nothing special. If he couldn't even handle this much, he wouldn't deserve to be in the underworld. He had also heard about common sense about motion sickness, such as massaging acupoints. Massaging acupoints like Naguan can help relieve motion sickness symptoms. Naguan is located on the palmar side of the forearm, 2 inches above the wrist crease, between the palmaris longus tendon and the flexor carpi radialis tendon. Thinking it through, he immediately set to work. Yifeng was initially dizzy, but thanks to Hu Biao's guidance, he felt like he had come back to life. Thinking of this, Yifeng didn't have time to blame Hu Biao. He asked, Hu Biao, where are we? Hu Biao didn't reply. After parking the car, he went to Yifeng's side and said, Young Master Yi, we've arrived at the hotel. How are you? Are you feeling all right? After hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Hu Biao. Are you all right? Isn't that obvious to anyone with eyes? He felt like he was on a roller coaster. However, Yifeng knew this wasn't the time to say these things, so he said, Did you call? When is he coming? After listening, Hu Biao realized that now was not the time to say these things, so he called Yi Yao directly. Chapter 53 One Fat and One Thin. Outside the hotel. Yi Yao and Yi Shi waited anxiously outside. Time passed faster and faster, but Yifeng still didn't appear. In fact, when Hu Biao went to the villa to call Yifeng, she rushed over without stopping. The two Yi sisters standing at the hotel entrance were a beautiful sight in themselves, and the people passing by all looked at them with a greedy gaze. Among them, a rather distinguished young man with an air of stubbornness walked towards Yi Yao and Yi Shi. His gaze, in particular, seemed glued to them as he looked at them. It's no wonder, really. Yi Yao had just recovered from the shock, and her delicate face carried a look of melancholy. Coupled with the aura of someone accustomed to being in a position of power, she completely stunned him. Yi Shi, standing next to her, was no less impressive. Having spent most of her life in the hospital, she hadn't experienced the harsh realities of society, but she always gave off a refined and gentle vibe. He walked towards Yi Yao and Yi Shi, a bright smile like a spring breeze, and asked, Hello? Ladies, are you waiting for someone here? I wonder if I would have the honor of inviting you both to dinner. After saying that, his gaze lingered on those two smooth, rounded, long legs, and he swallowed hard, vowing to give these two beauties a proper welcome. Yi Yao looked at the man who appeared out of nowhere without showing any surprise. After all, this kind of situation had happened countless times before. So, Yi Yao snapped her fingers, and the man was forcibly dragged away. This minor incident didn't affect their mood, they waited quietly, and it was at this moment. Sudden. Yi Yao's phone rang. It was Hu Biao calling. When she heard that Hu Biao had arrived, and judging from his tone, it wasn't hard to guess that Yifeng was also there, her excitement was palpable. She excitedly said, Yifeng is here too. Really? Okay. I'll be right there. After making the call, he quickly took Yi Shi's hand and came to Yifeng's side. He looked at Yifeng with a strange expression and asked him a few questions before he learned that it was because of motion sickness. Actually, when Yi Yao looked at Yifeng, she really didn't expect Yifeng to come. However, fearing that things might change if they were delayed, Yi Yao pulled Yifeng and walked towards the hotel. And so, the group arrived at the hotel, and after telling the front desk about Dean Hao's identity, they were led to Hao Jindian's private room. Upon opening the door to the private room, one might assume that Hao Jin would be alone. However, looking around, besides Hao Jin, there were two other people, one fat and one thin, beside him. The fat man on the left has a face full of fleshy muscles and eyes that can gleam with a terrifying light, while the skinny man on the right has a playful look in his eyes, especially when he looks at them. It's as if he's looking at clowns. Damn it! This guy's got bad intentions. Hao Jin saw them approaching and quickly went to greet them with a smile. Distinguished guests. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in. After saying that, she quickly led them inside, and the door slammed shut behind them. Yi Yao knew Hao Jin wouldn't let it go, so when the door closed, she didn't show any panic on her face, and even smiled and teased. Dean Hao is so polite. He even closed the door. How thoughtful of him. At first, Dean Hao thought Yi Yao knew that the door would be closed but was acting scared and panicked. Moreover, judging from his leisurely manner, he seemed to be fearless. So he invited them to the dining table, and after everyone was seated, Hao Jin, his excitement overflowing, loudly proclaimed. Ms. Yi and all our friends, it's a great honor for us to gather here today, which means we have a special connection. So let's have a big drink together, please. Seeing this, everyone was wondering what trick Dean Hao was playing. Yi Yao gave Hu Biao a look, and Hu Biao nodded and quietly pressed the previously prepared pinhole camera against his chest. Seeing that Dean Hao was behaving this way, everyone felt that not cooperating was disrespectful to the other party, so they all chimed in, saying, "No, Dean Hao is the one. Let's have another 1 inch." Yi Feng watched like this from beginning to end. When Dean Hao asked us to drink at first glance, they knew there must be something wrong with the wine. So after Yi Feng finished drinking, he pretended to fall on the table, acting like he was drunk, but actually he just fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others followed suit and imitated him. Chapter 54 Taunt. Underscore 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 underscore. What's wrong with me today? My head feels so dizzy. I can't take it anymore. Never mind, I'm going to sleep. Hao Jin watched them collapse onto the table one by one, and laughed heartily. He then said to the fat and thin men beside him, "What do you think? Aren't they all top-notch?" The fat man looked at the two stunning women, then at the skinny man, and gave Hao Jin a meaningful smile, saying, "Brother, you really are my brother." "Thank you. Isn't this 100 times better than the photos? Otherwise, we wouldn't usually see such beautiful girls. By the way, do you know who these two are?" At this moment, Hao Jin was blinded by his own desires. Upon hearing the skinny man's words, he said, "Zhang San, what's wrong with you today? I've never seen you have so many problems before." Zhang San said, "Just in case." Upon hearing Zhang San's words, Dean Hao gave him a disdainful smile. However, he knew that if Zhang San knew their identities, it might make the two of them back down. But since the three of them had already cooperated, it wouldn't be right to keep it a secret. So, he pointed to one of them and said, "Oh, this is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, and the one next to her is the third daughter of the Yi family. That handsome young man looks like a high school student, and he probably doesn't have any special status. And that rugged one, his name is Hu Biao, also known as Brother Biao." Upon hearing Hao Jin's words, Zhang San and Li Si both gasped in shock. They exchanged a glance, truly astonished that Dean Hao would dare to act this way, so brazenly even knowing their identities. Their eyes both betrayed their intention to back down. Dean Hao knew that once they learned their identities, they would hesitate. So he said impatiently, "If you keep talking like that, you're still part of the underworld. Damn it, I've already handed you the meat. If you don't eat it, do you think they'll let you off when they wake up?" After listening, Zhang San and Li Si thought it made some sense. Considering that they were both involved in the underworld, they figured they could just run away after today and go somewhere the Yi family couldn't control. So, without further hesitation, they said to the door. Alright, let's do it this way. Someone, prepare 2 private rooms for us. We must have a good taste of this delicious food. Okay, I'll go prepare right away. A voice like that came from the doorway. After the 3 of them reached an agreement, they began to size up Yi Yao and Yi Shi. The fat man, looking at their slender figures, couldn't wait to take them right there and then. The skinny man, seeing the fat man's appearance, suppressed his inner turmoil and said to Hao Jin, Dean Hao, I think that one is good. We're not greedy, so let's choose this 1 inch. After speaking, the 2 of them pointed at Yi Yao. In fact, they had been interested in Yi Yao from the beginning. Hao Jin looked at these 2 stunning women and became more and more satisfied. He felt that he didn't want to part with them and said, Alright, since there aren't many people around right now, I prepared enough to keep you going. I guarantee you won't be able to stop. The 2 men were extremely surprised upon hearing this, not expecting that Dean Hao would prepare such medicine. They became even more excited and quickly said, What medicine is it? Let me see it, bro. I knew Brother Jean was the best to us. After listening, Hao Jin took out the prepared medicinal powder, poured it into a wineglass, and said, Guys, this is what I prepared beforehand. It cost me a lot of money to get it. Here, let me pour you 2 some. Drink up. After listening, Zhang San and Li Si felt puzzled and asked, Brother, why aren't you drinking? After listening, Hao Jin glanced at the cup, then casually made up an excuse and said, You too, do I look like I'm no good? Just you wait and see. I'll definitely fight for 100 or 80 rounds. After hearing this, neither of them felt anything was wrong, so they drank it. Hao Jin watched them finish drinking, a mocking expression on his lips. Chapter 55 The Reason. Watching the 2 of them finish their drinks, Hao Jin felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. However, he also knew that the effects of the drug wouldn't kick in so quickly for people involved in the underworld, so he figured he would have to play along with them for now. So Hao Jin waited until the 2 of them finished drinking, and then he spoke about the things that interested them. Zhang San, Li Si, what are you planning to do with this girl? Let me tell you, this Miss Yi is the president of the Yi group. Her temperament is definitely not the same as the girls you've met before. Upon hearing Hao Jin's words, Zhang San's greed became undisguised. He felt he had waited so long only to have Hao Jin spout such nonsense, so he impatiently snapped. Alright, if you guys don't make a move after all this time, my knife is itching for a fight. When Li Si heard what Zhang San said, it seemed to make sense, so he said to Hao Jin, Dean Hao, I'll take this girl with me first, and you can handle the rest. Hao Jin, already sporting a smug smile, feigned agreement and said, Okay, then have a pleasant journey with you both. Seeing how sensible the dean was, Zhang San and Li Si both wanted to carry Yi Yao, but they found they had no strength left, their legs were going weak, so they looked puzzled and said, What's wrong with me? I feel like my body isn't working properly. Suddenly, the 2 of them were terrified. If they still couldn't see through Hao Jin's trick by now, they were doomed. So they hurriedly shouted at Hao Jin. Hao Jin, why are you doing this to us? What have we wronged you? Why did you set us a trap? After hearing this, Hao Jin seemed to feel a great sense of accomplishment, and said fiercely, Ha ha ha. They're all girls I invited, why should I give them to you 2 for free? Actually, my original plan was just in case. At first, I thought they would have some backup plan, just in case something unexpected happened to me, but I didn't expect them to be so naive. To be honest, I called you 2 here, telling you there were 2 exceptional women, knowing you'd be interested in what I meant by exceptional women. So I specifically wanted to show them to you and dispel your doubts. Looks like I succeeded. After saying that, he didn't forget to make a face at the 2 of them, which made them furious, but there was nothing they could do at that moment. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Actually? To understand the reason behind this, we have to start with Hao Jin looking at Yi Yao and Yi Shi. When Hao Jin saw the 2 of them at the hospital, he couldn't help but think of the Yi sisters. He longed to have them. So he went to the monitoring room, retrieved the time, and took a picture of Yi Yao and Yi Shi with his phone. Thinking of this, the restlessness in his heart was hard to quell. He knew that he couldn't get these two people by himself alone, so he pictured two figures, one fat and one thin, and then stopped thinking about it. Royal Dynasty KTV. When Hao Jin arrived, the proprietress warmly greeted him. Normally, Hao Jin would have certainly indulged in a hearty meal, but his mind was preoccupied with the images of the Yi sisters, so he ignored the proprietress and went to the door of Zhang San and Li Si's private room, knocking on the door. Then the door opened, and in the corner of the private room, he saw the two figures, surrounded by a large group of beautiful women. He quickly went to their side and said in a fawning tone, "Third brother, fourth brother, I have some very exciting news to tell you." After saying that, he shouted and yelled at those around him, urging them on. "You all go out. I have something to talk to my third and fourth brothers about." Zhang San and Li Si exchanged a glance, both showing interest. They snapped their fingers, and everyone left the private room. Then they turned to Hao Jin and said, "Oh, Dean Hao, what a rare guest. Tell me, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry?" After listening, Hao Jin handed the two men the photos he had taken in the monitoring room. They stared in disbelief, and then said, "Great! Great! Great! I never thought I'd meet such a beautiful girl in my lifetime. It's truly my good fortune." After saying that, he looked at Hao Jin and said, "Dean Hao, tell us. What do you want us to do? We'll do whatever you say." After listening, Hao Jin gave him a disdainful look, but still said, "Third brother, fourth brother, I have something to tell you." After the plan was explained, Zhang San and Li Si thought it was feasible, so they agreed without further thought. Chapter 56, full of twists and turns. That's how it all started. If Zhang San and Li Si hadn't been lustful at first sight and gradually fallen into Dean Hao's trap, things might not have turned out this way. At this point, perhaps feeling that he had talked enough with these two, Dean Hao impatiently scolded them. "All right, that's enough of our conversation. Time to get down to business." After saying that, he went to Ishi's side, and just as he was about to grope her, he carried her to the private room. Sudden. At that moment, a hand stopped him. Dean Hao looked at the owner of the hand and was truly startled. "How did you wake up? Shouldn't you have been drugged by my sleeping pills by now?" "Oh. Is this what you mean?" As he spoke, Hu Biao pointed to the wine glass he was drinking from, his face full of disdain. Hao Jin saw Hu Biao's disdainful expression and his heart sank. He had a bad feeling, and sure enough, he heard Hu Biao say the following words. "Dean Hao, to put it bluntly, it's really impressive that you could come up with such a simple plan." Dean Hao understood the sarcasm in Hu Biao's words, but he also knew that Hu Biao was not someone he could handle alone. At first, he was very worried, but when he saw that only Hu Biao was awake, anger surged within him, and he revealed a ferocious expression. After speaking, he calmly said 3 words to the door. "Come in." After Dean Hao finished speaking, a large group of people holding clubs and looking furious surrounded Hu Biao, saying smugly, "Do you have any last words?" When Hao Jin looked at Hu Biao and the others, it was as if he were looking at a dead man. When Hu Biao looked at these people, he seemed not to see them at all, and said to Hao Jin, "A thug, and not just any ordinary thug, Dean Hao. It seems I really underestimated you." Just then, Zhang San and Li Si looked at the crowd surrounding them and instantly couldn't sit still. Ignoring their discomfort, they said fiercely, "Hao Jin, so that's what you were planning. But you're thinking too simply about your parents' situation. The man next to you is right. I fell for such a simple trick. It seems that beauty has really led me astray. But do you really think I'm that easy to bully?" After saying that, he leisurely took a whistle from his pocket and started whistling towards the door. Hao Jin saw that things were going badly. Hu Biao's awakening had already given him a warning, so how could he let things turn out the other way around? So before Zhang San and Li Si could even whistle, Hao Jin viciously kicked them away. Seeing that these people weren't cooperating at all, Hao Jin shouted loudly at the people still surrounding him. "Are you all blind? Hurry up and attack. What are you all doing standing around here?" Upon hearing this, Hao Jin's henchmen disregarded everything and rushed towards Hu Biao. Hu Biao glanced at the crowd surging around him and knew he couldn't handle it. So, he picked up the pistol he had prepared and fired it into the sky. He also picked up the whistle that Dean Hao had kicked away from Zhang San and Li Si and gave it to them. Zhang San and Li Si immediately set off without hesitation and whistled. In an instant, Hu Biao's men and Zhang San and Li Si's men surrounded the people brought by Dean Hao. Hao Jin looked at the dense crowd around him and said to Hu Biao and the others, "You brought all of this." Hu Biao nodded, and Hao Jin instantly felt utterly hopeless. He knew he had lost, completely lost. He felt as if he had lost his parents, slumped in his chair, and looked at the crowd that outnumbered him several times over, as if answering a question, or as if talking to himself. He murmured, "How did you know?" "I felt I had done it flawlessly. I knew that Zhang San and Li Si only had so many thugs, so I thought I would just take care of Zhang San and Li Si when I was preparing my plan. What a show! At least I'm not so bored at home anymore." At this moment, Yi Feng woke up. Perhaps due to a chain reaction, the two sisters, Yi Yao and Yi Shi, also woke up one after another. Hao Jin felt even more terrified when he saw them waking up one by one. Perhaps knowing his fate was sealed, he had no intention of begging for mercy. He also figured it was better to wait for the police to arrive than to humiliate himself. However, Zhang San and Li Si didn't share Hao Jin's mentality. Instead, they knelt before Yi Yao and the others, begging for mercy. "Miss Yi, second Miss Yi, young Master Yi, please spare us. We have elderly parents to care for, young children to raise, and countless young women and wives waiting for us to rescue and develop them. We can't perish here. We know we were wrong, don't worry, I will definitely mend my ways." Seeing that the two of them were still begging for mercy, Yi Feng kicked them both instantly, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I am still a pure virgin, I have never even touched a young girl's hand. Of course, hitting me doesn't count. You still want to rescue young girls and young women? What, are you going to fly to the sky?" Zhang San and Li Si realized they had said the wrong thing and begged for forgiveness. Of course, they didn't know that Yi Yao and Yi Shi were instantly blushing because of Zhang San and Li Si's words. After all, they were still young girls who had never been in love, and when they talked about this, their minds couldn't help but wander. In this tense atmosphere, the piercing sirens of police cars reached their ears. Dean Hao, Zhang San, and Li Si were terrified. They made a final request to Yi Feng, but unfortunately, Yi Feng and the others refused. They exchanged glances. A short while later, a large number of police officers arrived immediately and quickly stopped the group. "Don't move! The people in front, don't move! Police, police! Back off! Back off!" After he finished speaking, a large number of police officers surrounded the hotel's private room inside and out. The lead officer looked at the densely packed crowd around him, took a deep breath, and spat out two words. "Unlucky." After speaking, he went to the center of Yi Feng and the others. The thugs around him quickly made way for him, and he immediately saw Yi Yao and the others. He then jogged over to Yi Yao and said, "Miss Yi, second Miss Yi, young Master Yi, we are late, please forgive us." Yi Yao knew it was just polite talk after hearing it, so she didn't take it to heart and said, "How could that be?" After they exchanged a few polite words, the policeman said, "Miss Yi, may I ask what happened here?" Yi Yao gave Hu Biao a wink, and Hu Biao understood. He handed the hidden pinhole camera to the police officer, who then learned the whole story. The police were furious and immediately vowed to eradicate these social ills. However, what they didn't expect was that at this very moment, public opinion on the internet was already stirring up trouble. Chapter 57 Trending Topics. Hey! Have you heard the news online? What news? Is it big? It's huge, extremely huge. It concerns the Yi Group and the affairs of Zhang San, Li Si, and Dean Hao. Wow, this is amazing. Tell me more about it. Well, it's not that it won't work, it's just... Okay, I'll cover your meals this year, and I'll do your homework for you. Then let me explain it to you in detail. The internet is abuzz with this story. Meanwhile, at the police station, a handsome man approached an elderly man and said, "Director, the internet is abuzz with this issue. and public opinion is turning in a negative direction. What should we do to resolve this? The old man was clearly a longtime employee at the police station, and he was very familiar with how things unfolded, having seen it all before. He chuckled and joked. You're like a eunuch worrying more than the emperor. Have you seen the Yi group come out to confirm this matter? The man shook his head, puzzled. Yes, director, why is that? Logically speaking, if this matter is not handled properly, it will affect the development of the Yi group. I have seen that the Yi group's stock has already dropped by several points. After listening, the bureau chief simply uttered two words. No hurry. No rush. Such scenes are playing out in many places. Yip group. Yi Yao led Yi Feng to the entrance of the Yi group. Yi Feng looked at the Yi group, his mind filled with a complex mix of emotions. Eldest sister, second sister, brother Yi Feng. Hearing the sound, the three turned around and saw Yi Gu standing there all alone, looking as if he had been wronged. Seeing Yi Gu looking so wronged, Yi Yao and Yi Shi were heartbroken. They went to Yi Gu's side and comforted him. Little Gu, what's wrong? Tell us, who bullied you? Yi Gu just stood there, not answering at all, only sobbing softly, and said, Nobody bullies me. So Yi Gu kept looking at Yi Feng like that. Seeing Yi Gu like this, Yi Yao and Yi Shi felt their hearts breaking. Following Yi Gu's gaze, they saw Yi Feng. Yi Shi instinctively wanted to reprimand him. Yi Feng, you. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Yao covered her mouth tightly. Yi Shi realized she had said the wrong thing and was thinking about how to apologize to Yi Feng. Watching this scene unfold, Yi Feng couldn't deny the turmoil within him. He even felt he'd been presumptuous before, so he no longer felt the same emotions he'd had upon seeing the Yi group. He used his old-fashioned phone to make a call, and after the call was answered, he said, Sunan, are you there? I'm at Ye's group, can you come pick me up? Sunan was at the hospital at this time when he suddenly heard Yi Feng's invitation and was overjoyed. He didn't know why, but ever since he left with Yi Feng, he had been paying close attention to Yi Feng's actions. He knew that Yi Feng had taken leave and that Yi Feng was dealing with Dinhao, this cancerous tumor, at the hotel. In short, he would feel sad when Yi Feng was at a disadvantage and happy when Yi Feng gained the upper hand. He had been acting strangely for the past 2 days. Regardless, after receiving Yi Feng's call, he asked the vice president for leave, since Dinhao was already working at the police station. The vice president was an elderly man over 50 years old. He was completely different from President Hao. He was very popular in the hospital, extremely kind, and always did his best to help with anything within his ability. Sunan didn't know why, but she felt that the vice president was in a much happier mood than usual these past few days. When the vice president heard that Sunan wanted to take leave, he asked for the reason and decided to give Sunan several more days off. He also instructed Sunan to cultivate a good relationship with the young master of the Yi family, as it would benefit the hospital in the future, etc. After speaking, she went downstairs under the watchful eye of the vice president. Watching Sunan's retreating figure, the vice president remarked with a sigh, They're all good kids. Sunan, unaware of the vice dean's thoughts, arrived at the Yi group and saw Yi Feng. After getting out of the car, he noticed Yi Feng standing alone, while Yi Yao and Yi Shi were comforting Yi Gu. For some reason, he felt the scene was somewhat strange, but he didn't dwell on it. He approached Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, I'm here. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Feng gave Sunan a bright smile and then said with a smile, Since we're here, let's go. After saying that, he planned to go outside with Sunan to clear his head. Stand still. Just then, Yi Yao saw Yi Feng about to leave and, in a moment of panic, called out Yi Feng's name. Yi Feng looked puzzled and said, Yi Yao, what's wrong? Upon hearing Yi Feng's answer, Yi Yao didn't reply but instead asked, Yi Feng, didn't you come here to help us solve this problem? Why are you leaving now? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng was instantly enraged and laughed. Damn it, how dare you say that? I came here just to put on a show of being wronged, and you're already pointing the finger at me. How dare you say such things? He instantly felt that all his sincerity had been wasted on dogs. Never mind. May the world be destroyed. I'm tired. I don't want to go on like this anymore. Thinking of this, he ignored them and left Ye's group with Sunan. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Yi Yao felt completely bewildered, but she didn't have time to think about it anymore and turned to enter the Yi group. Upon entering the Yip group building, reporters and crowds were already gathered at the entrance. It's unclear who shouted it. It's President Yi. Look, it's President Yi. After the reporter finished speaking, he ran directly to Yi Yao and her group. Seeing this, the other reporters also came to their side. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yao was surrounded by a crowd of reporters with all sorts of cameras, who then bombarded her with a barrage of questions. Hello, Mr. Yi. What are your thoughts on what happened at the ULI hotel? Hello? Mr. Yi, may I ask what your relationship is with gangster boss Hu Biao? Hello? Are you, as his family, aware of what Yifeng has experienced at school? They've gone mad. These reporters have completely gone mad. They were like a pack of hungry wolves spotting their prey, bombarding the questions they wanted to ask with one after another. As the center of this incident, Yi Yao definitely wanted someone to protect her at this time. He suddenly thought of Yifeng, but Yifeng had already left. He suddenly realized that he had just done something very foolish. He turned his head and saw Yi Gu, only to find that Yi Gu had somehow distanced himself from him. Seeing Yi Gu's distant expression, Yi Yao felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. However, they were still compelled by the security guards to go upstairs. Chapter 58 Provocation. After Yi Yao and the others went upstairs, the group was already quite unsettled. At this moment, Yi Yao's assistant saw Yi Yao and rushed over happily, saying, President Yi, you finally arrived. The senior management here is waiting for your decision. After hearing this, Yi Yao knew that the matter was urgent, but for some reason, she had a bad feeling. She instructed her assistant to take care of Yi Shi and Yi Gu, and then hurriedly went to her office. The assistant knew things couldn't be rushed, but thinking of the manager's furious expressions, he shrank back. However, he also knew this wasn't the time to think about such things, so he politely said to Yi Shi and Yi Gu, Follow me. So the assistant led him to the lounge. Yi Shi watched the assistant intently the entire time, her nerves never relaxing. She became secretly wary and said, Sister Li, tell me, how much impact will this incident have on the group? After hearing Yi Shi's words, the woman named Sister Li thought it wasn't a particularly important secret, so she said, Actually, things were all right at first. Nobody knew Mr. Ye's identity at the beginning. But who could have imagined that Mr. Ye's identity wouldn't be exposed? At first, the incident at the hospital entrance could have been easily suppressed by the hospital's influence. However, the arrival of a large number of reporters caused the incident to have a bigger and bigger impact. Actually, this wouldn't have been a big deal. Even if we were recognized, we could have explained what happened through patients at the hospital. But no one expected you to go to the ULI hotel and even call the police. Plus, the ULI hotel is owned by the Yi Group, which caused the situation to escalate so quickly, leading to this incident in such a short time. Upon hearing Sister Li's account, Yi Shi and Yi Gu were instantly terrified. They hadn't expected their lives to unfold this way. However, both of them harbored their own thoughts. Yi Shi's idea was actually very simple, to briefly explain the situation to the vice dean, as it was obvious that a few days were not enough time, and then talk to her older sister about how to resolve the matter. Yi Gu's thoughts were clearly complicated. On one hand, he wanted to make this matter bigger and bigger, and to involve the entire Yi family. On the other hand, he wanted to extricate himself from the situation while making the matter bigger, hoping not to leave any trace of himself. The two found a stool and sat there quietly, while Sister Li watched them. He thought they were both upset because of the online criticism, but he never expected, or rather, no one expected, that there was a hungry wolf beside them. So, let's put it another way. Just as Yi Shi and Yi Gu were racking their brains for a solution, Yi Yao's situation became urgent. He went to the office door, took a deep breath, and as he opened it, his bad premonition grew stronger. President Yi is here. Oh my, isn't this the busy man? Honestly, Mr. Yi, you're not even the chairman yet, and you're already putting on airs. How are we, the board members, supposed to survive in the future? As soon as Yi Yao stepped into the office, she sat down in her office chair and listened to them talk. Then came a barrage of mocking voices, but he knew he couldn't get angry. However, he hadn't expected things to develop this way. So Yi Yao took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and waited until they had finished talking before slowly saying, "Fellow directors, that's enough. I didn't come here to listen to your arguing. I think you should have a pretty good understanding of what happened, but I also know that the internet is having a very negative impact on our group right now. First of all, I admit that this was my mistake. We shouldn't have acted on our own initiative and done things that violated the company's interests. I sincerely apologize to everyone. Secondly, shouldn't we unite against external threats at this time? I believe that for our group, this is not only a challenge but also an opportunity. Finally, if anyone here feels the company can't weather this storm, let's sit down and discuss it together. However, anyone who wants to resign now can do so. You can submit your resignation to the HR department now. I promise that anyone can submit their resignation to the HR department, and your salary will be credited to your account the next day. Furthermore, we hereby promise that any employee who leaves due to this incident will be barred from joining any company within the Yip Group, and all employee benefits provided by the Yip Group will be withdrawn. Alright. That's all I have to say. Please feel free to ask any further questions." After Yi Yao finished speaking, the office was briefly filled with promises. One of the senior executives in the group stepped forward. Yi Yao recognized him. He had always been at odds with her within the company. Sure enough, his accusatory voice could be heard at that moment. "Mr. Yi, anyone can say nice things, but none of the people present were there, so they don't know what happened. You can't just get yourself out of trouble with your words alone." Yi Yao glanced at the person who came and instantly got angry. In fact, Yi Yao didn't know why he always seemed to be picking on her whenever it involved her. She just felt it was inexplicable. Yi Yao suppressed her anger, thinking that she should just ask Hu Biao to have someone drag him to a secluded corner and beat him up. He was just too infuriating. Unfortunately, Yi Yao knew she couldn't lose her temper at this moment, so she could only speak gently. I think Senior Manager Yang must have a good idea in mind when he said these things. Tell us so that everyone can hear it. We are all very curious to know what your idea is. Yang Tian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't understand why. If he had made Yi Yao feel embarrassed by his words, his plan would have been half successful. But he really didn't expect Yi Yao to pass the buck back to him. So, he looked at Yi Yao with a lot of resentment. However, no one present cared what Yang Tian thought. They had long disliked him. He was usually good at making things difficult for people, but he couldn't come up with anything. So, they looked at him with more mockery and disdain. Yang Tian was well aware of the looks everyone was giving him, so when he heard Yi Yao's question, he could only bite the bullet and say, "I don't know, I can't figure it out." Upon hearing Yang Tian's explanation, Yi Yao slammed the documents in her hand onto the table and angrily said, "What's wrong? Weren't you so smug just now? Why are you so quiet now? Where did your tone go?" So everyone present waited quietly for Yang Tian's answer. Chapter 59 Li Wei. Yang Tian had no idea that he would be cornered in the company, especially at a board meeting, and that the person he looked down upon was someone he had never seen before. That's right. Yang Tian had always looked down on Yi Yao. He believed that Yi Yao was only in her position because of her family's support, and that he himself had no real talent. So whenever Yi Yao was involved, he would subconsciously criticize her. When he looked at Yi Yao, who was standing in front of him with a self-righteous air, he was filled with resentment and thought to himself, "Little girl, what's so great about you? I'll definitely take you down when no one's around." However, he knew he was delusional, and the resentment in his eyes flashed by, but Yi Yao still caught it. For some reason, the anger in her heart was rising rapidly, and she said to Yang Tian, "In my capacity as general manager, you are fired. Anyone who has any questions, please step forward." After saying that, he shook his head and looked at the company executives around him. Seeing this, the other executives also spoke up and pointed. They saw that everyone was criticizing Yi Yao, but Yi Yao did not make a move. They all felt that Yi Yao must be in a difficult situation at this point, so they also joined the attack. Seeing them all pointing and whispering, Yi Yao made the biggest decision of her life and said, all right. Since you all think I made a mistake, then the rest is up to you to decide." After saying that, she picked up her phone, turned on speakerphone, and, without waiting for the other person to ask a question, said, "Sister Zhang, please bring me the documents for the paperwork and the resignation papers. Right now." After the person on the phone agreed, Yi Yao calmly said, "Since that's the case, we'll see what you all choose later. But I hope you won't discuss anything unrelated to the company until Sister Zhang arrives, or don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, Yi Yao sat back down in her office chair and waited silently for Sister Zhang to arrive. Speaking of Sister Zhang. Ugh, I'm so exhausted lately. Inside the office, everyone heard Sister Zhang complaining, and they all jokingly teased her. "See? Who wore our Sister Zhang out? We'll give them a good beating." Sister Zhang knew they were all joking, but she didn't take it to heart. After all, they'd see each other all the time. Hearing their teasing, she didn't back down and said, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the only single guy in our office. Didn't you say you were bringing us a girlfriend?" Despite the jokes people make about him in the office, he's actually quite well off. I heard his family started a business a few years ago and seems to be quite wealthy. Among the people here, he's considered to have a relatively high level of education. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces flushed red. His name was Li Ming, and he was originally an ordinary high school teacher. One night, while browsing Douyin, TikTok, at home, he saw Yi Yao's beautiful face and was deeply attracted to her. After inquiring, he learned that she was the general manager of the Yi Group in the provincial capital. He knew that there was a huge gap in status between them, so he kept inquiring about the Yi Group. Perhaps it was fate, but the Yi Group was recruiting about 10 office clerks, and he met all the requirements, so he went to apply. Sure enough, as expected, he had made it to Ye's Group through his own efforts. He was very happy when he first arrived at Ye's Group, thinking that he could see General Manager Yi every day. However, as time went by, he found that he could see General Manager Yi less than a few times. But it's still pitifully small. Because Yi Yao has a habit of not allowing anyone to disturb her while she is working, unless it is something very important, Li Ming was basically turned away every time he wanted to see Yi Yao. Seeing Zhang Ming's flushed face, Sister Zhang knew she couldn't tease him anymore. Just as she was about to tell everyone to go about their business, the phone rang. As soon as the call connected, he heard an urgent voice coming from the other end of the line. Even though Yi Yao spoke urgently, which changed the crisp and pleasant tone of her voice, it was enough to relieve Zhang Ming's fatigue after a long day. Hearing Yi Yao's tone, Sister Zhang knew this matter must be important, so she immediately asked Li Ming to go along. Li Ming, hearing there was such a good opportunity, immediately decided to help. After specifying what he needed to move, he said, "Hurry up, Mr. Yi needs it urgently." Upon hearing Sister Zhang's voice, Li Ming called out anxiously, "Okay." Sister Zhang felt that Li Ming had been absent-minded ever since he arrived, but she didn't think much of it. After saying that, he quickly tidied up the things and went to the office. When the two of them arrived at the office door and knocked, they found it quiet inside, which felt very eerie. They only heard Yi Yao call out once, "Please come in." As soon as they entered, they both felt an involuntary tension in their bodies, but after adjusting themselves a little, they felt much better. Sister Zhang is used to it. After all, no one in this line of work would openly admit to working for the Yi Group without a certain level of mental fortitude. Li Ming, however, was different. His nervousness upon entering the office wasn't due to the atmosphere, but rather because he had seen his dream girl. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen Yi Yao's almost perfect face up close, apart from on his phone screen. He carefully observed Yi Yao's every move, as if trying to etch it into his heart. Zhang Jia, who was standing next to Li Ming, naturally noticed Li Ming's gaze. Seeing the look in Li Ming's eyes, she had a bad feeling and felt a chill run down her spine. She thought to herself, Li Ming. If you're going to do something stupid, don't drag me into it. I have no grudge against you. Everyone present was a seasoned veteran, and they couldn't help but admire this employee. Although they had to admit that Yi Yao was very beautiful, even more so than the average female celebrity, this guy was the first person to have stared at Yi Yao from the first glance until now, without even worrying about angering her. Sure enough, the next moment, Yi Yao's furious shout could be heard. Sister Zhang, who exactly did you bring? How can they be so rude? After hearing this, Sister Zhang was terrified. She mentally cursed Li Ming's ancestors for 18 generations, but she had no choice but to explain. Her cautious reply was, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, this is the first time I've brought him to the board meeting. I was unintentionally impolite. Please forgive me. Yi Yao's expression softened considerably after hearing Zhang Jie's explanation, and she finally felt relieved. Later, only Yi Yao's voice was heard saying, Sister Zhang, did you bring everything? After listening, Sister Zhang said, Mr. Yi, everything has been brought. Yi Yao was somewhat satisfied after listening, but then she said, Sister Zhang, could you please put these things on the table? I'll need them later. Sister Zhang said, Okay, I'll go right away. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Li Ming and found him still in a daze. He instantly regretted bringing him along, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself at the board meeting. So he said without any mercy, Li Ming, hurry up and carry these things upstairs. After listening, Li Ming followed Sister Zhang and carried the things onto the table. He then left the board meeting under everyone's watchful eyes. Chapter 60 Preparation. After the two of them left the board of directors, everyone knew what kind of bloody storm awaited them. Suddenly, Yi Yao walked to a corner. Everyone in the office was puzzled when they saw her do this, but they didn't think much of it and assumed she had something urgent to attend to. Yi Yao walked to a secluded corner and sent Hu Biao a message, the gist of which was, Hu Biao, there might be an emergency on my end. I'm worried I won't be able to keep the Yi Group's higher-ups in check by myself. Please come over quickly, and remember to bring a few extra people with you to help me maintain order. Yi Yao knew that Hu Biao usually replied to messages about the Yi family instantly, so not long after the message was sent, Hu Biao indeed replied. Hu Biao's reply was roughly as follows. Yes, miss, I'll gather some men and head over right away. Don't worry, I'm with a few friends, we'll be there shortly. When Yi Yao saw the message from Hu Biao, she felt that things had stabilized a lot. So Yi Yao went back to her office, first looking at the piles of documents on her desk, then glancing at the board members, especially the senior management, and said, All right, those who didn't want to work here have left. Now it's time to deal with what's between us. I believe you all understand what these two piles of documents mean. To reiterate, it is your choice to stay or leave. If you choose to leave now, rest assured, I guarantee in the name of the Yi Group that the documents concerning you will not be leaked. Okay, I've said my piece. You guys decide what to do next. After Yi Yao finished speaking, the office fell into a brief silence. Everyone looked at the piles of documents on the table, feeling uncertain, mainly afraid that what had happened before would be exposed. A tense atmosphere ensued, with everyone exchanging glances. Especially at the higher levels, since those in those positions don't really have that kind of feeling under their command, some higher-ups succumbed and said, President Yi, what you're saying is true. We're all family here since we joined the Yi Group. To be honest, there's really no need for us to make such a fuss. Yi Yao glanced at him, nodded, clearly very satisfied with his actions, then tore the documents about him on the table to shreds, and said, All right, I'm very satisfied with your behavior. Anyone else? Seeing that the first person had given in, some of the others, fearing that their previous actions would be exposed, also submitted to Yi Yao. Seeing that these people were so sensible, Yi Yao's smile brightened. However, for some reason, some stubborn individuals believed that the Yi Group's inability to find evidence against them was a weakness, so they jumped up and reprimanded Yi Yao for her behavior. Mr. Yi, do you realize how much damage your actions will cause to the Yi Group? Yes. Mr. Yi, your threats are detrimental to the stability of our group. That's right, Mr. Yi, if word gets out that you're doing this, it will be bad for our reputation. Yi Yao looked at them as if they had made so much effort for the company, and felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. He had been working at the Yi Group for several years, so how could he not know the atmosphere of the Yi Group? Listening to their sanctimonious appearance, Yi Yao really didn't want to hear them say anything more. However, Yi Yao couldn't listen to it anymore, so she waved her hand and said, "So, you all think that because I haven't caught you doing anything wrong, you can act so recklessly in front of me, right?" Hearing Yi Yao's words, they seemed completely unaffected by her threat and were still trying to force her to submit in this way. "Mr. Yi, how could that be? Aren't you going to take responsibility for the impact this has caused?" "Yes. In the end, this is still trouble caused by your family, so you should be the ones to solve it." "President Yi, that's really unfair of you. We've been longtime employees of the company for a while now." They all believed that this method would make Yi Yao submit, otherwise, they wouldn't mind using other methods. But how could they have imagined that Yi Yao was determined to deal with these high-ranking officials? Otherwise, what was the point of all the groundwork laid before? What about the statements made before? Seeing their smug expressions, I thought to myself, if you don't court death, you won't die. You're all adults, don't you understand this principle? Then, Yi Yao flawlessly handed over the information of these individuals from the pile of documents, saying, "All right, you have the information now. You can check if the information is accurate." They glanced at the documents in their hands trembled involuntarily, and they said with a look of horror, "How did you get these things? Tell me." After he finished speaking, he quietly waited for her to continue, but how could Yi Yao do as he wished? So he feigned helplessness, as if he were thinking of them. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the information we have about you?" "Oh. Right, we only gave you a portion of it. Look at me, how could I forget the responsibilities I had to bear when doing these things? These documents are all our family's responsibility. How about this, I'll hand them over to the police, okay?" Upon hearing Yi Yao's words, they all wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. They understood that if this information were to leak out, the consequences for them would be unimaginable. Then, the office was filled with sounds of kowtowing and begging for mercy, as well as sobbing. "President Yi, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that. It's all my fault. Please, have mercy on me. I promise I'll never oppose you again. Mr. Yi, I have elderly parents and young children to support, we can't go in. Please, let me go. I promise to do whatever you want for me. Mr. Yi, don't you recognize me? I poured you some water just now, and you even praised me. Have you forgotten?" Yi Yao ignored their voices, because they had only themselves to blame. She had already laid out the information in front of them, and they had inexplicably become the ones who stood out. They deserved it. Seeing that Yi Yao remained unmoved despite their pleas, the group exchanged glances and rushed to her side, intending to take her hostage in exchange for their own safety. So they rushed to Yi Yao's side, intending to take him hostage. However, they forgot that Yi Yao couldn't have done this without preparation. So they shouted towards the door, "Hu Biao, you can come in now." After hearing this, Hu Biao led his men to quickly take the men hostage. When they saw Hu Biao, they already knew they had lost. Chapter 61. One day. "Yi Yao, you are shameless. Damn it, Yi Yao, you have no sportsmanship. I'm going to sue you. President Ji, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like that before, please forgive me." As mentioned before, Yi Yao completely ignored these words, or rather, she already knew what kind of people these people were, so these words basically went in one ear and out the other. To be honest, seeing their exasperated tone, for some reason, made me feel inexplicably comfortable. "All right, Hu Biao, take them all out. I'll call the police later." Hu Biao nodded in acknowledgement, and then said to the few people who remained, "If Mr. Yi has any further instructions, or if any fools come to offend you, just subdue them as I did just now, understand?" "Okay. Brother Biao, I understand." Hu Biao was very satisfied with the boy's answer, so he patted him on the shoulder to encourage him. Feeling Hu Biao's trust in them, they were greatly encouraged, because they understood that this was Brother Biao giving them a chance to show off to the young lady, and how could they let Brother Biao down? Let's get back to the main topic. Watching Hu Biao and the others leave, Yi Yao turned to them and said, "Alright, the troublesome person is gone, so we can get back to our previous topic." Yi Yao's words felt like a sledgehammer had struck them both in the heart. After a long while, someone finally spoke. "Mr. Yi, please understand. This matter happened rather suddenly. Please allow us one day. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow." Yi Yao looked at the owner of the voice. She recognized him. He was a veteran figure in the company, respected by many. Therefore, she couldn't refute his words. "Okay. Anyway, I figured these people couldn't come up with anything fancy in just one day, so I said, since Elder Wu has spoken, I will give you face. However, you should think carefully. It is up to you whether to stay or leave. Hu Biao, let's go." They watched Ji Yao and the others leave, and only then did everyone in the office breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Yi Yao's behavior had really made them feel a sense of oppression. At this moment, someone asked Old Wu. "Old Wu, judging from President Ye's attitude today, it seems like he's determined to fight to the death. If he can't give us an explanation by tomorrow, things will get tough for him from now on." After listening, Old Wu snorted coldly at the person who spoke and reprimanded them. "What, Su Xian, are you scared now? Where did your arrogance go? I remember when President Yi first came in, weren't you all arrogant and looking down on everyone?" After listening to Old Wu's lecture, Su Xian chuckled twice, but still raised his own question and said, "Mr. Wu, what do you think we should do now? After all, if President Yi really takes this seriously, how can we possibly keep up the argument? Look. Why don't you have a few words with President Yi and see if you can simply let this matter drop?" After listening, Old Wu looked at him as if he were an idiot. He suspected that he had gotten this far by being a backup. Su Xian saw the look in Old Wu's eyes and knew that what he said sounded like an idiot, but what could he do? Old Wu simply stopped looking at him and turned to look at the others. Seeing that they were also looking at him like he was a savior, he realized that they saw him as a straw. But they didn't understand that he could never be a straw. Fortunately, Mr. Wu did not disappoint everyone's enthusiasm, and so he spoke up. "Alright. I'll see if I can find a way to change Mr. Yi's mind." When everyone heard that Old Wu had agreed to the request, they shouted, "Long live Elder Wu! Long live Elder Wu!" Let's put it another way. As Sister Zhang came out of the office, she saw Li Ming beside her and, recalling his behavior in the office, sighed. "Li Ming, you have really disappointed me." Li Ming realized he had done something wrong, so he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Zhang. It's all my fault. I've let you down." Zhang Ming originally thought this would lead to interrogation by Sister Zhang, but to his surprise, Sister Zhang didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, "I observed your actions during the board meeting just now. You wouldn't normally make such a basic mistake, but ever since you walked into the office, you've been staring at President Yi. Actually, I had a suspicion at that time, and I would like to ask you to explain it to me, is that alright?" After listening, Li Ming felt as if his secret, which he had kept hidden for many years, was about to be revealed. However, he also knew that he couldn't refuse Sister Zhang's question, so he said, "Sister Zhang, ask me anything, and I will tell you everything I know. I will never hide anything from you." After listening, Sister Zhang asked in a questioning tone, "I noticed something was off about you at the board meeting earlier. You kept staring at President Yi. I was wondering if you had designs on him?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Sister Zhang finished speaking, Li Ming's face turned completely red, and he stammered, "Sister Zhang, I..." Seeing Li Ming's reaction, Sister Zhang immediately understood why, and said with a smile, "I've seen you going to the general manager's office several times before, whether you had something important to do or not. I really thought it was something serious." "Oh, I see. By the way, are you trying to woo President Yi?" Hearing Sister Zhang's teasing, Li Ming nodded hesitantly. When Sister Zhang saw Li Ming nod, the smile on her face turned serious as she turned around and said, Li Ming, I still advise you not to have such thoughts. You should know that someone like President Yi must have many suitors in the provincial capital, and their conditions are definitely no worse than yours. So do you know why President Yi is still single? Of course, this means he doesn't have a girlfriend. Li Ming shook his head. He was indeed very puzzled. Logically speaking, someone as beautiful as President Yi should have many suitors. However, he had been with Ye's group for so long and had not heard of anyone pursuing President Yi. He felt that this was different from the novels he had read. Shouldn't there be several young men fighting and scheming against each other in pursuit of President Yi? So Li Ming shook his head and said, Sister Zhang, why is that? Sister Zhang glanced around, feeling this wasn't the place to talk, then rolled her eyes at Zhang Ming and said, I think you've really been blinded by someone. Do you think this is a place to talk? I remember there's a balcony nearby. Let's go there to talk. Li Ming knew this wasn't the place to talk, so he followed Sister Zhang's instructions. So Sister Zhang took Li Ming to the balcony. Li Ming was led to the balcony by Sister Zhang, and then he found a place to sit down at random. The two of them sat facing each other like that. Li Ming's mind was filled with thoughts of Yi Yao, and he just wanted to know as soon as possible, so he asked impatiently. Sister Zhang, so what happened next? Did these people manage to win over President Yi? Seeing Li Ming's anxious appearance, Sister Zhang shook her head, feeling that he was hopeless. She even wondered if telling him these things was a mistake. Chapter 62 Yi Yao's Suitors. Seeing Li Ming's anxious expression, Sister Zhang thought for a moment, then slowly said, I remember when President Yi first joined the company, he caused quite a stir. Mr. Yi graduated from a prestigious university, but when he first joined the company, he didn't start as the general manager he is now, he started as a junior employee. Before Sister Zhang could finish speaking, Li Ming interrupted her, saying somewhat apologetically, Since Mr. Yi started from a junior employee position, how did he manage to reach his current position? It can't be due to family connections, can it? When Sister Zhang heard Li Ming ask such a question, she thought it was perfectly normal, because it was only natural. After all, no one would expect a woman to be promoted so quickly in such a short time. To be honest, she wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. So, after gathering her thoughts upon hearing Li Ming's question, Sister Zhang said, Didn't you ask me before if they had won over President Yi? I'm telling you now, quite obviously, they hadn't. Upon hearing Sister Zhang's question, Li Ming offered his opinion. Why? Is it because President Ye's requirements are too high? Does this mean that many things cannot be achieved? After listening, Sister Zhang smiled, then seemed to remember something, her body involuntarily trembled slightly, and she said, I think it's not that the expectations are too high, but rather that this whole thing just feels very strange when I think about it. Let me tell you, in the past, there were countless people pursuing Ms. Yi. After all, Ms. Yi was so outstanding, young and beautiful, with a high status, high education, excellent abilities, and impeccable manners. To outsiders, she seemed perfect, so anyone who had heard of her would instinctively want to pursue her after seeing her in person. For some reason, those pursuing Mr. Yi would mysteriously disappear. At first, they thought it was just a normal loss of contact, but gradually, as more and more people showed up, after making some inquiries, they discovered that they were basically the same people who had pursued Mr. Yi the day before. This has led to an increase in the number of people online, and some people in the underworld don't listen to advice, but the result is always the same. Hearing Sister Li say this, Li Ming suddenly remembered what had happened before and asked, Then why did Dean Hao dare to treat President Yi like that? Hearing Zhang Ming's question, Sister Li said, Actually, it was because he was a doctor and didn't believe in superstitions. He said he couldn't believe that such a strange thing could exist in this world. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, let's go. I'll take you to the lounge. Lounge. Pushing open the door to the lounge, Sister Li paused for a moment, her expression clearly indicating she hadn't expected anyone to be there at this hour. However, upon recognizing the person, she respectfully said, Third Miss, young master. As she spoke, she tugged at Jiang Ming's sleeve. Jiang Ming was still processing the information from before and hadn't heard what Sister Lee said. Then, suddenly being tugged at by Sister Lee, he recognized her and said, "Hello, are you guests visiting the Yi family?" As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the room. Sister Lee vowed never to speak to Jiang Ming again. "Nima? That's absolutely outrageous. Are you not a human being?" To ease the awkward atmosphere, Sister Lee said, "Miss Lee, please forgive me, young master and young lady." Upon hearing how Sister Lee addressed the two men, Jiang Ming was instantly flustered and didn't know what to do next. Sister Lee saw Jiang Ming's performance. "To be honest, if possible, I really want to just leave." Yi Shi and the others didn't pay much attention to Sister Lee's explanation, but seeing that there was another outsider present, they said, "Sister Lee, are these the people you brought?" Hearing Yi Shi's words, Sister Lee naturally wouldn't admit it. She was joking. If he continued to stay like this, she'd be ruined by him no matter what. "You think? In a short period of time, I've been tricked by him several times." Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, he waved his hands frantically in denial, saying, "We don't know each other. We just happened to be passing by here." Upon hearing Sister Lee's words, Jiang Ming realized he had misspoke and quickly explained, "Yes. I just bumped into Sister Lee on the street. I didn't have any other intentions." Yi Shi couldn't care less about the loopholes in Jiang Ming's words at this point, but Jigu still noticed this unusual behavior. The way she called out Sister Lee so smoothly meant they weren't new acquaintances, and since she didn't know them either, there were generally only three possibilities. The first type is someone who recently arrived and claims to know only Sister Lee from beginning to end. The second possibility is that he has been here for a long time, but we just don't have the chance to see him normally. The third possibility is that something must have happened, judging from his tense appearance. Regardless of the reason, Yi Gu realized that he needed to understand things clearly before he could feel at ease. After Li Ming left the lounge, Yi Shi eagerly inquired about the board meeting, while Yi Gu listened attentively from the side. Helpless, Sister Lee could only briefly recount what had happened in the office. After hearing Sister Lee's story, Yi Shi's face darkened, and Yi Gu wasn't in much better shape either. Yi Shi slammed his hand on the table fiercely, his eyes turning red with pain, but he couldn't hide his resentment. So he said angrily, "They are absolutely despicable, they've gone too far, how could they do this?" Yi Shi looked like she was in a fit of impotent rage, and Yi Gu's expression wasn't much better. It seemed like it was time to teach them a lesson. Just as they were getting angry, Yi Yao walked in from the boardroom with Hu Biao. Judging from their expressions, it was clear that the discussion had not gone well. Seeing that her older sister's expression wasn't very good, Yi Shi sent Sister Lee away and then helped Yi Yao to a stool to sit down. Yi Yao had been focused during the board meeting, and now he just wanted to clear his mind. That's why he said, "You guys go out first. I want to be alone for a while." After hearing this, Yi Shi and the others didn't disturb them any further and left the lounge. When only one person remained in the lounge, tears streamed down Yi Yao's face without her realizing it. She felt utterly exhausted. He recalled everything that had happened before. It felt like he hadn't had a break at all. He couldn't help but cry, the scene from the board meeting replaying in his mind. He felt incredibly down. He realized he didn't even have anyone to shelter him from the storm. He suddenly thought of Yifeng, and the scene with Yifeng at the hotel. He picked up his phone, wanting to call Yifeng, but then realized he couldn't find Yifeng's name anywhere in his contacts, no matter how many times he searched. He suddenly felt he had wronged Yifeng in the past. "Xiaofeng, you must be very disappointed in me, your older sister. Could you tell my older sister what I should do?" Under these circumstances, Yi Yao unknowingly fell asleep. Chapter 63 Exhaustion. Outside the lounge, Yi Shi clearly noticed that Yi Yao was acting very strangely today, so she said to Sister Lee, "I wonder what solution my older sister will come up with. By the way, Hu Biao, weren't you there? What exactly happened?" Hu Biao had only just recovered from what had just happened. Hearing Yi Shi's question, he suppressed his anger, but still said resentfully, "Third miss, let me tell you how outrageous they were. After we went in. After hearing Hu Biao's account, Yi Shi said angrily. How could they do this? It's too much. Sister Li noticed Yi Shi's worry, but she didn't know what to say at this moment, so she could only try to comfort him. Who can know? Maybe fate will smile upon those who are anxious. Let's wait and see. In truth, Yi Shi knew perfectly well that Sister Li was trying to comfort him, so he glanced at Yi Gu and, seeing that Yi Gu seemed quite happy, asked. Xiao Gu, you don't look well today. Have you been working too hard lately? Just as Yi Gu was about to answer, the door to the lounge rang. Sister Li opened the door and exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Lu, Ms. Lu, what brings you here? Yi Shi and Yi Gu, seeing that Lu Ruyan hadn't been seen for several days, welcomed her. Yi Shi quickly went to Lu Chang and said. Uncle Lu, Ruyan, what brings you here? Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Lu Chengwen feigned reproach and said. Saosi. Aren't you implying that you're treating us like outsiders? Ruyan and I came here today because of the recent news. Now the Yi family is in this state again. Before, Brother Yi and Gu Xia told me they were going to leave for a while, all mysterious. I don't know what they were going to do, they said they were going to investigate something. But not long after they left, something else happened. It's really something. Don't worry, with Ruyan and me here, I'm sure we'll handle it. Lu Chengwen spoke his mind, then looked up, and seeing that Yifeng wasn't there, said. By the way, where's Yifeng? Such an important thing happened, where did he go? So he looked at Yi Shi, but Yi Shi didn't speak. Yi Gu spoke at this moment, and all that could be heard was Yi Gu's aggrieved voice saying. Maybe my brother didn't want to come. After all, my older sister and brother had a conflict when my brother came to the company before, and he probably thinks that my presence would make him uncomfortable. After listening, Yi Shi spat out a pa, and said. Nonsense, how could that be? Little Gu, don't underestimate yourself, you know? So what if he doesn't come? Does he really think this place can't function without him? Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Yi Gu secretly despised Yifeng, thinking, Yifeng. So what if you've done too much? In the short time I've spoken, you've become the target of everyone's criticism. You'll never win the hearts of the Yi family. Lu Ruyan was still brooding over what had happened before, so she didn't speak at this moment. However, Lu Qingwen seemed to have noticed something today and found it very strange that he had asked Yifeng where he had gone. How did it escalate to the point of attacking Yifeng? However, at this point he considered it a family matter of the Yi family and did not interfere. But he believed there must be a reason, so he raised his doubts and asked. Miss Yi, may I ask what happened at the door earlier? Why did Yifeng suddenly pass away unharmed? Yi Shi already disliked Yifeng because of what happened at the company entrance. She didn't really want to say it, but because Lu Qingwen was her elder, she told the truth. So, after dealing with the Yuelai Hotel issue, for some reason, this matter became a hot topic online, so we decided to go to the company to resolve it. When we arrived at the company, we ran into Xiao Gu's younger brother. He gave us a call, and we went to see him. We were so happy to see him that we didn't even notice Yifeng. After he finally noticed Yifeng, he called Su Nan, whom he'd met at the hospital. Honestly, Yifeng is so inconsiderate. After hearing Yi Shi recount the whole story, Lu Qingwen couldn't help but feel sorry for Yifeng. Yifeng has done so much for the Yi family these past few days, what a pity. But in the end, nothing came of it as well as what Yi Gu said. After all, Lu Qingwen had lived for so long. Considering his previous behavior and Yifeng's recent strange actions, he couldn't seem to get any attention from Yi Gu. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to investigate him. Not only Lu Qingwen thought this way, but Lu Ruyan thought the same way. After seeing Yifeng fighting against all odds in the hospital and remaining calm in the face of danger in the hotel, would such a person really be as embarrassing as Yi Shi said? In the past, Lu Ruyan would have believed it without hesitation and would have always looked down on Yifeng in her heart. But now, this question has to be seriously questioned. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the Lu family father and daughter, Yi Gu understood that they were definitely suspicious of the matter. However, he believed that with proper guidance, he could definitely turn the situation around and avoid further conflict. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Sister Lee suddenly couldn't sit still any longer. Seeing that they were still considering this issue, she had to bring them back from their reverie and then said earnestly, "Excuse my intrusion, everyone, didn't we all come here to discuss countermeasures? Why are we talking about young Master Yi Feng? It's been so long, I think we should go and check on how young Miss is doing?" Seeing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, the group went to the lounge and pushed open the door. They saw Yi Yao sleeping on the table, looking just like Sleeping Beauty. She saw Yi Yao sleeping on the table, her eyes red and swollen, and said, "Since my eldest sister was discharged from the hospital, it seems like she hasn't had a break. Among us sisters, she's the hardest working. From childhood to adulthood, she's always shouldered everything on her own. Whenever we have a problem, we always go to her." Both inside and outside the home, he basically made his own decisions about everything. He always set an example for us as an older sister, but he seems to have forgotten that he is only human, and his own health is the most important thing. Upon hearing Yi Shi's description, everyone felt envious of their older sister and also admired Yi Yao's actions. Yi Shi couldn't bear to disturb Yi Yao's rest, so she asked everyone to find a place to rest and wait until Yi Yao woke up before making a decision. Time flies by so quickly. Before she knew it, evening had arrived. Yi Yao slowly woke up and found everyone gathered in the lounge. Realizing that her rest had disturbed everyone, she apologized. "Sorry everyone, I've been too tired lately, so I took a nap. I hope I didn't disturb you." Everyone shook their heads, saying it had no impact and was a trivial matter. Yi Yao looked up and saw Lu Chengwen and Lu Ruyan, so she joked, "Uncle Lu, Ruyan, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'm so sorry I didn't pick you up when you arrived. You're not mad at me, are you?" After hearing Yi Yao's words, Lu Chengwen did not accept her teasing. Instead, he said seriously, You need to take care of your health. You just got discharged from the hospital, so you need to be careful, understand?" Yi Yao was touched and quickly agreed, promising that it would never happen again. After easing the tension, Yi Yao glanced at the time and realized it was almost dinner time, so she said, "Perfect timing. Everyone's here. It's almost dinner time, and since we're all free, let's go out for dinner together." Everyone agreed that Yi Yao's suggestion was good, and Yi Shi then asked, "Big sister, where should we go to eat?" After listening, Yi Yao answered without even thinking and said, "Food Street." Chapter 64: A Culinary Journey. Food Street. Yi Yao and her group arrived at the food street. Because it was approaching evening, there was a constant stream of pedestrians. Seeing this lively atmosphere, Yi Yao's mood improved for some reason. Yi Shi had been observing Yi Yao's situation. Seeing that Yi Yao's mood had improved considerably since arriving, and that a smile had even appeared at the corner of her eye, she smiled faintly and said, "Hey sis, what are we going to eat here? We can't just sit here and stare, can we?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yao exclaimed, "Yes. We can't let them go hungry just because of me. But how should I put it? I only came here on a whim, but I can't expect them to listen to my opinions now that we're here." So he asked, "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" Everyone shook their heads. In fact, if they hadn't been worried about Yi Yao's condition, they wouldn't have come here at all. After all, in their opinion, this place was really not as good as a high-end restaurant. Seeing that they didn't seem worried about eating at all, Yi Yao asked Hu Biao, saying, "Hu Biao, have you been to this food street before?" Hu Biao nodded, clearly familiar with the situation, and then said, "Miss, actually, several shops on this food street are owned by the Yi Group, which you may not know." Everyone was very curious upon hearing this, especially Yi Yao, who, as the general manager of the Yi Group, was unaware that the Yi Group owned any properties here. So he asked, "Hu Biao, do you know where these businesses are located? I'd like to go and take a look when I have some free time." Upon hearing Yi Yao's question, Hu Biao replied, "All right, young ladies, shall we come with you?" After saying that, he led them to one of the businesses. The name of the shop always intrigued them, making them want to uncover its secrets. Shop name, A Culinary Journey. The name cleverly uses the phrase a culinary journey, comparing the act of tasting food to a trip, imbuing it with a sense of romance and exploration. Road emphasizes the street aspect. Seeing such a simple and unpretentious name of the shop always gives people a warm feeling. The exterior decoration of the shop is simple yet unique. The two stone-carved human figures stand with their legs in front of each other, their bodies half-squatting, their waists slightly tilted, and their faces smiling. They stand solemnly on both sides, pointing to the door with their hands in front of each other. The lights outside the door are decorated with colorful lights, as if welcoming people. Seeing the decorations at the entrance, they couldn't help but feel curious. After Yi Yao and the others went inside, the receptionist greeted them with a smile and said, "Hello. How many are there?" They were greeted by a stunningly beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure, wearing a sexy cheongsam. The cheongsam, made of fiery red, was partially revealed by her long legs. She had thin red lips, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a smile that occasionally emanated from her face. Under the lights, she was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Even seasoned women like Yi Yao, Yi Shi, and Lu Ruyan were moved by the woman in the cheongsam in this situation, let alone Yi Gu and Lu Qingwen. In particular, when the two of them saw the receptionist, if it weren't for the consideration for Yi Yao and the others, they would have definitely asked for her contact information. However, despite this, their eyes never left her. Despite being momentarily impressed, upon hearing the receptionist's question, it was naturally Hu Biao's turn to answer. Hu Biao replied, "Hello. Miss, there are only 5 of us. Could you please arrange a private room for us?" Upon hearing Hu Biao say this, the receptionist said, "I'm sorry, sir, you're late. The private room was already booked. If you need a private room, we'll have to wait until the guests have used it or someone cancels their reservation." Undeterred, Hu Biao asked again, "Are you sure you don't have any left? If so, we can charge you extra." Upon hearing Hu Biao's question again, the receptionist remained expressionless. However, even without a smile, her handsome features were undeniable. She was clearly used to this situation. But as service staff, serving customers was simply part of their job. So, with no other option, I had to say again, "I'm sorry, we really don't have any more." Seeing that Hu Biao still wanted to argue, Yi Yao couldn't stand it anymore. They came here to eat, not to watch them quarrel. To be honest, whether or not there was a private room was completely irrelevant to him, so she spoke up before Hu Biao could, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, he's always been reckless and doesn't know any manners. Just find us any place you like." The receptionist nodded upon hearing Yi Yao's words. "Okay, I'll have Tongshen go with you. Tongshen, we have guests, take them to their seats, a table for 5-inch. "Okay, sis." Upon hearing the order from the front desk, Tang Shan approached Yi Yao and the others, and said, "Please follow me, guests." After Yi Yao and the others left, the beautiful woman murmured to herself, "Miss Yi, isn't this shop owned by the Yi family? Why do we have to ask if there's a table at our own property? Isn't it normal for them to give the Yi family face as long as we reveal our identities? I just don't understand. I just don't get it." After thinking for a while, he still couldn't remember, so he said helplessly, "Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let nature take its course." On the other side. After Tang Shan finished speaking, he led them to a window seat on the second floor. For some reason, everyone felt as if they were being watched by countless eyes as soon as they entered, which made them very uncomfortable. Seeing that everyone was seated, he looked at the doors and windows and then said, "I see there are only 5 of you, so I think this spot by the window will be well ventilated." After hearing Tang Shan's description, Yi Yao and the others thanked him briefly and then sat down. After seeing that they were all seated, Tang Shan said, "Judging from your appearance, are you new here?" Upon hearing Tang Shan's answer, Yi Shi instantly became interested. Her face lit up with a warm and curious expression as she asked, "How did you know? Was it that obvious?" Upon hearing Yi Shi's question, Tang Shan was about to have a word with them when he was called away. Yi Shi expressed her regret, but said it was just a minor incident. Yi Yao glanced at the table and noticed that the same QR codes were pasted on all the corners of the table. She then addressed the group. Let's order. Oh, and here's a QR code. See, it says ordering QR code. You can scan it to order whatever you want. After speaking, Yi Yao clicked on the QR code and found that the menu was quite comprehensive, with all sorts of dishes categorized neatly. For example, if a customer wants to eat hot pot, there will be all kinds of hot pot bases and several kinds of soup bases. Basically, all kinds are available. Looking at the wide array of food options on their phones, the prices seemed reasonable. Even though they were from wealthy families, it didn't mean they were unaware of everyday prices. So everyone ordered the dishes they wanted to eat. After they finished ordering, Yi Yao stood up and said, "Everyone, I need to use the restroom, I really need to." Chapter 65 An Encounter. Yi Yao got up, straightened her clothes, asked the other waiters for directions to the restroom, and then walked towards it. Yi Yao had just come out of the restroom when two shady-looking thugs blocked her way. They stood in front of her, their eyes lewdly and greedily scanning her up, or rather, scrutinizing her figure. The presence of a beautiful woman naturally attracts the attention of many. Seeing that this beautiful woman was being blocked by two thugs, the surrounding crowd gathered around with curiosity. Yi Yao was naturally furious at being stared at so openly by the two men, so she rebuked them. "Who are you people? What do you want? Why are you looking at me like that?" One of the men said, "Little sister, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I just want you to have a drink with us. My brother is very gentle." Another man, upon hearing this, feigned displeasure and reprimanded him, saying, "Li Bao, how can you talk to such a beautiful woman like that? You have no manners. To be honest, in all our lives, we've never seen anyone as beautiful as this person in their eyes, who is considered an angel." Actually, quite a few people noticed her at first, seeing this beautiful woman being harassed by two men, and wondered if they could step in to help and win her favor. But after seeing who the two men were, they immediately stopped in their tracks. "Since it's those two bullies, Li Bao and Li Hu, we'd better keep to ourselves and avoid causing any more trouble. What a pity, such a beautiful girl, I wish she could be with me." "Alright, stop dreaming. Look at his clothes, he's obviously from a rich family. Why would he be interested in you? Just go wash up and go to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams." "Brother, what you said is hurtful. No matter what, I used to be a ruthless person who could flirt with 1,000 flowers without getting a single petal on me. Don't I have any pride? Hey! What are you doing? Why are you throwing up? TCH, shameless." The reason they were so afraid of the Li brothers, Hu and Bao, was twofold: firstly, because the two were very strong in martial arts, and secondly, because they had very powerful backing, which allowed them to act so recklessly. Hearing the whispers around her, Yi Yao felt a chill in her heart. She should have let Hu Biao come along. As she pondered what to do, she suddenly saw someone. "Xiao Feng, your big sister misses you so much." After Yi Yao finished speaking, she quickly ran to Yi Feng and hugged him tightly. To be honest, Yi Feng was completely bewildered by this scene. He had originally come here to relax, but the events of the afternoon had made him increasingly angry, so he had taken Su Nan for a walk outside in the afternoon. He planned to have dinner at the food street in the evening, but he never expected that Yi Yao would reach out and hug him while he was in the restroom. This exaggerated scene quickly attracted attention, and upon seeing it, people began to discuss Yi Feng's identity. "Who do you think this handsome guy is? Why did this beautiful woman throw herself at him the moment she saw him? I don't know either. But I always feel they look very similar, could they be siblings? And look how good-looking they both are. Thank you. I really wouldn't have noticed that if you hadn't pointed it out. Don't you think they might develop into a relationship where the woman is older, and there's a story behind it all? Dude, you've got a really wild idea. Come on, tell me more about it." Hearing the surrounding people, Yi Feng thought to himself that if he didn't explain, things would get really serious. So, ignoring the whispers around him, he anxiously said, I'm telling you, this person in front of me is really my sister. This is my older sister. You have to believe me. After Yifeng finished speaking, seeing that Ji Yao was still crying, he couldn't help but want to punch her a couple of times. So Yifeng patted Yi Yao's back and said very quickly, "We really are siblings. If you can't agree, you can ask my older sister." "Big sister, say something." But Yi Yao remained unmoved. Perhaps it was because she was too tired recently, or perhaps it was because she was so excited to see Yifeng that she stammered and didn't know what to say. So Yifeng had no choice but to bring out Sunan, who was standing next to him, and said, "Everyone, he can prove we are siblings." When the people around saw yet another stunningly beautiful woman appear beside Yifeng, their eyes instantly turned red with envy, and they began to beat their chests and stamp their feet in frustration. "Holy crap, there's another beautiful woman next to him. I didn't even notice. What a huge mistake. This kid must be destined for romance. Why don't I have that kind of luck?" "Mom," I cried. "Why did I cry?" "I cried because I felt wronged. Oh my god, what do I lack compared to him? Yeah. He's just a little taller and a little more handsome than you, and his face is a little fairer, but in every other way I'm 100 times better than him. Hey kid. Come here. What's wrong, brother? You have to accept reality. Damn it, I'll beat you to death." However, some kind people still offered reminders. "Young man, you'd better leave. Li Hu and Li Bao are notorious thugs in this area. You'd better get out of here." Hearing the various murmurs around them, the two burly men felt ignored and instantly became enraged, shouting at Yifeng. "Kid, which road are you from? Didn't your parents tell you that when you're out and about, it's best not to meddle in other people's business? Let go of the pretty girl in front of you, and offer up the girl next to you for us to play with too. Maybe then we'll consider letting you go?" Hearing these two burly men utter such vulgar words and shamelessly threaten him, even Yifeng, with his usually good temper, couldn't hold back any longer and cursed. "Damn it, how dare you say such things after doing this? You're shameless." After saying that, he picked up a nearby empty wine bottle, there are usually empty wine bottles near the toilet, and threw it over there. The Li brothers didn't expect Yifeng to rush over like that, and they immediately laughed, even teasing him. "Oh my god, bro, this kid's coming straight at us. I'm so scared. Li Bao, this kid is so arrogant. He's obviously a young and fearless person. Let's go and give him a warning." After they finished speaking, Yifeng went up to them first, took the wine bottle, and slapped Li Hu's arm without hesitation. Li Hu didn't care at first, and even laughed and said, "This kid looks skinny and weak, like he has no strength at all. Look at me ah." After succeeding, Yifeng immediately distanced himself from the other party, then picked up another bottle. Feeling that one bottle was not safe, he picked up another one with his other hand and then looked to see if the other party would make any moves. Li Hu was hit by Yifeng's wine bottle. When he saw the scarlet blood moon left on his arm, the contempt in his eyes instantly turned into seriousness. Then he carefully said to Li Bao beside him, "Let's get to the bottom of this. Be careful, this is a tough one." When Li Bao heard Li Hu say this, remembering how Li Hu had initially been full of confidence but then showed a pained expression after being hit by Yifeng's bottle, Li Bao became wary, looking at Yifeng with eyes full of apprehension. However, Li Bao wasn't about to resort to violence, so he rushed over and punched Yifeng hard in the chest. Yifeng, in pain, retaliated by punching back, landing a blow on Li Bao's arm. A red mark from a fist appeared on Yifeng's chest, and Li Bao's arm was cut open from being smashed by a wine bottle. In an instant, Yifeng ignited Li Bao's bloodlust, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You little brat, you're asking for it." After saying that, he raised his fist again and charged at Yifeng, heading back to the same spot. Yifeng, not to be outdone, grabbed another bottle and charged at his other arm. A sound was heard. Click. Bang. Yifeng and Li Bao both took 2 steps back. Have equal shares. Chapter 66 Thrilling. They're even. I never expected it to turn out like this. That young man is really ruthless. Li Bao and Yifeng ignored the discussions around them, they each had different thoughts in their minds. Li Bao, where did this guy come from? Does he have a death wish? Yi Feng, he's very strong. If I hadn't had that kind of drive, I might have really failed here. Looking at the wounds on Li Bao's body, and then at Yi Feng with a look of horror, and seeing the solemn expression on Li Bao's face, Li Hu wondered if he was really going to capsize in this treacherous situation. A thought of retreat arose in his heart. In fact, Li Bao's thoughts were similar to Li Hu's. They both looked at Yi Feng with solemn expressions. The situation here quickly caught Yi Shi's attention. When they arrived and saw Yi Yao's red mark and Yi Feng, he said without hesitation, "This Yi Feng, it's one thing to fight at home, but to fight outside too, he's really something." Yi Gu was different. He couldn't wait for Yi Feng to be beaten down, and he even prayed that something bad would happen to Yi Feng. Unlike Lu Ruyan and Lu Qingwen, they were very pleased to see Yi Feng's actions. They believed that Yi Feng's willingness to stand up at this time was also a sign of his manliness. Lu Qingwen and Lu Ruyan felt incredibly conflicted. Just as they were about to continue fighting, a pleasant voice rang out, saying, "Stop. This is a place to eat, not a place for all of you." Upon hearing this voice, everyone felt as if they were bathed in a gentle breeze. First, their eyes were drawn to a fiery red cheongsam, followed by a pair of long, slender legs, glistening with lace, partially concealed beneath the cheongsam. Her sensual red lips and bright, large eyes combined to create a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Those around, seeing this, unconsciously swallowed hard. Li Hu and Li Bao saw them arrive and respectfully greeted them. "Miss Dongfang." Dongfang Ning only glanced at the two brothers, and they involuntarily shrank back. Seeing how pragmatic the two of them were, Dongfang Ning smiled and apologized to everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, your store is closed today due to some business to discuss. Rest assured, all of you here are regular customers. I've decided to give you your meals for free. Tanshen, could you see my customer off for me?" After Dongfang Ning finished speaking, Yi Shi saw that everyone had dispersed, so she hurriedly went to Yi Yao's side, helped Yi Yao up, and asked with concern, "Big sister, are you all right?" Ignoring Yi Shi's concerned words, Yi Yao went to Yi Feng's side. Seeing the wounds on Yi Feng's body, tears streamed down her face, and she kept apologizing, saying, "Xiao Feng, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Hearing that Yi Yao wanted to say something more, Yi Feng stopped her from continuing and said, "Let's go to the hospital. Otherwise, the wound might get infected if we delay." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yao hurriedly tried to dial 120, but Dongfang Ning stopped her. Yi Yao looked puzzled and asked, "Miss Dongfang, what's going on?" Dongfang Ning knew they had misunderstood, and explained with a smile, "Don't go all the way to the hospital, we have doctors right here." After saying this, he led them to one of the rooms on the second floor and summoned a doctor. The doctor was an elderly man over 50 years old, in his 70s. However, despite being in his 70s, he was in good health and did not look like he was about to be laid to rest. He came to Yi Feng's side, examined him briefly, and then said, "It's all right, the meridians weren't damaged, it just needs some recuperation afterward." So he looked at the Li brothers, Li Hu and Li Bao, as usual, and found that they were similar, belonging to the kind that seemed heavy but were actually very light. After the old man finished his examination, he left the ward. Yi Yao was relieved to see that Yi Feng was all right. She wanted to talk to Yi Feng, but he didn't want to talk to her at all. Seeing Yi Feng's state, Yi Gu pretended to defend Yi Feng, saying, "Big sister, you really scared me to death just now. Do you know how much I wanted to rush over to you when I knew you were in danger?" Touched by what she heard, Yi Yao patted Yi Gu's hand and said perfunctorily, "Little Gu, you're so thoughtful." After hearing Yi Yao's words, Yi Gu glanced at Yi Feng triumphantly, his eyes seeming to say, "See, you just can't get any care from the Yi family." Yi Feng ignored the look Yi Gu gave him. He was curious about Dongfang Ning's purpose in calling them over, so he asked, "Miss Dongfang, is there something you need from us?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Dongfang Ning said, "I know you come from the Yi group, the #1 family in the provincial capital, so I would like to ask you for a favor. In return, I will help you quell the online controversy. In addition, I can help the Yi group reach new heights." Yi Yao spoke up. He knew from Dongfang Ning's speech and behavior that she was not an ordinary receptionist. Hearing her say that she had something to help with, he became curious and asked, "How can we help you?" Dongfang Ning said, "It's simple, help me seize power." Upon hearing the word seize power, Yifeng couldn't help but think of the online novels and TV dramas he had read before, and he couldn't help but wonder which faction this Miss Dongfang belonged to. However, the people present weren't fools, they couldn't possibly believe everything Dongfang Ning said just because she said a few words. That was simply impossible. Dongfang Ning didn't think too much about it. He understood that he couldn't make them completely believe him with just a few words. He knew that this world was one where self-interest reigned supreme. He firmly believed that only by offering enough benefits could he secure their unwavering allegiance to his side, so he began to speak. "I know that your Yi family is currently in the midst of a storm of online public opinion, and your reputation is very bad. If you are not careful, your Yi family's stock will collapse completely. I believe that is not what you want to see. I know you're all clueless right now, after all, this matter has had a huge impact. Even if Yifeng, one of the parties involved, were to step in, it would only be enough to quell public opinion. Moreover, whether Yifeng even wants to help is another matter entirely. However, even with Yifeng's help, the Yi family's influence will be greatly diminished. In the past, this kind of thing was indeed easy to resolve, but there is another factor. The Yi family's archenemy, I think you should be aware of that. The Yi family was able to grow into such a behemoth. It's not just about the connections and resources behind them, it's also about the benefits they receive. If they don't get the immediate benefits, I wonder if they would betray us?" Hearing Dongfang Ning's analysis, Yi Yao's joy at seeing Yifeng vanished instantly. In truth, Dongfang Ning wasn't wrong. Even with Yifeng's intervention, what difference did it make? Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Yi Yao understood this principle, but she wouldn't compromise for the time being, so she politely declined. "Miss Dongfang, thank you for your kindness, but I believe we can handle this ourselves, so I won't trouble you any further." After Yi Yao finished speaking, Dongfang Ning pretended to sigh and said regretfully, "This matter isn't urgent right now. You should talk about your injuries first." Chapter 67 Yi Wei returns. Early morning. Yifeng and his group left the store, and on their way, everyone was absent-minded. Yi Gu wondered where Yi Wei and Gu Xia had gone. He had a bad feeling about them. Lu Chenguan said they had something to investigate. Verification. Is it possible they're investigating past events? Thinking of this, Yi Gu's eyes darted around in panic. For some reason, he couldn't calm down. He kept fidgeting with the hem of his clothes, afraid that his past actions would be exposed. After all, what he had done couldn't withstand scrutiny. What should we do? Yi Gu glanced at Lu Ruyan and noticed that her gaze was fixed on Yifeng. His hands clenched involuntarily, and he felt a surge of resentment. "Yifeng, you already have this beautiful woman next to you, why do you still want to compete with me for Lu Ruyan? If you're so eager to take things from me, why did you even come back?" Yi Shi recalled the events that had happened before. After calming down, he suddenly slapped his forehead. He thought about his previous attitude towards Yifeng, whether it was ignoring Yifeng in front of the company or Yifeng's heroic performance last night. Did he really understand his younger brother? If we consider what happened when the eldest sister gathered everyone together, perhaps she was right after all. Lu Ruyan was thinking. He looked at Su Nan, wondering, who is this person? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He thought for a moment. Hey! Isn't that the nurse from the hospital? How come she's with Yifeng? Are they dating? Why am I so flustered? Could it be that I really like Yifeng? Lu Chengwen's thoughts were a bit complicated. He glanced at Yifeng from time to time, then shook his head and looked at Yi Gu. Comparing the two, he was filled with regret and frustration. He felt that the decision he made before was fundamentally a mistake. He had seen Yifeng's performance in the past few days. Whether it was his looks or his character, Yifeng was far superior to Yi Gu. He glanced at Yi Gu and found that apart from his soft-spoken and frail appearance, He seemed to lack any of the masculine qualities a man should possess. Whether it was at the hospital, the Uli hotel, or what happened last night, he found that Yi Du was nowhere to be found. And all the bad things people had said about Ji Feng before, it seems that all of this needs to be re-examined. Lu Qingwen's ability to reach his current position is due to his first-rate judgment of people in the industry. In addition, he is unsure whether Dongfang Ning's claim of solving the problem is genuine. Moreover, he only mentioned the Yi group in his speech, but not the Lu group. Does this mean that we are not good enough for them? It's important to know that although the Lu group doesn't have the same influence as the Yi group, it's still a top-tier group in the provincial capital. So how did this happen? Hu Biao's thinking was rather simplistic, or rather, he deliberately wanted to simplify his thinking. Young Master Yi Feng was so brave yesterday, the master and the others must be very happy. Su Nan was even happier. Yes, he felt that coming out this time was the right decision. He felt that he had been deeply attracted by Yi Feng's performance and had already developed the idea of winning Yi Feng over. Everyone walked on, lost in their own thoughts, without saying a word. When they arrived at the entrance of the food street, the butler was already waiting outside. "Miss, young master, and everyone else, please take a seat." Perhaps the butler knew there would be so many people, so he drove a very large car today. After everyone got in, Yi Yao asked, "Butler, where are my parents? Have they returned?" The butler replied, "Young miss, master and the others returned a while ago. Because of what happened earlier, they had no choice but to come back early. Before I came here, my hometown instructed me to bring you all with me. It's good that Patriarch Lu and the others are here too. We can discuss strategies together to deal with the difficulties ahead." After listening, Lu Qingwen felt it was acceptable and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. I heard they went out partying without me. I'm definitely going to go and have a word with them." Upon hearing this, they all laughed. Yi Feng then suddenly said to Su Nan, "Are you coming with us, or going home?" Su Nan hadn't expected Yi Feng to ask that question. Having overheard their conversation, she suddenly felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, making her stammer and hesitate when she heard Yi Feng's reply. Moreover, the way she looked at Yi Feng carried a hint of reproach, which puzzled Yi Feng. Yi Yao, seeing this, didn't say anything, but to ease the awkwardness, she smoothed things over by saying, all right, stop fooling around, really, we're almost home." After riding for a while, the car arrived at the Yi family villa. "Welcome home, young lady and young master." "Welcome home, young lady and young master." "Welcome home, young lady and young master." As soon as Yi Feng and the others got out of the car, they heard the Yi family servants standing respectfully in front of the door. The others seemed unfazed, but Su Nan felt it was all unreal. He went to Yi Feng's side, leaned close to Yi Feng's ear, and whispered, "Does your Yi family always create this scene every time you come back?" After listening, Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Su Nan and said, "How could that be? In my view, there are 3 reasons for doing this. Firstly, as guests, the Lu family head and his daughter naturally had to observe certain courtesies. Secondly, it's about seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Simply put, it's about trying to drive away bad things through this method. Thirdly, the arrival of Patriarch Lu represents not only Lu Qingwen alone, but also the face of the entire Lu family. In large families, it's common practice not to retaliate against someone's face." Seeing that Yi Feng came from here, Su Nan couldn't help but think of a broken cell phone. Puzzled, she asked, "Yi Feng, since you come from here, you should be quite wealthy, right? How come your phone is still the same? Did your young master poison it?" Upon hearing Su Nan's words, Yi Feng was at a loss for words. However, to ease the awkwardness, he could only offer a half-smile and explain, "You'll find out then." After speaking, the group went to the living room. Su Nan entered the hall and was immediately captivated by its decor. The first impression is that the lobby is incredibly spacious. The second impression was one of luxury. The walls were not only covered with various famous brand paintings and calligraphy, but there were also tools made of precious wooden locks on the floor. With such a magnificent and opulent arrangement, Su Nan felt that she had been fooled before. After everyone entered the living room, Yue walked up to them and said, "Everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? Come on, let's finish our food first before we eat." Yue looked up and saw a strange girl. He was momentarily stunned by her beauty, but quickly recovered. Seeing this beautiful woman, he felt she looked familiar, so he asked the others, "Who is this? He looks kind of familiar. By the way, haven't we met at the hospital before?" Sunan was unaware of the conflict between Yifeng and Yue, and assumed that since Yue was Yifeng's father, he should at least show some stance. Therefore, she said, "Oh, right? I gave Miss Yi and 4 drip before, do you remember?" Upon hearing this, everyone knew who it was, but none of them were very familiar with him, they had only met him once before. So, they all turned to look at Yifeng. Yifeng, feigning helplessness under everyone's gaze, explained to them, "This is my friend. We got to know each other by exchanging phone numbers, but to be honest, it hasn't been that long." Chapter 68 Chongping Hotel. Yifeng didn't actually need to explain anything to them, but he had witnessed the power of rumors, so he felt it was better to explain the matter first. Moreover, Yifeng felt that Yue was very strange today. Didn't he usually look down on him? And what's with the apologetic look in his eyes? In fact, Yue and Gu Xia went to Guishan to investigate the truth these past 2 days. They originally thought Yi Yao would go too, but they were worried that Yi Yao's condition would relapse, so they didn't let Yi Yao go with them and let her rest at home. Yue and his companion arrived at Guishan without anyone else's knowledge. Guishan. When Yue and his companion arrived, there were far fewer people on Shangue Mountain compared to the last time. The two of them stopped at the foot of the mountain, knowing that it was inappropriate to go up now. Gu Xia saw the urgency in Yue's heart, but for the time being, they should find a safe place to stay, so she said, "Let's find a place to stay first. This matter won't have a result immediately. I know you're eager to know the truth, but you should also understand that some things can't be rushed. We need to take it one step at a time, that's the safest approach." In truth, Yue understood this perfectly well. Thinking of the recent troubles at home, he feared they wouldn't have much time at all. He understood Gu Xia's reasoning perfectly well, but things always have to be prioritized. So they randomly found a small hotel nearby and checked in. After asking around among the passers-by, Yue and his group arrived at the address. Chongping Hotel. This was a small place, similar to a farmhouse inn. They had been traveling a long and bumpy road and were exhausted. When they arrived at the inn's entrance, a middle-aged man walked briskly toward them with a smile on his face. "Hello, gentlemen, I am the owner of this hotel. Is there anything you need?" Hearing the boss's answer, Yue was a little surprised. Did the boss have to come over to greet customers these days? However, Yue had no interest in investigating anything, they just wanted to find a place to stay. Hearing what the boss said, he then spoke up. "It's just my husband and me, could you arrange a place for us to stay? A room for 2. We came here on a trip, we heard the scenery was beautiful, so my husband and I were curious and wanted to come and see for ourselves." "Alright, come inside with me first, so I can arrange accommodations for you. I can see you all look very tired, you must not have rested much along the way." On the way to the dormitory, the owner kept raving about how great our choice was and how high the cost-performance ratio was. Anyway, the boss had very little on the journey, but spent a lot, mostly on useless chatter. Afterwards, they arrived at their lodgings for the night. Yue and his team were quite satisfied. Firstly, the balcony was nice, it was located in front of the window. The balcony space was small, containing only a small round table and a white, plush rug. The outside was enclosed by white glass. This way, you won't have to worry about the ground getting wet when it rains. Then there's the living room, which is significantly larger than the balcony. The living room is simply furnished. There is a TV on the wall and a sofa opposite it. The sofa is arched and has a large capacity, enough to seat 7 or 8 people. There is a small table inside and 2 ashtrays next to the table. The purpose of the table is obvious. The two of them went to the room, which was very simply furnished with just a bed and an air conditioner. The boss had been observing Yi Wei's expression. After all, reading people's faces was a basic skill in this line of work. When he saw the surprised look on Yi Wei's face when he led them to the room, he understood that Yi Wei had some questions about the room's layout. He wanted to explain, but Yi Wei didn't mention it, and he didn't press the issue. After showing the room to Yi Wei and his companions, the owner told them to get some rest and then left. They slept in their dormitory and woke up late at night. I woke up. Feeling hungry, they went to the hotel. The owner, as always, came to greet them. After all, they were important customers in his eyes, so the owner rushed over with a smile and said, "Hello. May I ask what brings you here?" Upon learning that they wanted to eat, the owner quickly ushered them into a private room. After Yi Wei and his companion were seated, the owner handed them the menu. After looking at the menu, Yi Wei found that the prices here were similar to those in the provincial capital, but he wondered how the food would taste. However, they hadn't forgotten why they were there. He exchanged a glance with Guxia, and then they both said to the shopkeeper, "Come on. Look at me, we're both new here, and you're so hospitable, you seem like a kind-hearted person. I'd like to ask the boss a few questions, what do you think?" Upon hearing their words, the boss immediately became troubled, muttering to himself. What? Yi Wei noticed his boss's predicament and immediately transferred 1 million yuan to him. Upon seeing the amount on his phone, the boss's troubled expression instantly vanished, replaced by a broad smile. He immediately assured him, "Boss, if there's anything you want to know or anything you need to do, just tell me, and I promise I'll take care of everything." Yi Wei sensed his boss's sincerity. Because this was to be done in secret, he couldn't be too obvious. After a moment's consideration, he said, "Boss, it's nothing really. I'm just curious. I heard there was an attack here 5 years ago. I heard it was quite intense." After Yi Wei finished speaking, he noticed that the boss paused for a moment, but still spoke cautiously. "Who are you people? How do you know about this?" When Yi Wei heard his boss say that, he knew that the matter was basically settled. However, judging from his boss's tone, there seemed to be some hidden story behind it, something that was not easy to say. Then, no matter what she said, the boss hesitated and refused to answer, seeming very heavy-hearted, clearly not wanting to talk. Yi Wei had no choice but to reveal the truth to his boss. He calmed his boss down and then said, "Boss, we have a reason to know. You're unaware of our family's recent situation. Did you know? The person involved in that incident was actually one of our children. We all thought that he had abandoned us and left us, so our attitude towards him changed drastically over the past 2 years. We stopped contacting him altogether. As parents, we have indeed neglected him these past 2 years." Yi Wei then truthfully recounted to his boss the events of the past few years and Yi Feng's recent behavior. After listening, the boss sighed slightly, expressing sympathy for their plight, but still spoke in a lecturing tone. "You parents are quite something to have done. Well, every family has its own problems. Hearing your calm words, I'll just tell you the truth. The reason I didn't tell you earlier was because that incident caused such a huge uproar back then. But after hearing about what happened to this child, I couldn't bear it, so I'll tell you the truth. 5 years ago." Chapter 69: The Truth of the Incident. 5 years ago. One day during summer vacation, everything was normal until, for some unknown reason, a group of thugs suddenly appeared. They started taking people hostage all over the mountain, causing panic among the tourists. There were cries for help everywhere. Looking at your face, you seem to resemble the young man who saved people that day. I think that must be your son. To be honest, even now I still feel a lingering fear. Hearing this, Yi Wei quickly took out Yi Feng's photo and handed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper looked at it, his face showing shock, and pointed at Yi Feng's photo, saying, "That's right, it's him. I remember he went to the hospital after saving that person that day. We vaguely remember that he was alone when he arrived at the hospital. Then we heard that a group of family members of this hero went to the hospital and verbally abused and belittled him. We were furious when we heard this, but unfortunately it was their family matter and we had no right to interfere. We never saw this hero again after that day. But today, instead of seeing the hero in person, I met his family. They were actually standing right in front of me. It's truly outrageous and ironic. After that day, our business plummeted, otherwise, we wouldn't have come to greet customers ourselves. The boss's words were like daggers, each one piercing their hearts like a thorn. Yi Wei forced back his tears. Suddenly, the boss seemed to realize something and asked in surprise, "Could this be the child you mentioned you owed something to before?" Seeing this, Yi Wei and his companion lowered their heads and remained silent, then roared at the two of them. "How foolish! You're all so foolish. So many of you bullied one child, and you just believed another child's nonsense without even bothering to investigate before jumping to conclusions. Actually, I feel that this hero did the right thing. I believe that anyone, even the most patient person, would have reacted strongly after being wronged and treated like this." The boss's words were deafening. The stools beneath them seemed unable to support their weight and collapsed to the ground. They had considered many possibilities before coming, and there were many things they could accept, but this situation was difficult for him to explain. The boss wasn't surprised by this situation, it was all within reason. Even his gaze towards them lost its previous warmth. Only after they calmed down did he say resentfully, "You guys eat first. I have other things to do, so I won't stay here. You guys eat first." After saying that, he left the private room with heavy steps. Watching the boss's departing figure, Yi Wei wanted to say something more, but in the end, he didn't say anything. So the two of them shakily returned to the room, their hearts filled with anxiety. Yi Wei supported Gu Xia's trembling body, trying to calm him down, but his own heart was also unsettled, so how could he help Gu Xia remain calm? And so, the two of them remained in that position for a while before Gu Xia finally spoke. "You know, we misunderstood Jifeng before, and now he's like this. It's all our fault. I feel like we were wrong before, we shouldn't have been so hasty. Do you think Xiaofeng will forgive us?" Yi Wei paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts, before speaking. "Yes, don't worry, we definitely will. After all, he is our own flesh and blood. We are his family that is bound by blood. When we go back, we will definitely treat Jifeng well to make up for the mistakes we made before." After Yi Wei finished speaking, Gu Xia seemed to feel relieved and fell asleep on Yi Wei's chest. Yi Wei looked at Gu Xia's face, which was covered with tears, and silently vowed to find out the truth of the matter. So he picked up his phone, opened his contacts, dialed the butler's number, and said after the call connected, "Is the housekeeper here?" The butler said, "Master, I'm here. Is there anything I can help you with?" Yi Wei asked in a very calm tone, "Are you at the villa right now?" The butler, oblivious to anything amiss, said, "I'm here." "Is there anything you need me to do, sir?" Yi Wei relayed what he knew to the butler. He trusted the butler completely, so he said, "Butler, I've told you what I've learned here. Now, could you please copy the information about Jifeng from the surveillance room and send it to me? I need to review it when I get back. What happened at home after that?" Upon hearing this, the butler recounted the recent events to Yi Wei. Yi Wei, enraged, exclaimed, "How can you do things like this? Such a big situation happened and you didn't even tell me. Anyway, I'll go home tonight. Also, in the morning, I invited Yi Yao and the others to my house. If Chang Wen and his daughter were also there, I would invite them to come along. Okay, that's it. I'm hanging up now?" After listening to the butler's words, Yi Wei's expression remained unchanged. He truly hadn't expected so many things to have happened in just 2 days while he was gone. He checked the news on his phone from the past few days and saw that it was mostly about the Yi Group, indicating that the Yi Group had been thrust into the spotlight. He understood Yi Yao's actions and knew that if Yi Yao did not give the board of directors a reply, the group would inevitably suffer a severe blow, which was something he could not tolerate. However, seeing Gu Xiao's condition, he could only wait for Gu Xia to wake up before making any decisions. So he called Lu Qingguen and said, "Brother Lu, I will arrive at the Yi family tomorrow morning. You can sit down and get ready." After speaking, he looked at Gu Xia, already trying to come up with a serious expression in his mind. About 15 minutes later, Gu Xia slowly opened his heavy eyes. He saw Yue's serious expression. After all, they had been husband and wife for so long. Yue's every word and action could not escape her eyes. She heard the beating of his heart and asked, "You look like something happened." Yue didn't want her to worry, so he laughed it off and said, "It's nothing, what could be wrong? I've just been busy lately and I'm a little tired." Hearing that Yue was still deliberately keeping things from her, Guxia became even more anxious, realizing that something serious must have happened, so she had no choice but to speak frankly. "We've been together for so long, how could I not know what kind of person I am? Speak. I can take it." Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, but fearing that the man might not be able to accept it, Yue tried to give him a heads up, saying, "To be honest with you, don't rush, take care of your health." Guxia nodded in agreement, and then told Guxia everything he had heard from the housekeeper. After listening, Guxia felt increasingly guilty towards Yifeng, and he said resentfully, "How dare Jean and the board members treat my son and daughter like this? I will never let them get away with this. Husband, what should we do? Should we use the power of the Gu family?" Yue understood Guxia's feelings at that moment, so he explained his plan, saying, "I want to go back tonight. I just told the housekeeper that after we get home, he will go back and invite them over. We'll prepare a grand ceremony for them. Oh, and it seems that Xiao Feng brought a girl with him. I just don't know if she's Xiao Feng's girlfriend." Upon hearing that Yifeng had brought a girl with him, Gu Xia was eager to return and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go now. I can't wait to see Xiaofeng." Yi Wei asked worriedly, "Your health?" Gu Xia said indifferently, "It's alright, it's nothing. Right now, all I can think about is Yifeng. We've all let him down. The boss was right, we really aren't qualified to be parents. So now we have to start over as a good pair of parents." Yue understood Guxia's confidence at that moment, suppressed the urge to tell the truth, and then said, "Okay, let's go back now and try to get home by tomorrow morning." Chapter 70 Yi Gu's Panic. That's how it happened. If time hadn't been so tight, we might have gotten more details. Getting back to the original topic. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, everyone gave him a peculiar look. When Guxia saw that Yifeng had indeed brought a girl home, she hurriedly ran to Sunan's side and, before Sunan could even greet her, quickly said, "This must be Xiaofeng's girlfriend. What's your name? How many people are in your family? How's your relationship going?" Sunan was stunned by the barrage of questions and didn't know how to answer. He felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. He looked at Yifeng with a questioning gaze, and Yifeng naturally felt Guxia's gaze as well. Although Yifeng felt very strange, he didn't have any feelings for the Yi family anyway, so he said irritably, "Alright, it's not even close to happening yet. Why are you all so anxious? Besides, what business is it of yours whether I have a girlfriend or not? Mind your own business." After Yifeng finished speaking, Sunan didn't reply, which was tantamount to acknowledging Yifeng's words. At this moment, Guxia clearly noticed that his eyes dimmed quickly. Sunan knew that there must be a deep conflict between the two of them, but Sunan would not say anything. He was very clear about one thing. Do not advise others to do good if you have never experienced their suffering. The situation remained deadlocked for a time, until Yue broke the silence by saying, "Alright, the children have just come back, let's not be so sentimental, that's not good." After saying that, he patted Gu Xia on the shoulder, indicating that he shouldn't rush things. Gu Xia's actions were witnessed by many of them. At this moment, Yi Gu came to Gu Xia's side and comforted her. "Mom, are you alright? You don't look well today. Did you not sleep well last night?" After saying that, Yi Gu didn't forget to give Yifeng a beating, saying, "Brother, how could you treat Mom like this? Mom, please don't blame my brother. I believe he didn't mean it. It's all my fault, Mom. I've made you worry." Yi Guyuan thought that he would receive a lot of praise for saying this, just like before, and that he would be seen as a good younger brother who loves his family and protects his older brother. But instead, he was met with complete silence. Unlike usual, Lu Chengwen and Lu Ruyan didn't blindly defend him. Having been through a lot before, they had pondered the meaning behind Yi Gu's words for a while. Lu Chengwen and Lu Ruyan's gazes toward Yi Gu suddenly became sharp. He hadn't understood before, but now he seemed to. He had reversed his words, saying that they shouldn't be interpreted in a positive way, but in a negative way. His words clearly meant that Yi Feng made a mistake in doing this. While it seems he's shifting the blame onto himself, it actually underscores just how unforgivable his actions were. How cunning! Yi Yao quickly understood the meaning of these words. Wasn't this clearly saying that Ji Feng was wrong? But what did Ji Feng do? He suddenly realized that his younger brother was not as simple as he seemed. Where is Ji Shi? He recalled that Ji Feng hadn't done anything to his mother since he came in. Why would little Gu say that? There must be something wrong with it, but it's best to wait and see. When Yi Gu mentioned Ji Feng, Yi Wei and Gu Xia were filled with their guilt towards Ji Feng, so they remained silent and ignored Yi Gu's words. The scene fell silent for a moment. Yi Feng didn't want to delay any longer on this issue, so he got down to business. Yi Feng said, "All right, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's take care of today's business first, okay? There's not much time left?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Gu Xia asked, "Xiao Feng, do you have any good solutions?" When Yi Feng heard Gu Xia calling him Little Feng repeatedly, he felt goosebumps all over his body and thought to himself, do these two have some serious illness? Yi Feng paused for a moment. In fact, he had already thought of a method. He then said, "There are 3 solutions to this problem. The first option is to find Miss Dongfang. I believe that with Miss Dongfang's abilities and power, she can solve the problem. The second approach, as you all know, is quite serious. Although the police have intervened, the impact is still significant. This method involves posting the video from that day online to quell public opinion. With the help of Ye's public relations team, I believe this matter can be resolved. So, the last option is to take drastic measures. Since these subordinates dare to threaten us like this, we should retaliate in kind. I don't believe the Yi family doesn't have dirt on these people. At worst, we can just lay it out in front of them and kick them out of the group. The Yi family doesn't need subordinates like that." Then, during this period, the Yi family did some charity projects to build their reputation. I don't believe that this alone can't solve the problem. These are my methods, how you choose is up to you. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Gu and saw that he seemed to be thinking about something. He thought, what mischief is this kid up to now? A brief silence fell over everyone in the hall. Then Lu Chengwen spoke. Yi Feng, none of the methods you mentioned mention the Lu family. Don't you need our help? Lu Chengwen is now eager to help the Yi family, not only because of their cooperative relationship, but more importantly because he has seen Yi Feng's abilities. To be honest, although Yi Feng's words were not comprehensive in his opinion, they were much better than Yi Gu's silent response. Hearing Lu Chengwen's words, Yi Feng didn't understand what was wrong with him, and he wondered if it was just his imagination, but the tone seemed to carry a plea. Yi Feng was unsure of Lu Chengwen's intentions, but he figured there was no harm in taking advantage of something free, so he said, "I think that with Uncle Lu's help, things will be easier to solve. I remember that Uncle Lu's company has a small media company that is quite famous in our provincial capital." After listening, Lu Chengwen nodded hurriedly and said, yes, I remember UUA Media usually reports on nature, ecology, and humanities, but mostly on the environment, Xiaofeng. What are you talking about? Yi Feng smiled slightly, looking as if he had everything under control, and slowly said, I think the essence of this matter is whether one side is willing to back down. Once one side loses, the losing side will either be eliminated or forced out of the game. Uncle Lu, I think you must have sent someone to monitor them, right? Otherwise, why are you so calm? And you even brought my mother in. Upon hearing this, Lu Chengwen asked in surprise, how did you know? Hearing Lu Chengwen's tone, Yi Feng's suspicions seemed to deepen, and he said, It's very simple. No matter how big the storm of public opinion is, it will eventually subside. The Yi family has grown to its current size and will certainly not collapse because of these problems. I think you already have a solution in mind. Clap, clap, clap. After clapping his hands, Lu Chengwen exclaimed, I really didn't expect you to actually find out. In fact, this was a test that Brother Yi and I gave you. We already know the internal situation of the group very well. If we had always relied on us old guys, how could we have entrusted the group to you? To be honest, at first we thought Yi Gu would be able to pass this test, but we didn't expect it to be you. Yi Feng, we have recognized your abilities. Are you confident that you can lead the Yi family to even greater glory in the future? Chapter 71 Yi Gu's Revealed Ambition. Upon hearing Lu Qingwen's invitation, Yi Feng refused without hesitation. He wasn't stupid, accepting it would put him at Lu Qingwen's mercy, and he didn't see himself as someone to be manipulated. Moreover, you have absolutely no sincerity. You want my consent? You're dreaming. So he refused without even thinking. Sorry, I can't accept this. And I can't go. Hearing Yi Feng's blunt refusal, Lu Qingwen was not surprised. To be honest, he hadn't expected Yi Feng to agree immediately, so he smiled awkwardly. Yeah. I was too hasty. I think we should deal with the immediate problem first. At this moment, Yi Wei made the final statement. Alright, in my opinion, we should do it according to Xiaofeng's idea. I think we should choose the third option. Because if we choose the first or second option, well. Firstly, regarding the first option, even if Miss Dongfang could resolve this matter, let's set aside whether she could. Then our Yi group will owe her a huge favor. This public opinion is not simple. There is not only external pressure, but also internal pressure from our group. It is even possible that our Yi group's mortal enemy may be secretly setting up a trap and waiting for an opportunity to screw us over. The combined effect of these methods is considerable. Furthermore, regarding the second option, I believe that even with police involvement, their power would be very limited. Moreover, if the video were actually released, not only would our group's underworld connections be targeted by malicious individuals, but even if they weren't, they would be allowed to develop in secret and gather intelligence. I believe that the truth would gradually come to light in this way. Otherwise, it would be extremely detrimental to the group's future development. I think it's better to choose the third option. As the saying goes, to fight external enemies, you must first secure internal stability. So, only by cleaning up the corrupt elements within the group can we avoid such troublesome things in the future. I believe we will definitely solve this, and we will definitely have a bright tomorrow. Everyone agreed with Yi Wei's words and looked forward to the group's future development. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Yi Gu pressed his hands tightly against his back, looking at Yi Wei as if he were looking at a dead man. However, this look was fleeting, as if nothing had happened. His face suddenly turned grim. He believed that all of this was not only Yi Feng's fault, but also the fault of the Yi and Lu families. He vowed that he would not let them get away with it. For some reason, he has recently. Previously, he was the apple of this family's eye. Whenever he suffered any injustice, Yi Feng would be the one he could frame at will. But now, Yi Feng's personality had changed drastically, and the Yi family's attitude had shifted. All of this made Yi Gu feel uneasy. He's been feeling like everything's going wrong lately. After Yi Wei finished speaking, he proceeded to assign tasks, saying, Alright, I'll now arrange the matters for you. Yi Feng, you should go with your older sister. I believe that you two can keep the board members calm today and stall for time as much as possible. Xiaogu, go with your third sister and Ruyan to UUA Media and find the manager there. Ask them which photographers or reporters they have. Then Yi Yao, your Uncle Lu, and I will take charge of the overall situation. If other situations arise, we can at least adapt to the circumstances. It's almost 9 o'clock, hurry up. After saying this, Yi Wei and the others instructed everyone to leave. After everyone had left, Yi Wei then said to Lu Chengwen, Chengwen, I arranged for Ruyan and that kid Yi Gu to work together. You won't blame me, will you? After all, we all realized that Yi Gu was no ordinary kid. I even asked Gu's family to investigate what happened in my family before. Guess what? Upon hearing that Yi Wei was investigating, Lu Chunguan guessed, look at what you're saying. We've known each other for so many years, and we're even in-laws. How could I not trust you? By the way, are you investigating something, or something related to your family? Could you tell me about it? I'm guessing. Could this be related to Yi Feng? So, how's the investigation going? Yi Wei sighed, a hint of regret in his voice, and said, You guessed right, it's related to Yi Feng. I think we're only just getting a little closer to the truth. By the way, when I had the housekeeper check the surveillance footage last night, do you know what he found? They discovered that all the relevant videos from back then were gone. After listening, Lu Chunguan exclaimed in surprise and said, Is that so? Let me ask you, who is usually in charge of the work related to the monitoring room? Hearing that Lu Chunguan had answered his question, but not answering Lu Chunguan's question, Yi Wei didn't find it strange. He said, I heard before that Yi Feng had many bad habits, both at home and at school, but it seems there's no direct evidence to prove that he was responsible. There must be something else going on. I think there must be another reason. I think this might be the work of Yi Gu. After listening, Lu Chunguan sighed. Yes. If Yi Feng really leaves the Yi family, then whoever benefits the most is likely the instigator. It's obvious that Yi Yao and the others will definitely get married in the future, and the family fortune will definitely be left to Yi Gu. If you think about it carefully, if things continue like this, in a few years when he reaches marriageable age, then thinking about it. If all of this was done by Yi Gu, Lu Chunguan felt his hair stand on end at the thought, and he immediately panicked. However, he quickly calmed down. Now that he had discovered this, he needed to find enough evidence. He looked at Yi Wei and asked, Old Yi, so what are you going to do? Do you have any ideas? Yi Wei said, since things have already come to this, how could we not be fully prepared? All the evidence I just told you about is gone. Actually, what's really missing is just the surveillance footage. Before that, I had already hired a famous hacker online, and with his skills, he should be able to recover it. Shall we just wait here quietly for a bit? On the other side. On the way to Fishwell Media. Yi Gu felt increasingly uneasy, a strange sense of panic creeping into his heart. Although he didn't know why, he trusted his intuition. Considering recent events, he felt it necessary to confirm with Yi Shi and Lu Ruyan. So, he cautiously asked, Ruyan, third sister, is there something the family is hiding from me lately? Have I done something wrong? If I have, please tell me and I will change, okay? After Yi Gu finished speaking, she lowered her head, her eyes red and swollen, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Yi Gu was pampered in the Yi family, and her skin was naturally fair. Coupled with his pitiful appearance and acting skills, to be honest, Yi Gu's eyes deserve an Oscar. Seeing Yi Gu's expression, Yi Shi and Lu Ruyan instinctively came to comfort him. They were just about to say, Xiaogu, don't be sad, it's not your fault. But suddenly, reason prevailed over the brain, and after a moment's thought, he said, Little Gu, in the end, these are all just your guesses. You didn't do anything wrong, it's just that too many things have happened in our family lately, and if we don't handle them well, it will definitely be bad for our family. I remember you liked Ruyan, didn't you? You should study hard in the future, and when you're capable enough, I'll ask Dad to talk to Uncle Lu about it. You two could be together then, right? Chapter 72 Su Tao. Alright, stop wasting time, we need to get this done. Perhaps Yishi was getting impatient, thinking about the importance of the matter and fearing that something unexpected might happen, so she whispered her instructions. Little Gu, Ruyan, I think I can make a statement here first. I think you both know the importance of this matter. After all, this is no small thing. I hope that nothing unexpected will happen. Seeing Yi Shi's unusually serious expression, Lu Ruyan and Yi Gu also gave a firm. Seeing this, Yi Shi nodded in satisfaction and said, All right. In that case, let's go first. Fish Leap Media. UUM Media is a subsidiary of the Lusher Group. The media company primarily profits through content production, advertising services, and media resource operation. Its core businesses include content revenue generation, producing films, TV series, variety shows, short videos, etc., and generating revenue through copyright sales to TV stations and streaming platforms, paid subscriptions, membership system, and IP derivatives, merchandise, game licensing. Advertising monetization, providing advertising services for brands, including content integration, variety shows/film and television ads, in-feed ads, social media/news platforms, KOL marketing, etc., with settlement based on impressions or results. Media resource operation, act as an agent for or build your own media channels, such as outdoor screens, apps, and WeChat official accounts, and profit through traffic sharing or resource leasing. Integrated marketing services, we undertake projects including full-service brand planning, event execution, and public opinion management, charging planning and execution fees. Shangji-xia. Fishleet Media is located in an office building. As soon as the three of them stepped into the building, a stylishly dressed man in a suit greeted them in the lobby. The others, seeing this, already showed no surprise and then said, "Hello. I'm the receptionist here. You three must be here on business." Yishi's mind was full of company matters, and she just wanted to get to her destination as soon as possible. She didn't expect to be stopped as soon as she entered, and she instantly became irritated, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only anxiously say, "Yes, it's just the three of us. Handsome, can I do you a favor? Where is UUM Media located? We have urgent business to attend to, and we would be very grateful to you once it's done." The man was visibly taken aback, but seeing Yishi's anxious expression, he knew that continuing like this would definitely displease the beautiful woman, so he quickly nodded and said, All right, I'll take you there now. Please follow me, you 3-inch." Seeing the man go upstairs, the others started to gossip. After all, they had worked here for many years and were used to seeing familiar faces. But when they suddenly saw 3 new faces, including 2 beauties who were both stunningly beautiful, it was natural that some of them couldn't contain themselves. One of the girls, who was quite pretty and had a good figure, smiled and said, "Look, as soon as these 3 came in, Su Tao's eyes were practically glued to them. Don't let his usual gentlemanly demeanor fool you. I've heard from his cronies that Su Tao goes all out at night, the kind that's really wild and unrestrained. Do you want to hear it?" Seeing this, the others miraculously showed expressions of curiosity, and taking advantage of the fact that there were no outsiders in the hall, they all rushed to the girl's side and said, "Come on, tell us in detail. We all want to hear it. Don't misunderstand, we're mainly worried about the kid's health." After hearing this, the beautiful woman gave him a look that said, "If I listened to you, I'd see a ghost." However, these people were all very familiar with each other, so naturally they wouldn't keep him in suspense at this moment. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to buy it. Seeing their anxious looks, and fearing that he might not be able to leave if he didn't speak up, he could only reluctantly say, "Fine, since you put it that way, then I can only hey, what are you doing?" The crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that she was still trying to keep them in suspense, some people naturally couldn't stand it, so they quickly went over and shook her arm, hoping to get her to talk faster. Seeing their anxious expressions, she pretended to sigh. "Okay. I'll tell you. That time I ran into Su Tao in front of the bar. His cronies were all drunk and passed out. I happened to be passing by, and one of his cronies recognized me. He came over to me, and together we helped Su Tao to his car. That's when I heard what happened in the car. In the car, I heard him say, Su Tao was unaware that someone had just been talking about his great achievements. He led Yishi and the other 2 to the entrance of UUA Media and then said with a smile, "The 3 of you, this is Fishwo Media." After speaking, he didn't forget to give Yishi and Lu Ruyan an aggressive look, and then, with the most serious attitude, the most sincere eyes, and the gentlest tone he had ever used, he said, "Ladies, do you believe in love at first sight? To be honest, the moment you walked in, I was captivated by your natural beauty. I think it must be fate that brought us together. I didn't drink any water that had been left overnight last night. Do you know why you shouldn't drink water that has been left overnight? Because the water from the morning is indeed drinkable in the afternoon, isn't it all within 8 hours? Maybe there was another kind of poison last night. I know now, it's the loneliness of not having you all. I think you would be very helpful in interpreting this for me, so could I add you on WeChat? Yi Shi and Lu Ruyan were instantly horrified when they heard such cheesy words. Not to mention Yi Shi, who was a simple-minded girl. Even Lu Ruyan felt disgusted after hearing it. To be honest, Lu Ruyan really couldn't understand why he would say such cheesy things while wearing a proper suit. Yi Shi didn't want to waste time with him, so she said, "Hello. Sir, we've arrived, but we have things to do. Could you please step out for a moment? We don't want to waste your precious time." Yi Shi's words were tantamount to dismissing him, but the man still wanted to pretend he didn't know and wanted to check further. When Yi Shi saw that the man was still there, she instantly understood why he had rushed over to greet them as soon as they entered. It turned out that he had developed some kind of interest in them because of their good looks, which was why he couldn't wait to come over. Now, not only Yi Shi understood, but Ji Gu and Lu Ru also understood, and their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at Su Tao. However, despite their disdain, they naturally wouldn't say anything. Seeing this, Su Tao realized that they already knew his lifelong ambitions. Looking at the disdainful eyes of the other two, he understood that he could no longer stay there, so he ran away. Alright, he's gone out now, so we can get back to our business. They looked at UUM Media, and Lu Ruyan said at this moment. Alright, let's hurry over there. Don't waste time here. Fish Leap Media. UUM Media is not a large company in the industry, but it is not small either. It is a fairly standard company. This was Lu Ruyan's first time entering UUM Media. Looking at the media company, she had absolutely no idea what it was. I thought to myself, it seems this really is a small company. Chapter 73, Making Things Difficult. The three of you. Is there anything you need to do here? If possible, I can do it for you. The newcomer was a man with an effeminate appearance and eye bags. When Lu Ruyan and the others looked at him, how should they put it? It always gave me a really uncomfortable feeling, but they came here because they had things to do, and I didn't have time to talk to them about these things. Yi Shi was afraid that this man was there to cause trouble and didn't want to waste time, so she said, "Hello? Excuse me, could you please call your general manager over here? Just tell him that people from the Yi and Lu families have come looking for him, and ask that you please put in a good word for him." After hearing this, the man didn't answer Yi Shi's question directly. Instead, he stared at him intently with an aggressive gaze. He thought to himself, these three aren't here to apply for acting jobs, are they? After all, this kind of situation happens here almost every day. Thinking of this, the man instantly became excited. His gaze towards the three people changed from aggressive to fiery, especially when he looked at Lu Ruyan. It was like a tiger meeting a cat, wanting to eat her. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so he began to deceive himself, saying, "They want to be entertainers, they want to be entertainers, they have to get past me, they have to get past me." After comforting himself for a while, he then spoke in what he considered to be polite language. "The three of you must have come here to sign contracts and become artists, right? However, artists need to meet certain conditions, and even if you go to the general manager, it won't help." Having said that, he believed he had figured out the intentions of the three men and wanted them to meet his conditions in order to satisfy their demands. However, he clearly overestimated himself or underestimated these three. Lu Ruyan noticed that this man had been muttering to himself the whole time they had come in, which was making her very impatient. However, thinking that there might be some unpleasant words to hear later, he picked up his phone, turned on the recording, and when he felt that it was about time, he said it in a commanding tone. "Hey, can't you understand human language? We're not here to listen to your rambling, we're here to take care of something. Hurry up, or else think carefully about the consequences." Lu Ruyan hadn't intended to lose her temper, but this person was simply too much, otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken in such a harsh tone. However, Lu Ruyan believed that this would make him back down, but he was clearly going to be disappointed. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, the man couldn't help but feel uneasy. However, considering that this was practically his territory, and seeing someone even more arrogant than himself, Is there no law left? Is there no law anymore? Oh dear. So he angrily said, and immediately voiced his thoughts. The man replied with urgent and highly insulting words. Don't push your luck. Do you think I don't know what you're here for? To put it bluntly, you just want to build a relationship with our manager. You young people who look like you've just entered the workforce need to understand the importance of connections. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan smiled, a smile as bright as a blooming flower. He had seen countless arrogant people throughout his life, but no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Certainly. Yi Feng doesn't count. He is the exception. Then, without saying anything more, Lu Ruyan picked up her phone, thinking of making a call. Actually, before coming here, Lu Chengwen had already given Lu Ruyan the phone number of the general manager of UUA Media Company. At first, Lu Ruyan didn't want to make this call, but seeing how arrogant this person was, she immediately wanted to teach him a lesson. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was about to make a phone call, the man looked at her with disdain and said as if he didn't care. What, trying to scare me over the phone? Let me tell you, I'm not easily frightened. You'd better agree to my demands. I'll tell you a secret, the director of Fishwell Media is actually my brother-in-law. So what can you do, even if you're capable? After speaking, Shi noticed that he seemed unconcerned about the matter. In fact, she was used to this kind of behavior. When she worked in this industry, she often spoke to beautiful women in the same tone. Initially, two other exceptionally beautiful women had also uttered similar threatening words, speaking in the same tone as Lu Ruyan just now. I heard someone is going to make a phone call, and in that same tone no less. He was terrified, thinking he had offended some important person, so that very night he told his brother-in-law about it. However, his brother-in-law said that as long as he didn't offend the Yi and Lu families here, he could handle everything else. Then, not long after, the matter was indeed resolved, and not long after that, he was able to enjoy the beauty as he had wished. After that incident, I gradually became bolder. I did encounter some troublemakers along the way, but my uncle managed to handle them. Gradually, whenever I learned that a beautiful woman was coming, I would always think about charging ahead and making them understand that they needed to be loyal to the company. Then, after finishing the phone call, before the holiday was over, a middle-aged man in a suit, with a plump figure, walked in. Upon seeing the newcomer, he immediately greeted him with a broad smile and said, "Brother-in-law, is someone here trying to cause trouble, so you came to back me up?" Actually, no need. Everyone here knows that as long as uncle is there, there's nothing he can't handle. After the man finished speaking, the middle-aged man ignored him and walked shakily to Lu Ruyan, then said in a trembling voice, "Hello, ma'am. May I ask if your surname is Lu and your name is Lu Ruyan, is that correct?" Lu Ruyan nodded, tacitly agreeing with his words. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan nod, the man involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something like "it's a misunderstanding," hoping to quell what he perceived as a mistake, but before he could speak, he was interrupted. He approached the middle-aged man, but didn't see his expression. Then, in a particularly arrogant tone, he said, "Brother-in-law, these three people didn't even take you seriously. I can't stand it anymore. I think we have to teach them a lesson." After hearing this, the brother-in-law couldn't help but slap the young man, angrily saying, "Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Stay out of the way." After saying that, he then spoke in a very respectful tone. "Young miss, this person is ignorant and dares to offend you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." "Oh. What explanation do you want from me? If this explanation satisfies me, I can let this matter go. If it doesn't, you should know the consequences." After hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately understood the meaning behind Lu Ruyan's words, and then turned to the young man and said, "You're fired. Don't come back from now on. Fishwell Media will no longer welcome you." After saying that, he turned to Lu Ruyan and said, "Miss, are you satisfied?" Lu Ruyan nodded, then looked at the young man, but a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes as she looked at him. "This is an arrogant and domineering person. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on." Only after seeing the man did the middle-aged man speak and ask, "Young miss, why are you here?" Chapter 74, Getting into Trouble. Upon hearing the middle-aged man speak, Yi Shi and the others did not want to ignore his question, except for Lu Ruyan. Because UUI Media is, after all, a company owned by the Lu Group, the existence of two scoundrels within its own organization is something he cannot tolerate. Damn it! I should have just told my father about the situation here, now I'm utterly devastated. Lu Ruyan then said, "Just tell me about the brother-in-law he was talking about earlier." Okay, may I ask your name? Lu Ruyan thought that this matter could be settled later. Hearing Lu Ruyan's question instead of an answer, and in such a tone, the brother-in-law was thinking about their identities, but the young man really couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "Don't push your luck. My uncle has been very polite. Normally, you wouldn't even get to see him." Just then, a mocking voice rang out, its tone seemingly filled with pressure. All that could be heard was, "Oh, Lu Hai, your uncle is so amazing. How come I, as the manager, didn't know?" After the figure finished speaking, Lu Hai instantly became extremely nervous. He didn't understand why this middle-aged man had come here. Is it a coincidence? Or was it intentionally arranged? Lu Hai didn't answer. He felt extremely nervous. He now hated Lu Ruyan intensely, believing that she was responsible for everything. However, while Lu Hai could choose not to answer, his brother-in-law next to him had no choice but to, since his position was far more important than Lu Hai's, who was merely a receptionist. So he thought he could laugh it off and get away with it, so he said with a forced smile, "Isn't this the manager? What brings you here?" "My brother-in-law was just talking nonsense, please don't mind him. He's just a kid, he doesn't have any other intentions." Hearing his words, the manager did not answer. He went to Lu Ruyan and said, Miss Yi, young Master Yi, I have heard about your situation from the master. Don't worry, I have made preparations. They are inside now, and you can go in now." After hearing this, Lu Ruyan finally felt a sense of relief, but he was still angry and didn't want to let the two people in front of him go. So he said to Yi Shi and the other person, "You all go in first, I have other things to do here." Yi Shi and the others were all sensible people, so they naturally wouldn't say anything at this time. They just told him to be careful and then went inside. After Lu Ruyan saw them go in, she turned to look at the two people in front of her and then said to the manager, "Are you the general manager here?" The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and said, "Miss, yes, I really didn't know anything about what happened just now. Usually, only Lu Hai is here, because we don't need these people here." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Ruyan nodded, indicating that she understood. However, while she understood, she still needed to vent her anger. She then said, "I was very dissatisfied with their attitude just now. I told the receptionist that we were from the Yi and Lu families and were here to take care of some business, but what did he do? Did you know? He dares to act so recklessly just because he has his brother-in-law by his side. If this continues, what will become of the reputation of our Lu group? So you can handle this matter. If you handle it well, you will naturally reap the rewards. But if you don't, you'll see. By the way, just in case you think you can get away with the May Day holiday easily. Alright, you've already wasted enough time. I should head over now, they're still waiting for me." After saying that, he walked straight inside. Seeing Lu Ruyan leave, Lu Hai approached the general manager and asked, "Manager, who are these three people? Why are they so respectful to us? Do they have some extraordinary status?" After Lu Hai finished speaking, he waited for the general manager's response, but when he saw his brother-in-law looking at him like he was an idiot, he felt very uncomfortable. However, he had no choice. If he didn't figure out what had just happened, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. So he said, "Don't look at me like that, it scares me." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's answer, the general manager was instantly amused and then said, "Lu Hai, now I know how to be scared, but what about your tone just now? Did you know? Your actions just now have really ruined your brother-in-law's life. He's worked so hard here for so many years, finally reaching this position, and because you found out about the young lady, all those years of hard work might have been for nothing. Don't you think about how many things your brother-in-law has helped you out over the years? He always advised you to avoid trouble and not offend anyone, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened, your brother-in-law might be in serious trouble himself. Tell me, what wouldn't you dare to do? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's answer, Lu Hai's face instantly turned pale. He then looked at his brother-in-law, but the brother-in-law's gaze had lost its previous confidence. Instead, it had become ashen. This made Lu Hai even more curious about the identities of those people, so he said, "Brother-in-law, tell me, who exactly are those people? Why are you all so nervous?" When Lu Hai asked the question, the brother-in-law turned to look at him, thinking that after this matter was over, he should be sent back to where he came from. It was really too scary just now. At that time, I was afraid that if the young lady said one word, all of us would have worked for nothing. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Lu Hai was no longer the usual way a brother-in-law looked at his brother-in-law. He simply uttered 7 cold words. People from the Yi and Lu families. The brother-in-law thought they had made themselves clear enough, and even if Lu Hai was slow to understand, he should have caught on by now. But what Lu Hai said next infuriated them both. Lu Hai said. The 3 of them said they were from the Yi and Lu families. What's wrong with the Yi and Lu families? Holy crap! Holy crap! Upon hearing Lu Hai's answer, the middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at his brother-in-law, his eyes filled with sympathy, regret, and a hint of smugness. So all I heard was smack. With a loud bang, followed by an extremely angry voice, as if the person in front of them wanted to tear them apart, it said, "You're an idiot. After we said that, can't you just look up the status of the Yi and Lu families in our provincial capital online?" A moment later, the phone fell to the ground with a thud. He rushed to the middle-aged man, crying and grabbing his clothes, shouting, "Brother-in-law, you must help me. If anything happens to me, I will never forgive you." Hearing Lu Hai say this, the middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "All right, it's good that you know you were wrong. If you keep doing this, get out of here. Didn't you keep some underlings outside? Go outside now, gather some of your men, prepare some things, and turn the apology into a ceremony. That way, they might let you off the hook, or perhaps it's an opportunity to curry favor with the Yi and Lu families." Upon hearing the manager's words, Lu Hai quickly agreed and ran downstairs. Seeing Lu Hai's departing figure, the manager asked, "Do you think he might mess things up? Then you're all going to have a hard time." Hearing the manager's words, the middle-aged man seemed confident. He clapped his hands and smiled as if he had everything under control. "Don't worry, even though this kid usually seems carefree, he can still tell what's important and what's urgent. Otherwise, why would I have let him stay here for so long? All right, let's not talk about that anymore. We need to think about how to quell Miss Lu's anger. I don't think this matter will be resolved so easily." After listening, the manager nodded, indicating that he agreed with his statement. Chapter 75 is fairly satisfactory. Ruyan, how did things go? Yi Shi saw Lu Ruyan walk in and asked. However, seeing Lu Ruyan's confident expression, he knew things were definitely going to succeed, and he instantly felt much happier. This office is very basic, with a front and a back door. You enter through the front and exit through the back. The office was simply furnished with white walls, a camera, a rectangular table with 6 chairs on each side of the long side and 2 chairs on the short side. The table and chairs were dark red, and the floor was covered with a black carpet, giving it a dignified feel. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan enter, Yi Shi said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. The manager mentioned our identities to you earlier, so I won't go into details here. All right, now Miss Lu will tell you what you need to do next." Actually, everyone in the office was also completely confused. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan enter and her appearance, they couldn't help but praise her. I've long heard that the eldest daughter of the Lu family is exceptionally beautiful, and indeed, seeing her in person proves her reputation is well deserved. Is that so? I've long heard of Miss Lu's unparalleled beauty, she truly is breathtaking. Yes. If anyone is lucky enough to marry a girl like Miss Lu in the future, wouldn't they be living the dream? Actually, what the people around her said wasn't exactly flattery, because Lu Ruyan herself was very confident in her appearance, otherwise, why would there be so many simps at school? However, he also knew that there might be an element of flattery in those words. Hearing the praise from those around her, Lu Ruyan's feelings for Lu Hai and his nephew vanished instantly. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was in a good mood, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, remembering the important matter at hand, they all asked with a puzzled look. "Young miss, we still don't know what master wants us to do after he summoned us." "Yes. Miss, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me. Has something happened to the Lu group? Tell me, and I'll beat him to a pulp." Hearing their calls, Lu Ruyan realized they had important business to attend to, but he wasn't in a hurry to speak. He waited until they had finished talking before saying, "Oh, miss, he should have explained the whole story to you just now." After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone's approval, she then continued. "Everyone, you are important cadres of our Lu group, and you have created great value for our Lu group." Lu Ruyan first praised their achievements over the years, and then said again, "The matter is actually quite simple. I think you've all seen that the Yi family is currently facing a public opinion crisis, and I imagine you're still quite confused. Whether those online opinions are true or not, I can tell you very clearly now, they are false, they are slander. The main reason I called you here is to help me get rid of these social parasites." After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, everyone seemed to understand and showed great willingness. Then someone said, "The Yi group and the Lu group are old friends. Helping them is the same as helping ourselves. We are happy to help. Ms. Lu, what should we do?" Seeing everyone's high spirits, Lu Ruyan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "We're going to the Yi group next, and I hope you can come with us. I think they definitely won't let this go today and will definitely take some action. So I want you to record their ugly faces and nip them in the bud." After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Yishi said, "Alright, let's not delay any longer, let's set off now." When Yigu saw everyone about to leave, he immediately became anxious, thinking that he still had things to do. If they really left like this, it wouldn't do. Without thinking, he came to Yishi's side, but with a hint of probing in his heart, he said, "Third sister, you go ahead. I have some personal matters to attend to. I'll go back after I've taken care of them, is that alright?" Upon hearing Yigu's words, Lu Ruyan and Yishi quickly exchanged a glance, nodded, and then separated. Yigu didn't notice this. Yishi then patted Yigu's head and said, "Alright, little Gu, since you have things to do, I won't keep you any longer. Be careful in everything you do, and contact me immediately if you encounter any problems." After Yishi finished speaking, Yigu nodded happily, then looked at Lu Ruyan with a pitiful expression and said, "Sister Ruyan, don't you have anything to say to me? Have I done something wrong lately? Just tell me, and I'll change, okay?" Upon hearing Yigu's words, Lu Ruyan, for some reason, recalled the scene of Yifeng fighting with Zhang San and Li Si at the hotel. Looking at Yigu's pitiful appearance, as if they owed him something, her gaze wasn't as intimate as before. However, she wouldn't be too perfunctory and still said, "Little Gu, go ahead and do what you need to do. We'll always support you." After saying that, Yi Shi and Lu Ruyan left on their own. Yi Gu watched their departing figures, his heart already consumed by darkness. Recalling the difference in their attitude towards him before and after, he whispered, almost to himself, "Since that's the case, Yi Shi, you've been missing for several days, and none of them noticed. I really feel sorry for you. But don't worry, I will definitely make the most of your value." After saying that, he let out two strange, cackling laughs, then seemed to remember something. "Oh. The person who greeted us seemed to be named Su Tao." When he looked at Yi Shi and Lu Ruyan, his gaze seemed to be fixed on the three of them. Thinking of this, so Yigu secretly followed Yi Shi and the others, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far from them. This distance not only made it difficult for them to notice him, but also allowed him to overhear their conversation. To Yi-gu's disappointment, they hadn't spoken a word the entire way, which he found quite regrettable. After seeing Lu Ruyan and the others leave the hotel, he looked around but couldn't find Su Tao. He cursed him inwardly as useless. Just as he was about to leave, he turned and met Su Tao's gaze. "You, what are you doing here? Were you following me specifically?" When Su Tao saw Yi-gu, he thought he had come specifically to ambush him. He originally wanted to teach them a lesson, but when he saw their leader, he immediately changed his mind. He wanted to go out for a walk to clear his head, but he didn't expect to find Yi-gu so soon. He then asked nervously. Su Tao was very nervous when he saw Yi-gu, but Yi-gu was very excited when he saw Su Tao, and then said, "Hello? Your name is Su Tao, right? I have an idea that might be able to avenge you." Su Tao, unmoved by Yi-gu's few words, gave him a cold look, but finding nothing amiss, he then said, "Speak. What do I want from you?" After Su Tao finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back, seemingly doing something. Chapter 76 Conspiracy. I. When Su Tao heard Yi-gu's question, he looked around and stammered, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Seeing Su Tao's expression, Yi-gu immediately realized that this was definitely not the place to talk, so he said, "This isn't the place to talk. I remember there's a coffee shop nearby that's quieter. Let's go there." After listening, Su Tao nodded in response, and the two left the company and headed towards a coffee shop. Little did they know that a pair of eyes were watching them from behind. It was a man dressed in black, with a bag slung over his waist and wearing black glasses. He picked up a camera and filmed Yi-gu and his companion leaving the company from a distance. After watching them enter the coffee shop, he picked up his phone and called Yue, then said, "Sir, young Master Gu first chatted with a stranger in the company, and after they finished chatting for a while, they walked towards the coffee shop. Obviously, they must have something to talk about, but the company is crowded and noisy, so it's obviously not the place for them to talk." There was a pause on the other end of the phone, then the person continued. "Is it possible to record their conversation after they enter the coffee shop?" "Can." "Good job." The bespectacled man answered without hesitation. Hearing his reply, the voice on the other end of the phone was clearly very satisfied, and then said, "Don't delay, go quickly. Remember, don't get discovered." "Okay, boss, you still don't trust me? Don't you know what I used to do?" After hearing the bespectacled man's answer, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then he said, "I know your capabilities, but you still need to be very careful. After all, caution is the best policy, so don't get caught." The bespectacled man listened to the voice on the other end of the phone with a dismissive expression, but considering the seriousness of the matter, he still felt it was best to be cautious. So he said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Okay." Upon hearing the bespectacled man's reply, the person on the other end of the phone clearly breathed a sigh of relief, then gave him some instructions to be careful in everything before hanging up. After making the call, the man with glasses followed him into the coffee shop. They wandered around the coffee shop, eventually spotting the two of them in a corner of the balcony. Before the bespectacled man could get close, a dispute seemed to have broken out at the table in the corner, and it looked quite serious. However, there were many people around, so it was impossible to hear what they were saying. Out of curiosity, I quickly found a waiter and asked, "Hello? Waiter, what's going on over there? Why is it so noisy?" The waiter, perhaps also an enthusiastic gossip enthusiast, pulled the bespectacled man aside when someone inquired, found a seat by the window, pointed at Yi and Gu, and said, "Hello? May I ask your surname?" Upon hearing the waiter's question, the bespectacled man truthfully replied, "Oh. My surname is Ma. By the way, why don't you tell me what exactly happened?" After speaking, he didn't forget to ask the waiter what they would like to eat. Seeing that most of the people in the cafe were captivated by what they were seeing, the waiter felt relieved and looked at Yi-gu and his companion, then said, "Mr. Ma, you don't know, by the way, did you see these two figures, one big and one small?" The bespectacled man nodded. Of course, he knew his mission was to track the two of them, but who knew such an unexpected turn of events would occur? However, to appear extremely anxious, the bespectacled man looked over there and said urgently, "Big brother, please tell me quickly, I'm so anxious." Seeing the bespectacled man's anxious look, the waiter didn't keep him in suspense and said, "Okay." Actually, as soon as these two came in, they asked where the best spot on the balcony was. Don't ask me how I know. Because I was the one being asked that question. Upon hearing the waiter's words, the bespectacled man rolled his eyes, inwardly thinking, "Dude, do you think what you're saying is funny?" However, the bespectacled man thought this way, but he didn't interrupt the waiter. He only heard the waiter continue. "When I heard their question, they said they wanted to find a place with a balcony, so I took them there. Then I handed them our coffee shop's menu, and after they ordered, I left." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man realized he had wasted his time and money, as if he'd listened to a load of nonsense. His expression suddenly turned ugly. The waiter seemed to notice the bespectacled man's expression suddenly turned sour. Recalling what he had just said, he realized he'd rambled on, so he could only say, "Actually, on the way I brought them here, perhaps because one of the boys couldn't control himself, I only overheard some snippets of conversation about the Yi family, the Lu family, and how to deal with them, etc. At the time, I thought what these two were saying was very strange. What about the Yi family and the Lu family? I'm just a waiter, I don't know anything about them. Yi family. The Lu family. How to deal with it?" Hearing this, the bespectacled man probably already had a guess in mind, and then said to the waiter, "Hello? Can I do you two favors? This money is yours." After saying that, he took out a bank card from his bag. When the waiter saw the bank card, his eyes widened instantly. After all, 5,000 yuan was equivalent to his monthly salary. He could only earn that much money after working himself to the bone for a month. After a struggle, his reason was immediately replaced by greed. However, he still managed to maintain some rationality and said, "Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you?" 5 minutes later, the bespectacled man, dressed in a waiter's uniform, approached Yi Gu and his group. He saw Yi Gu sitting face to face with a man he didn't recognize. After arriving at their table, he placed the coffee they had ordered on it, and then, when no one was looking, he secretly placed the recording pen in a hidden corner. After the waiter left, Yi Gu heard the indignant voice of a man next to him, Su Tao, followed by a man and a woman in front of him. "Do you have no sense of justice? It's obvious we got here first, and the waiter even let us in. You can ask the waiter for that." "Wrong. We used to sit here together almost every day before you, so it was basically a reservation. I originally just wanted to have tea with my girlfriend, but when we arrived, we saw you sitting here. Tell me, why can't I make you two leave? Damn, I didn't check the almanac before I went out today." Su Tao couldn't help but swear at this moment, but he knew that if things continued like this, the situation would be very unfavorable for both of them. However, he believed that he had many connections here, so he said to them, "Brother, what gang are you involved in? State your name." Upon hearing Su Tao's tone, the man immediately laughed, and not only him, but the woman next to him also laughed out loud. You're so impressive. But what harm is there in telling you? Do you know Brother Biao? Let me tell you, we work for Brother Biao. If you two know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Do you even know how much of my time you've wasted?" Yi Gu could no longer hold back, this guy was going too far. So he quickly picked up his phone and said to the two of them, "I know Brother Biao. I'm giving you a chance, either leave now, or you won't be able to leave later." As he spoke, Yi Gu made a gesture as if to take out his phone, but instead made a call. In truth, he regretted saying that the moment he said it. Chapter 77 Coming. Seeing that Yi Gu really wanted to make the call, the man trembled like a leaf. He thought Yi Gu genuinely knew Brother Biao, which meant he was definitely in the wrong, since he was in the wrong in principle. However, seeing that Yi Gu had picked up his phone but hadn't made a call yet, he figured Yi Gu was bluffing him. He didn't actually have Hu Biao's number. Test. He was furious that he had been tricked by a kid who looked like he hadn't even grown any hair yet, so he said, "Damn it! I've never seen such an arrogant person in my entire life. You say you know Brother Biao? Go ahead and hit him. Why don't you hit him? Wow, these days you're not afraid of biting off more than you can chew when you brag. After the man finished speaking, seeing that Yigu remained cheerful and showed no sign of making a phone call, and with the surrounding crowd agreeing with the man's assessment, they began to whisper among themselves. Hey, I thought he really knew Brother Biao, looks like he was just bluffing. Pa, look at that kid, he looks like he comes from a wealthy family, I never would have guessed. Brother, don't be afraid, he definitely doesn't know Brother Biao. Hurry up and hit him. Yes. Yigu picked up her phone and looked at him, ignoring the surrounding chatter. She had originally thought that this small matter wouldn't require Hu Biao's help, but seeing the arrogant man in front of her and the numerous people discussing it, she was taken aback. It seems they've driven me to the brink. At that moment, he looked at the man and woman in front of him with icy eyes. Good. Very good. It seems you already knew a way to die. So without further ado, he immediately called Hu Biao. However, he knew he had to give Hu Biao an explanation for not being with Yi Shi and the others. After the call connected, a rough voice came from the phone, clearly Hu Biao's voice. The voice on the other end of the phone said, Is this young Master Yi? Yigu said, Yes. Hu Biao said, What business does young Master Yi have with me? So Yigu briefly recounted the whole story to Hu Biao. After listening, Hu Biao flew into a rage and said to Yigu, Don't worry, young master. If they dare to bully the Yi family, they will definitely suffer the consequences. I have people near that coffee shop. Please appease them first, and they will be here soon. After Hu Biao finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. Yigu knew that making this call was tantamount to revealing his whereabouts to the Yi family. He was unsure how to answer their questions in the current situation. Time ticked by, and finally, a crowd surged towards them. The man initially paid no attention, but upon recognizing who it was, he fumbled with his hands. Brother Biao, why did you come in person? After saying that, he looked at Yigu with a shocked expression, his eyes revealing confusion and disbelief. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to have such power, and he was about to beg for mercy. Hey buddy, I was wrong. You can have this spot. I'll leave. Let's go, okay? The girl next to him also sensed something was wrong, and she begged Yigu for mercy, but her words carried a different meaning. Yes. Brother, please let us go. I'll do anything you ask if you'll let us go. Unfortunately, Yigu ignored their words and nodded to Hu Biao, who understood and took them away. This farce can finally be over. After seeing Hu Biao and the others leave, Yigu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the coffee shop owner came over, looking very apologetic, and offered them a free meal and a 50% discount on everything they bought next time. And to show his sincerity, he dispersed the surrounding crowd, giving the two of them enough space. However, the coffee shop owner probably never imagined that his action would make the recording from the voice recorder inside the table even clearer. After saying this, he bid them farewell and left. However, no one caused trouble at this time, and they could speak normally again. Su Tao spoke first. Alright, they're gone, now you can talk about it. Yigu said, Okay, let me tell you, the Yi family is currently in the eye of a media storm. If you want revenge, now is the perfect opportunity. I happen to have a lot of dirt on the Yi group. You can give them a good beating then. Su Tao was puzzled and said, Aren't you the young master of the Yi family? And judging from the respectful attitude that person, referring to Hu Biao, had towards you just now, it seems that the Yi family has treated you well. How could you possibly think of betraying the Yi family? After speaking, Su Tao deliberately emphasized the words Yi family very much. Unfortunately, Yigu didn't want to answer, and simply replied coldly. This is my business, so I won't let you worry about it. Just tell me. Do you want to do this or not? After speaking, Yigu waited quietly for Su Tao's reply. However, he didn't have to wait long. After considering it for a moment, Su Tao nodded and replied. Okay, I agree. I'll follow your instructions. Seeing how cooperative he was, Yi Gu said with satisfaction. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. In my opinion, they should have arrived at the Yi group by now. Tomorrow will definitely be a tough battle. Come on, I'll take you to relax. Watching the two leave, the bespectacled man went over and took out a voice recorder from the table. He then used money to bribe them into copying the video of the two men. Then transmit the video in time. Still not entirely convinced, he checked the video again and, finding it to be correct, made a phone call from a blind spot in the surveillance footage, saying, "The goods are ready, where shall we make the transaction?" Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone didn't show any surprise and simply said, "Seaside." Now that Yi Gu has finished speaking, let's talk about Yi Shi. After watching Yi Gu leave, Yi Shi and Lu Ruyan felt little emotional, and then prepared to leave with the others. However, to Yi Shi's surprise, he was surrounded by a group of people as soon as he left the company entrance. Yi Shi estimated there were about 30 or 40 people. Being surrounded by so many people made Yi Shi somewhat scared, but he still spoke to the people around him. "Who are you?" "Let me tell you, I am from the Yi and Lu families. If you dare to touch me, the Yi and Lu families will definitely not let you off." Yi Shi had intended to use the pressure from the Yi and Lu families to force them to leave, but after hearing Yi Shi's words, they remained completely still, as if they hadn't heard her at all. So these people wanted to attack Yi Shi and her group. Just when Yi Shi and her group thought they were in grave danger, another group of people subdued them. Listen carefully, hold them down firmly and don't let them get up. Hearing the sound, Yi Shi turned her head curiously and looked over. Upon seeing it, Yi Shi realized, isn't that Lu Hai? Perhaps sensing their gazes, Lu Hai abandoned his previous arrogance and approached Yi Shi and the others with a beaming smile, quickly apologizing. "Miss Yi, Miss Lu, I originally wanted to come down and apologize to you for my previous words. I never expected these people to treat you like that as soon as I got off the plane. I couldn't stand it, so I taught them a lesson." Yi Shi and the others didn't think much of it. They realized that this person genuinely seemed to be sincerely repenting. However, they had just done them a great favor, so they didn't want to make a fuss. They said, "Alright, let's deal with them. You seem promising, so you'll be working with us for a while now. We'll see how you perform in the future. By the way, can you drive?" Chapter 78 Arrival at the Yi Group. Yes. Upon hearing Yi Shi's question, Lu Hai nodded quickly, and then Yi Shi said, "Very good. From now on, if needed, you will be our bodyguard and driver. Ruyan and I have something to discuss in the car later. You just need to drive, understand?" So Yi Shi handed the car keys to Lu Hai, and then spoke with the others. "Alright everyone, let's head over now. See you at the Yi group." The others responded with smiles. After saying that, he waved to the others and then got into the car with Yi Gu and Lu Ruyan. After getting in the car, Yi Shi and Lu Ruyan sat in the back row together, and then the car drove away. Inside the car, Yi Shi remained highly tense, as did Lu Ruyan. They certainly didn't want a repeat of what had just happened. To ease the tension, Yi Shi said to Lu Ruyan, "I wonder how Yi Gu is doing." Lu Ruyan was somewhat surprised to hear Yi Shi say this, and then said, "What's wrong? Were you worried about him when you saw him leave?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shi rolled her eyes at Lu Ruyan, and then said, "Actually, you know that's not what I meant. I'm actually worried that he might do something detrimental to the Yi family." After Lu Ruyan finished listening, "Oh. Then it's alright," Lu Ruyan thought to herself, but she also said it aloud. She then said, "Actually, in my opinion, Yi Gu has indeed been acting strangely lately, but he's been with us for several years after all, so I feel really bad about doubting him. Actually, I was very panicked. If Yi Gu really had a problem, was it a mistake for me to deal with Yi Feng for Yi Gu's sake? If so, I really can't imagine how I would face Yi Feng in the future. Is there any chance for us to get back together?" Hearing Lu Ruyan say this, Yi Shi knew that he would feel more pain and regret than others to some extent. Recalling the past, Yi Shi saw 2 tears silently slide down Lu Ruyan's cheeks. Shi paused for a moment, then said, "Should we tell my parents and Uncle Lu about this and let them observe it as well?" Shi, remembering her observation, slapped her forehead, realizing she had overlooked something, and then said to Lu Ruyan, "Speak! Why didn't I think of sending someone to follow Yi Gu? Does he know what Yi Gu is doing right now? Especially at this critical juncture, I'm really afraid he might do something detrimental to the Yi family." The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. Her hands clenched so tightly that her palms gradually turned white. Shi knew that Yi Gu was still just a high school student. If he grew up in the future, she couldn't imagine what he would do that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just as Shi was frantically trying to figure things out, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was Yi Wei calling, so without thinking, she answered and said, "Dad, why are you calling me now? Is there some kind of accident at the company?" Yi Wei said, "No." Hearing Yi Wei say no, Shi breathed a sigh of relief, but was puzzled as to why Yi Wei would call at this time, so she asked, "So, Dad, why are you calling me now?" Upon hearing Shi's reply, Yi Wei said, "Is Xiao Gu with you?" Shi replied, "Dad isn't here. Did something happen to Yi Gu?" Yi Gu said he had things to do when he left. To be honest, Shi herself didn't know why she appeared so calm when she said those words. Yi Wei said, "Actually, I just said that to confirm my guess, but I didn't expect my guess to come true." Hearing Yi Wei say this, Shi's heart skipped a beat. He felt he was about to hear something unbelievable, and he asked in confusion, "Dad, does this mean something happened to Yi Gu?" After listening, Yi Wei snorted coldly on the other end of the phone and said, "An accident? I really hope something happened to him. He told you he had something to do, but actually he came out of the building with a man after you left. And judging from the other man's demeanor, something unexpected is definitely going to happen. Here, I'll send you the video, take a look." When Shi heard that her father was going to send her a video, she was also curious about who would be so close to Yi Gu at this time. So she clicked on the video her father sent, and after seeing it clearly, she couldn't help but "Ah!" with a thud. Then he rubbed his eyes, looked again, and after confirming that he hadn't misread it, he said to Yi Wei, "Dad, I know the people around Yi Gu. We've even met them before. I never expected it to be him." Upon hearing this, Yi Wei asked in confusion, and then said, "Oh. Since you know him, I don't need to tell you his name. But you have to tell me, what happened over there just now?" Upon hearing Yi Wei's question, Shi quickly replied, "Okay, Dad, I'm telling you now, we've just stepped into the building." After hearing Shi's account, Yi Wei immediately became angry and said, "Xiaoxi, tell me, you don't even know the name of the guy next to Yi Gu? He even bothered you too when you met before. Okay. He dares to provoke even our Yi family's daughter, he's simply asking for trouble." However, the fact that Yi Gu was getting so close to him could very well be detrimental to the Yi family. "You should be careful." "Okay, Dad, I understand." After hearing this, Shi quickly replied. Yi Wei felt he had said enough, and then said, "Alright, I called you to warn you to be careful of Yi Gu. I have a feeling he's not as simple as he seems." Upon hearing this, Shi became secretly wary and said, "Okay, I will." Yi Wei nodded in satisfaction and then hung up the phone. Seeing that Shi had hung up the phone, Lu Ruyan curiously leaned over and asked, "Judging from your conversation with Uncle Yi, does Uncle Yi also suspect Yi Gu?" Shi nodded and voiced her doubts. She then said, "Really? I think Dad and Uncle Lu are definitely on guard against Yi Gu now. By the way, I'll show you the video now. Here, hand me your phone, take a look." After Lu Ruyan finished reading, "Ah." He made a sound, and then said, "Why would Yi Gu be with this person? Doesn't he know that this person gives us a very uncomfortable feeling?" After listening, Shi said, "Yes? But I'm more worried about everyone's situation. We're almost at the group now, and I don't know how things are going with my older sister. I wonder if we'll be able to see her soon. I think she's probably still arguing with those bastards at the board meeting right now. Fortunately, we'll be able to see her soon. Yi Shi sensed his worry for Yi Yao, so she comforted him from the side. Alright, now is not the time to worry. Look, isn't the Yi group building right in front of us? Yi Shi felt very happy when she saw the Yi group in front of her, thinking, this matter should be over soon, right? After a while, the car had already arrived steadily at the entrance of the Yi group, and other vehicles followed closely behind. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the Yi group building and sighed in admiration. Is this the Yi group? It looks huge. Yes. It truly lives up to the reputation of the Yi group. I wish I could work here in the future. Don't even think about it. Don't you know the status of the Yi family in the provincial capital? You want to work here? I should just wash up and go to bed. Old one, it's wrong of you to be so harsh on people. Chapter 79. Yi Shi and others joined the board of directors. Listening to the various discussions around him, all of whom expressed their longing for the Yi group, he felt a strong sense of pride. Yes. As children of the Yi group, they were proud and honored, a quality they had possessed since childhood. Yi Shi was already quite used to it. After hearing that everyone had said enough, he then said, Alright, now that we're at the Yi group, don't forget what I need you to do next. After listening, everyone said, Miss Yi, don't worry, how could we possibly forget? Really? Miss Yi, you can rest assured about us. Miss Yi, our professional competence is beyond question. Hearing these people's confident words, Yi Shi waved her hand, signaling them to stop, and then said, Alright, we can go in now. After saying that, Yi Shi led them into the Yi group building. But to her surprise, she was stopped as soon as she entered the Yi group building. Yi Shi looked up and saw a middle-aged woman who was nearly 30 years old. Yi Shi recognized her, she was a manager at the Yi group. Yi Shi had heard his story, he was just an ordinary girl from the countryside who, unexpectedly, caught the eye of a high-ranking member of the Yi family and married him. So they brought him to the company, and because of this high-level connection, he was promoted to a supervisor position. This initially attracted the attention of other senior executives, who reported the matter truthfully to their superiors. Everyone thought this incident could be used to get him fired, but considering her husband's contributions, the company didn't pursue the matter further. However, this leniency from above led to the current situation. It seems Yi Feng was right. Now, the subordinates of the Yi group dare to do this. There's no need to ask why, because this woman wouldn't block his way for no reason. There must be some kind of instruction from the supervisor behind this. However, seeing that his supervisor had blocked his way, he felt as if he had lost face in public. But he knew that now was not the time to lose his temper, so he said coldly, Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Who sent you? After Yi Shi finished speaking, he realized that the middle-aged woman didn't seem to care about him at all, and even seemed to be acting in a way that made him want to punch her. This made his already irritable mood even worse, like dry tinder meeting a raging fire. He felt that he was losing control of his nerves, so he suppressed his last bit of rationality and said, I told you to move aside. Seeing that he didn't move, she forcefully pushed him away and then they went straight inside. The woman was feeling quite pleased with herself. It felt as if someone had pushed my body forcefully, causing me severe pain. Someone come quick. Someone's bullying me here. What kind of world is this? I just blocked this woman's way, and she pushed me like this, oh. Is there any justice left in this world? Is there any law left? When the middle-aged woman realized her previous methods weren't working, she decided to resort to her old rural habits of throwing a tantrum and making a scene to slow down Yi Shi and the others. After all, in the past, her methods had rendered many people helpless, but now that she had gone this far, Yi Shi and the others remained unmoved. The middle-aged woman panicked. He was truly at his wit's end. After Yi Shi and the others saw that he had said enough, they had the Yi group's security personnel restrain him. When the woman saw that she was being controlled by the security personnel, she kept muttering, Why are you tying me up, and do you know who I am? Do you know who my husband is? The middle-aged woman kept shouting at the door until Yishi got annoyed, so he had to have someone restrain him in a rather rough manner before going inside. Seeing that Yishi used such methods, those who were still itching to make a move were immediately intimidated, and then they entered the Yi group under everyone's gaze. Board of Directors. As soon as Yishi entered the boardroom, she sensed a tense atmosphere. Upon seeing Yi Yao, she excitedly exclaimed, "Big sister." When Yi Yao saw Yishi and the others arrive, a look of relief appeared on her face. She knew that the matter must have been completed. Looking at the reporters in disguise behind him, a smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. Yishi was worried about Yi Yao, so she said, "Big sister, are you alright?" Yi Yao playfully flicked Yishi's nose and teased, "Alright, you're still worried about your older sister? Who is she? Do you need to worry about her?" After finishing speaking, a relieved expression appeared on Yishi's face. She seemed to have thought of something, and then said, "By the way, big sister, we were stopped as soon as we came in, but luckily I managed to subdue him." Yi Yao nodded after listening, and then handed a voice recorder and a pinhole camera to Yishi. Yishi understood and hid them behind her back. "Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Now it's time to talk about Yi Yao's situation." After Yi Yao and Yi Feng left the Yi family villa, Yi Yao was worried about what would happen next. So she looked at Yi Feng and saw that Yi Feng's expression was calm, as if he was confident. Then she said, "Xiao Feng, you look perfectly normal. Do you have any good ideas?" Yi Feng calmed down for a moment, then, unexpectedly, he realized Yi Yao would ask that question. He glared at her and said, "As Yi Wei and the others just said, all we need to do is stop those board members. To put it bluntly, we just need to calm them down and wait for Yishi and the others to come back. Besides, are you worried about not being able to complete the mission? How old are they? Don't they have their own judgment? Then you'd better figure out how to deal with the board members next." Yi Yao felt much better after hearing Yi Feng's words, but she was still uncomfortable with how Yi Feng addressed her, so she said, "Yi Feng, don't call Dad by his given name Hui so directly. If you say that, Dad will definitely be very sad." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng almost laughed in anger, and then said, "Yi Yao, don't push your luck. Don't you think about how they treated me before? Don't you use your brain? Is it wrong for me to address you like this? The reason I'm not making a scene for you like before is because I don't want you to have an easy time, especially that bastard Yigu. He shouldn't expect to have an easy time either. I'm helping you now simply to prevent you from going bankrupt. If you were bankrupt, I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying now. Also, let me ask you, of the three sisters, who has ever given me living expenses?" After hearing this, Yi Yao lowered her head in shame, not knowing how to answer Yi Feng's question. Perhaps he only wanted the family to be reunited as before, but the reality was that the home was still a complete home, but the people were no longer complete. Yi Feng looked at Yi Yao, who was standing there like a crop, and then said, "What are you standing there for? Are you getting on the bus or not? If not, I'm leaving by myself." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yao hurriedly got into the car. On the car, Yi Yao was restless, her mind filled with images of Yi Feng and her past attitude towards him. She forced these thoughts to subside and then voiced her question. "Yi Feng, what should we do when we get to the board meeting?" Chapter 80 Dialogue. After listening, Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Yi Yao and then said irritably, "Depend on. You even ask me about such a small thing? Where did you get your status as President Yi? You didn't buy it, did you?" Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yao also felt embarrassed and could only force a smile. "How could that be? I just wanted to know if you had any good ideas. Besides, what's wrong with me asking you, as your older sister?" Hearing Yi Yao say such an absurd thing, Yi Feng was completely speechless, but he couldn't just let it go like this, so he said, "I know the board of directors will not let this go, and I made things clear before. This should just be a test from Yi Wei and Lu Chengwen. Although you are now the general manager of Yes Group, you are not the president. I know that you are the highest person in charge of Yes Group on the surface, but people inside Ye's group know that you are only in charge on the surface. In fact, the one who can make the real decisions is Yi Wei. Hearing Yi Feng explain things so clearly, Yi Yao's opinion of him silently rose 2 points. However, he still had a question in his mind. Even if he knew the truth, he still wanted Yi Feng to admit it himself. So he cautiously asked. Xiao Feng. Actually, I have a question in my heart. I never had the chance to say it before, but now I hope you can give me an answer. Seeing Yi Yao's flustered state, Yi Feng found it rather amusing. He hadn't even noticed the issue of how to address her. He knew what Yi Yao was going to say, but Yi Feng was too lazy to expose her, so he simply said. All right. Tell me. I'd like to know what could possibly stump the general manager of your Yi group. Hearing Yi Feng's teasing words, Yi Yao's mood improved considerably, and she said. Xiao Feng, after we said such hurtful things to you before, do you hate us a lot? Also, are the things that went missing from the house actually? As soon as Yi Yao finished speaking, he felt the atmosphere in the car become much more tense. He looked at Yi Feng and, seeing Yi Feng's expression, felt relieved. Hearing that Yi Feng remained silent, Yi Yao quickly explained. Xiaofeng, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to say what you meant. I just want to know the truth. I know these things might upset you, but one thing after another keeps happening at home. I was wondering, can I ever go back to that old home? Hearing Yi Yao's words, Yi Feng seemed to find it amusing, and then said. So you really want to go back to your old home? Seeing Yi Yao nod repeatedly, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for the Yi Feng of the past. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yao felt that he finally understood her good intentions, and a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on her face. However, upon hearing Yi Feng's next words, the smile gradually disappeared, turning into a trace of guilt. Yi Feng said emotionlessly. You have the nerve to mention the past? Do you know what kind of life I lived before? I used to walk there, but what about Yi Gu? He was an adopted son. He has a personal driver, a fixed monthly allowance, and you all spend time with Yi Gu whenever you have time. The Yi family basically gives all their love to this adopted son, Yi Gu. And what about me? On the surface, everyone knows that I am the legitimate heir to the Yi group in the provincial capital, but what was the result? Outsiders only recognize Yi Gu as the heir to the Yi group. What about me? Everyone knows I am the Yi family's biological son, but how have you treated me? My fiancé, Lu Ruyan, kept calling me little brother Yi Gu, and you guys did the same, calling me little brother Gu all the time. Does he have a fixed allowance each month? No, I don't think so. I suspect that he not only receives a fixed monthly allowance from your family, but you also frequently spend money on him, buying him designer clothes and bags. And have any of you upper-class people ever taken me to those social banquets or dinners? When have you ever acknowledged my identity in front of outsiders? Moreover, in terms of status, I only get 500 yuan a month in pocket money, which is less than what an average student at my school gets. I really want to earn money, but I don't have the capital. Right now, I can only make a living by using my status as a child of the Yi family. Hearing about Yi Feng's experiences, Yi Yao felt a wave of guilt crashing against her chest. As Yi Feng's sister, she had recently been thinking of investigating the matter thoroughly, but she had forgotten about it so quickly, as if she never had a brother like Yi Feng at all. Yi Yao looked at Yi Feng, a feeling of wanting to make amends arose in her heart. She silently vowed to treat Yi Feng well in the future. Remembering that Yi Feng didn't seem to have any pocket money, Yi Yao said to Yi Feng. Xiao Feng. Do you still have any pocket money? If you don't have it, I'll give it to you. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel happy when he heard that Yi Yao was going to give him pocket money. Oh! If only I had known. So they think they'll automatically give me money if I just tell them about my past experiences? What was the point of all that I did before? So Yi Feng looked very troubled and said. Big sister, you gave me pocket money. If little Gu finds out, he'll definitely be very sad. Hearing Yi Feng say this, Yi Yao hesitated slightly before saying. Who cares? Anyway, you're right, Yi Gu is just an adopted son of the Yi family. If you think about it that way. If he hadn't saved our whole family's lives before, why would we be so good to him? Yi Yao's words only made Yi Feng's fists clench even tighter. Thinking of Yi Gu, that kid, who had said he would definitely make things difficult for him in the future, this reminded him of Yi Wei's change in attitude towards him. You know, Yi Wei would never have treated Yi Feng this well before, and he even left your beloved Yi Gu aside. Yi Feng thought to himself. Yi Wei must have gone to verify some things some time ago, otherwise such a big change would not have happened. And the reason why Lu Qingwen said in the lounge that Yi Wei and his wife went to investigate something and did not return, and then there was such a big change after they returned, must be related to the things they investigated. Thinking of this, Yi Feng suddenly reminded Yi Yao, saying, "Didn't Lu Qingwen say before that Yi Wei and the other two went there? You can talk to them another day, that will do." When Yi Yao heard Yi Feng say that, an idea immediately came to her mind. The three sisters could go together and ask their parents what they had been doing before. However, this thought was fleeting, and he silently kept it to himself. He knew that things had priorities, and the current matter was what needed to be dealt with at the moment. After thinking for a while, he then said, "Xiao Feng, I think once we get to the Yi group, they definitely won't give up." Perfect timing. We could attach a hidden camera to our chest, so that even if we hear anything unfavorable or threatening, it could be recorded perfectly. What do you think? Upon hearing Yi Yao's suggestion, Yi Feng then raised his own doubts, saying, "That's a very good suggestion, but there's another problem. I remember the company has a security system for board members, right? Are you sure this thing can evade the detector's observation?" After Yi Feng finished speaking, Yi Yao simply smiled slightly. Chapter 81 Obstruction. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yao realized that Yi Feng seemed unaware of the Yi group's regulations, so she said, "Xiao Feng, you don't know, but our Yi group actually had this rule a long time ago. Within the Yip group, any shareholder is prohibited from being searched, including during company meetings, activities, decision-making, and economic events. This demonstrates both the Yip family's unconditional trust in the company's shareholders and the sense of belonging among them, as well as the Yip group's inclusiveness towards them." Hearing this, Yi Feng understood the reason, but he still had one question, he said. "This is an internal company policy. What about external personnel?" Upon hearing Yi Feng ask such a cultured question, Yi Yao replied, "Well, outsiders don't dare to cause trouble at the Yi family's place. Actually, we all understand that if we look at this media storm as simply as it appears on the surface, we would be making a big mistake." Yi Feng understood what Yi Yao meant when she finished speaking. So, without thinking further, he looked ahead and saw that the Yi group was right there. Then he said, "Arrive." Yi Yao saw it too, and then said, "Now that we're here, let's find a place to park. By the way, where did you park before? I'm afraid I misheard you." Yi Yao said, "The location on the left side of the road ahead." After Yi Yao told Yi Feng where to park, Yi Feng actually saw a parking space on the left side of the road, so he parked there without thinking much about it. After the car stopped, they were immediately stopped by a security guard in his early 20s. Yi Feng glanced at the guard and estimated his distance. He's a guy, quite handsome, with fair skin, and 170 centimeters tall. He could be considered a heartthrob. He then looked at where Yi Feng had parked and said, "Excuse me, gentlemen, this is not a suitable place to park. Please find another spot." Upon hearing the security guard's words, Yi Feng glanced at Yi Yao, as if to say that the company had such a rule. Yi Yao was also very puzzled. This was a spot where she used to park often, and it was fine before. Why couldn't she park there now? He looked at the young man and realized he had never seen him here before. Could it be an internal staff transfer within the company? But with the matter at hand imminent, Yi Yao just wanted to leave as soon as possible. So, unusually, Yi Yao threw a tantrum outside the company and said, "Who are you? How did you get here? How did you get in? Where are the security guards who used to work here?" I. Yi Yao's barrage of questions left the man speechless. He had never seen Yi Yao before, mainly because her aura was too strong. Although he didn't know Yi Yao's identity at this moment, he only heard from the people inside that they were going to cause some trouble for the person parked in this spot, and he really didn't know anything else. Seeing that he hadn't uttered a single word for a long time, Yi Yao's patience had completely worn off, so she impatiently scolded him. Are you going to give way or not? If you give way now, you can stay here and work. Otherwise, you can get out. Seeing that the man in front was stunned by Yi Yao, another person in a car approached from a distance, parked his car, and walked over with a smile, saying with a beaming face, "Isn't this Miss Yi and young Master Yi? What are you still doing here? Were you stopped by someone? You know, this security guard is really something. He doesn't even recognize our CEO, Mr. Yi. We'll definitely have to teach him a lesson sometime." Upon seeing who it was, Yi Yao's anger intensified. She thought to herself, fine. You lot, you couldn't wait to come out before it even started. You're really something. Just then, the security guard seemed to realize something, standing in front of Yi Yao and nodding repeatedly in apology, as if he had come to a realization. Oh, it's Miss Yi and young Master Yi. I'm so sorry about earlier. I've just arrived and don't know who you two are. You won't be angry with me, will you? Yi Yao ignored the man and entered the Yi group with Yi Feng. Watching Yi Yao and her companion leave, the security guard said to the middle-aged man, Brother, that's Miss Yi Yao. She truly lives up to her reputation. If only I could be with her. Before the security guard could finish speaking, the man couldn't help but shout. Ma Yanshin, you must not have such dangerous thoughts. Putting aside the fact that he is still the eldest daughter of the Yi family in the provincial capital, even if he were down on his luck today, would he still be interested in you? If I hadn't noticed something was wrong with your situation, I wouldn't have been able to come out so quickly. It turned out that the security guard's name was Ma Yong, and he had met him not long ago. Hearing the man say this, Ma Yangshin looked at him with interest, and then asked in confusion. Brother, is something big going to happen today? The man said, no. Ma Yangshin said, Brother, do you think I don't know you? You're the kind of person who doesn't come to my door unless you need something. How could this be such a coincidence? The man's eyes showed little emotion when he saw Ma Yangshin say this, so he said, Forget it, I know you well enough. Let me tell you. On the other side. This was Yi Feng's second time here. Thinking about it, his helplessness deepened. On the way to the entrance of the Yi group, Yi Feng curiously asked Yi Yao, puzzled by what had just happened. Yi Yao, what exactly happened just now? As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, is there anyone in the company who doesn't recognize you? After hearing this, Yi Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi Feng, and then said, How could that be? I'm not a god. How could I possibly make everyone in the Yi group know me? Besides, the Yi group has more than just this one place. Oh, right, you mean. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded to Yi Yao and then said, Don't you find it strange? First of all, from what I saw during your conversation with that security guard, it's clear that he doesn't know you, and you've never seen him before either. That already says a lot. And wasn't the timing of that high-ranking official's appearance a bit too coincidental? After Yi Feng's reminder, Yi Yao suddenly realized something was wrong. The more he thought about the scene, the more unsettling it seemed. He considered a terrifying possibility and said to Yi Feng, Think about it, the Yi group usually keeps records of personnel changes. I think we should check on the personnel department after this matter is over. I hope that some people of bad character won't tarnish the reputation of the Yi group. Thinking of this, Yi Yao remained silent. Seeing that Yi Yao remained silent, Yi Feng knew he was still pondering what had just happened, so he comforted him. Alright, it's best not to overthink it now. As the saying goes, take it one step at a time. This is just their first step, I think they'll be moving on to the second step soon. Be careful, there shouldn't be any problems. After hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yao also felt they made a lot of sense. Looking ahead, she realized they were almost at the entrance of the Yi group, so she asked. We're almost at the door. Do you think they'll make things difficult for us there? After hearing Yi Yao's words, Yi Feng gave a fairly clear answer. Meeting. Chapter 82 The Attack. They remained silent the whole way. As soon as the two stepped into the Yi group's lobby, they were immediately surrounded by the board members. Yi Yao felt a little nervous at first, but after glancing at Yi Feng and seeing that he seemed unaffected, she calmed down and said, "What, you can't even stand it before it even starts?" Seeing that Yi Yao remained so calm despite their efforts, the board members realized this tactic wouldn't work. Just then, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader stepped forward. He approached Yi Yao and the others and said, "Mr. Yi, the day is up, and the online public opinion is getting more and more intense. As the general manager of Yes Group, shouldn't you take responsibility for this? What do you mean by doing this? Where does that put the company? Where do you put us? How can you face us?" Yi Yao looked at the speaker and, sure enough, it was old Wu from before. For a moment, she was speechless. In the Yi group, he was called Old Wu not because of his age, but because of his seniority. When he appeared, she felt a little nervous. Firstly, he is a veteran figure in the Yi family and a pillar of support for many employees and senior executives. Such a person not only wields immense influence within the company, but it can also be said that many employees and senior executives were essentially promoted by Mr. Wu. Therefore, he holds a crucial position in the outcome of this power struggle, both in terms of status and position. Secondly, outside the company, he frequently attends various meetings, makes friends, secures sponsorships, and builds connections. It's fair to say that Mr. Wu is highly skilled in all these areas. Therefore, the moment Elder Wu appeared last time, I knew I would definitely lose miserably since I was completely unprepared. That's why I agreed to Elder Wu's suggestion. The implication was that I didn't want Elder Wu involved, and of course, I was also afraid they might resort to desperate measures. However, having experienced this before, Yi Yao was still somewhat nervous, but he wouldn't show it as obviously as before, so he said, "So it seems that old Wu has some evidence. Why don't you show it to everyone so that we can all discuss it?" Seeing Yi Yao still so stubborn, old Wu's anger surged. He looked at the people behind him and, seeing them all nodding earnestly at him, said, "Fine, since you're so stubborn, then let's go to the conference room and show you what you've done." After speaking, he led his men out of the hall and headed towards the conference room. However, on his way to the conference room, old Wu turned and glanced at Yi Feng with amusement. However, neither of them noticed this, both were focused on old Wu's words. Yi Yao watched old Wu and the others leave, his tension rising. He turned to Yi Feng and said, "Yi Feng, what do you think of what just happened? Judging from their demeanor, they must have made ample preparations beforehand, which explains their confidence. I wonder what those preparations were. From an outsider's perspective." Even Yi Yao herself didn't know when she had started to rely on Yi Feng, which was unbelievable to her. After all, Yi Yao used to look down on Yi Feng, even despising him to the point of refusing to acknowledge it. Now, asking this question, for some reason, she wasn't angry or resentful. Instead, she felt very calm, as if it were all perfectly natural. Even Yi Yao herself didn't realize this. Yi Feng did notice this, since he never considered himself a member of the Yi family and mostly viewed the matter from an outsider's perspective. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, if Yi Gu were to see this scene, he would probably want to tear Yi Feng to pieces. After all, he had put in so much effort for the Yi family, practically trying his best to please them, but after this incident, his presence had actually diminished. Yi Fengwang felt a surge of joy as he imagined the scene, and a genuine smile involuntarily appeared on his face. However, when he heard Yi Yao's question, he gave an ambiguous answer, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I knew you two had made preparations, otherwise they wouldn't be in this situation now. But as I said before, let's take it one step at a time and observe how things develop." On the way to the conference room, although the company employees greeted Yi Yao and her companion respectfully, most of them were new faces. Considering the security guards outside, a thought quietly formed in her mind. So he looked at these people. Although these people greeted Yi Yao and her companion respectfully on the surface, their eyes, expressions, and attitudes toward work had changed considerably. Many of these people looked at Yi Yao with peculiar, even lecherous gazes, which made Yi Yao feel extremely uncomfortable. Yi Yao and her companions soon realized what was happening. They exchanged a glance, knowing full well that many employees of the Yi group had been quietly replaced without their knowledge. What is HR even doing? Yi Yao looked at Yi Feng and said. When I looked at these people, I realized that the vast majority of them weren't previous employees. They must have replaced the old employees, or those they didn't get along with, without our knowledge. This might be fine elsewhere, but this is the Yi Group headquarters. If things continue this way, then the employees of the Yi Group will no longer be considered part of our organization. Although most of the family members hold a significant number of shares, if the employees aren't family members, it would definitely be a major blow to the Yi family. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If the employees below are really just those people from the board of directors, then in the future, our Yi Group might be ruled by those old guys. Yi Yao deliberately emphasized our Yi Group. Yi Feng, upon hearing Yi Yao's words, wasn't moved by them. However, considering that Yi Yao had just been discharged from the hospital and had stayed with him without showing any unusual behavior, Yi Feng couldn't help but admire her spirit. After some consideration, Yi Feng truthfully replied. I think that if these people were able to replace all these people in just one day, then the personnel department must bear an undeniable responsibility, and there must be quite a few people involved. In that case, it seems to me that at this point, there is only a third option? After hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yao recalled the third option he had mentioned earlier. Considering the current development of the Yi Group, although she had a vague idea of what to expect, she still asked, unwilling to give up. Xiaofeng, is it really necessary to retaliate with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth? Has it really come to this? Isn't there any other way? Chapter 83 The Tense Atmosphere. Hearing Yi Yao's question, Yi Feng didn't feel regretful. After all, Yi Yao had a very deep affection for the Yi Group, and now that things had come to this, he thought it was something no one wanted to see. However, in Yi Feng's view, this was a situation where he had no other choice. If someone wanted to get rid of him, why would he want to sympathize with them? Isn't this a classic case of getting slapped? Yi Yao knew that asking such a question was somewhat naive, and he understood that things had essentially reached a point of no return. The two arrived at the boardroom in silence. Yi Yao looked at the tightly closed door, took a deep breath, and then pushed the heavy door open with both hands. He walked in with firm steps, knowing that a tough battle that could very well determine the future of the Yi Group was about to begin. As soon as the office door was pushed open, everyone in the board of directors looked at Yi Yao and Yi Feng. Before Yi Yao and Yi Feng could even sit down, it was Old Wu who spoke first. So, gentlemen, have you considered how to give us a reply? As you know, we are people of status and position in this provincial capital, and our time is very precious. We have urgent business to attend to and don't have time to waste here with you. After Mr. Wu finished speaking, the people behind him immediately closed the conference room door, giving off a feeling of closing the door to beat a dog. Yi Yao looked at Old Wu as if trying to see right through him. As the general manager of the Yi Group, how could she not understand Old Wu's intentions at this moment? How could he not understand Old Wu's intentions at this moment? Yi Feng, who was standing to the side, also knew that Yi Yao had told him what had happened earlier, and that Old Wu had asked them for a day last night. Yi Yao sat in the general manager's seat, and Yi Feng sat next to her. After hearing what Old Wu said, Yi Yao cautiously probed and said, Since Elder Wu has said such a thing, it seems that all of this was arranged by Elder Wu? Who is this Old Wu? How could someone who has reached such a position be influenced by a few words from Yi Yao? Seeing that Yi Yao didn't move after sitting down, Old Wu immediately concluded that Yi Yao must have run out of ideas, so he said with a smile. President Yi, I'm not trying to be mean, but as a woman, your best role is to stay home, be a good wife and mother, not meddle in the business of our Yi Group. In my opinion, it would be better if Mr. Yi gave up this position. There are so many talented people in the company, the most capable should take it. What do you think? Old Wu had already planned to say something to provoke Yi Yao, rendering him incapable of thinking clearly. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Having been with the Yi Group for so long, they all understand what Yi Yao cares about most. Although it's only one day, and a day seems short, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. The board members are basically led by old Wu. If he manages to gather any evidence, it will be a heavy blow to Yi Feng and Yi Yao. Even if we fail today, as the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. There were so many people attending this meeting, it's impossible to punish them all. Does the Yi group intend to continue its development? Meanwhile, Yi Feng kept his eyes fixed on old Wu, trying to discern some clue. What puzzled Yi Feng even more was old Wu's current attitude. Yi Feng was somewhat nervous about this, but ultimately, it all depended on Yi Yao's reaction. Upon hearing old Wu's words, Yi Yao realized it was a clear disrespect to him, the general manager, and his expression instantly turned ugly. Although he knew the two were currently on opposing sides, he still didn't want things to escalate to such an ugly level. This is actually a weakness of Yi Yao's. Even if she has made up her mind about something, she finds it difficult to bring herself to carry it out. Just like Yi Yao's previous conversation with the Yishi and Yishi sisters, several days have passed, and Yi Yao still hasn't gone with them to investigate what happened before. This is Yi Yao's character flaw, and the reason Yue appointed Yi Yao as general manager was to help her overcome this shortcoming. Yue's decision to have Yi Yao and Yi Feng together was for the same reason. Fortunately, after these few days of trials, Yi Yao's personality had changed a lot, so she stopped thinking about it and called Sister Zhang to ask her to bring over the documents from yesterday. Yi Yao thought to herself, since you're being so aggressive, don't blame us for being impolite. After speaking, he wanted to see old Wu's expression when he learned that he was holding those documents. However, to Yi Yao and the others' surprise, old Wu and the others did not show any sign of panic. They remained completely still, as if they were in deep meditation. Yi Yao then looked at the others behind Elder Wu. Although a very few showed signs of panic, they quickly calmed down. Yi Yao figured they must have come up with a plan yesterday, which explained their calm demeanor. Old Wu seemed to sense Yi Yao's doubts, chuckled twice, and then said, "Since our CEO Yi wants to see it, let him have a good look. Everyone, please take your seats. Now it's time to see what Mr. Yi has to do." Yi Yao looked at the group of people on the board of directors, and those few who had initially shown signs of panic gradually calmed down. No one in the office spoke at that moment. Time ticked by, and everyone in the office, from Yi Yao and her group to old Wu and his entourage, waited with solemn expressions, awaiting a voice that would determine their fate. At this moment, they were all on edge. Finally, a knock sounded at the door, and Sister Li's voice came from outside. Beside her stood a handsome young man, both carrying safes. He said to Sister Li, "Sister Zhang, Mr. Yi wants us to come in." After the man finished speaking, Sister Zhang looked at him, feeling somewhat uneasy, and told him to be quiet. Then, Sister Li said in a stern tone, "Once inside, don't look around or ask any questions, especially Mr. Yi. I think you all know what happened to Zhang Ming. I only brought you here because I thought you were honest. You must never follow Zhang Ming's example. He's already left the Yi group, so you'd better not cause me any trouble, or you'll see how I deal with you later." Just then, Sister Li knocked on the door and said to the front door, "Mr. Yi, hello. The things you requested are ready. May I come in now?" As soon as Sister Zhang finished speaking, Yi Yao's clear yet icy voice came from inside the door, saying, "Come in." After Yi Yao finished speaking, Sister Zhang immediately pushed open the door and went in. As soon as she entered, she sensed the tension between the two sides in the office. Although there was no sound, the silence spoke volumes. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Seeing this, it would be a lie to say Sister Zhang wasn't nervous. However, having worked at the Yi group for a long time, she hadn't lost any of her composure. However, the man next to him wasn't as composed as Sister Zhang. He was trembling. But after Sister Zhang's reminder, he only glanced at Yi Yao and was instantly captivated by her beauty. Fortunately, Sister Zhang had warned him earlier. Actually, the man was somewhat nervous at this moment. Fortunately, Sister Zhang gave him a firm look, signaling him not to be nervous. The two of them put the documents on the desk and then pushed them aside, knowing that there must be other things to do next. Chapter 84, Returning to the conference room. "Everyone, these documents are already on the table. If any of you withdraw now and guarantee that you will never have any disloyalty to the group again, I can destroy these documents right now in front of you. As the saying goes, opportunity knocks but once. I'm giving you 20 minutes to consider. If, after 20 minutes, you still choose to oppose the company, then this information will be enough to get you into serious trouble. After Yi Yao finished speaking, this time she didn't ask Sisterly to bring the resignation documents, but rather other useful documents. So Yi Yao looked at the people in front of her with a half smile, wanting to see their reaction, and found that they all glanced at Old Wu in unison. Really? Old Wu merely glanced at the documents on the table, then instantly smiled, his eyes lacking the kindness he had shown when he first saw them. However, Old Wu suppressed these smiles and said, "President Yi, you're still young and don't understand that we on the board of directors have always adhered to the principle of serving the people. Those documents on the table are just fabricated by the company. We are upright and honest people and will not be influenced by such things. Moreover, the authenticity of these materials remains to be verified." Having said that, Old Wu knew, of course, that this time it wouldn't be the so-called resignation he had been processing last time, so he had already made preparations beforehand. He waited quietly for Yi Yao's reaction, but when he noticed that Yi Yao didn't show any reaction, he still glanced at the documents on the table and felt relieved. Yi Yao's head was buzzing. He really didn't expect Old Wu to say such shameless things in front of him. Good. Very good. After that, without further hesitation, I stood up and examined the documents. I noticed the covers were relatively intact, so I opened the first document to see their reaction, but the result was the same. So Yi Yao flipped to the first page of the documents, only to find that there wasn't a single word on them. She then flipped through the rest of the documents, page after page, still not giving up. She called Yi Feng behind her to help her flip through the documents, but they remained blank. It wasn't until they had flipped through all the documents. "It's over. Everything is over." After flipping through all the documents, he plopped down in a chair. Yi Yao's mind went blank, as if she had completely lost the ability to think. Yi Feng, who was next to her, saw Yi Yao like this and then looked at the smug Wu Lao and his group. However, Yi Feng thought that these materials should not only be in paper form, but should also be in document form. So he came to Yi Yao's side and said, "Yi Yao, don't be discouraged. Actually, we should have realized this sooner. They were so confident before, so they must have destroyed these documents beforehand. So, think about it, they only destroyed the paper version, not the computer version. Judging from your behavior just now, I knew the computer version of the data definitely wasn't with you. I figured it was with Yi Wei. Furthermore, considering the timing, I think Yi Shi and Yi Gu's group will arrive soon. Time is of the essence. Okay, I'll find a chance to go out first. This is a company, they won't cause any trouble. Whether I'm here or not, they definitely won't care. I suppose their target has always been you, they certainly won't pay attention to me. I'll go out and call Yi Wei to send you the electronic document so Sisterly can print it out. How does that sound?" Yi Yao thought for a while and felt that Yi Feng's words made a lot of sense. Moreover, looking at the smug expressions of Old Wu and his group in front of him, he felt extremely uncomfortable. After the situation remained deadlocked for a while, Yi Yao noticed that the water at the door had dried up, so she said to Old Wu, "Old Wu, we've been at a stalemate for so long, everyone must be thirsty. Moreover, this is not something that can be resolved in a short time." "Me too. How about I have Yi Feng go get some water?" Old Wu thought about it for a moment and felt that this was definitely Yi Yao giving him a way out. After all, in Old Wu's view, the scales of victory had already tipped in his favor, so it was perfectly acceptable for Yi Feng to pour the water. However, just in case, with so many of us on this side, why would we be afraid of Yi Feng alone? Old Wu thought that Yi Feng, a high school student, wouldn't pose any threat, so after thinking for a while, he showed Yi Yao a smug look and said, "Mr. Yi is right, this isn't something that can be resolved in a short time. Here's what we'll do. Since Mr. Yi is thirsty and wants water, and we've been talking to him for so long, we're all also very thirsty. I don't think young Master Yi Feng can carry all the water for so many of us by himself. He'll need at least 2 people. I think we'll need someone to help out. I don't think President Yi would mind, would he? After hearing this, Yi Yao cursed inwardly that the old man was still so cunning at his age. She then looked at old Wu, her fists clenching unconsciously, and forced a smile as she spoke to him. Old Wu, how could this be? What kind of person do you take me for? I hadn't considered all that, had I? But my younger brother is used to doing things on his own. However, I think old Wu is more clear-headed than I am. Since old Wu has spoken, let's go with old Wu's lead. After Yi Yao finished speaking, a man of similar age to Yi Feng walked up to elder Wu and said something. Mr. Wu, shall I go? Old Wu glanced at the person speaking, then whispered a few words in his ear. Seeing the man nod earnestly after listening, he said, All right, Li Qi, you can go with our young master Yi. Remember, you must obey young master Yi's orders. After speaking, Yi Feng and Li Qi got up and left the conference room. The atmosphere seemed to have returned to its previous heavy state. Just then, a clear, crisp voice reached the ears of everyone on the board of directors. Big sister. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Yao's eyes seemed to instantly well up with tears. He saw Yi Shi standing at the door. Yi Shi stepped forward, came to Yi Yao's side, and said, Big sister, are you all right? Please see chapter 79 for the rest of the story. Yi Yao handed the voice recorder and camera to Yi Shi, who understood and hid them behind her back. When old Wu saw Yi Shi bring so many people to the board meeting, he was taken aback and said to Yi Shi, Third Miss, what do you mean by bringing so many people to the board meeting? Do you want outsiders to see the ugliness of our Yi group? Or are you treating the board meeting like a marketplace, where people come and go as they please? Clearly, old Wu's words were not only meant for Yi Shi, but also for Yi Yao. Hearing the old man in front of her speak to her like that, even Yi Shi, with her good temper, couldn't hold back anymore. Hey! Why would this old man talk about me like that when I haven't offended him at all? I was just about to say something harsh in response, something to insult this old guy's family. But before he could speak, Yi Yao stopped him with a look. Then, Yi Yao looked at the people Yi Shi had brought, and a sense of confidence crept into her heart. So she said to Sister Li beside her, Sister Li, since we are guests, please ask someone from the company to bring chairs from other meeting rooms. After Yi Yao finished speaking, Sister Li called over the man who had come with her and then walked out of the conference room. Chapter 85 Waiting. Upon hearing Yi Yao's words, Sister Li made a phone call to get help, and the man standing nearby was also called over to assist. Seeing Yi Feng and the others leave one after another, old Wu looked at the people who had suddenly appeared. For some reason, the people Yi Shi brought made him feel very uncomfortable. However, since things had come to this point, he couldn't say anything. It seemed that he could only wait and see. However, things weren't exactly idle on either side of the conference room. If you looked up from above, you'd see that the conference room seemed to have formed two small groups, and both sides seemed to be plotting something at almost the same time. What are you saying? Come. Let's talk about Yi Yao first. After Sister Li and the others left, Yi Yao pulled Yi Shi in front of her. Yi Shi and Lu Ruyan saw that old Li and the others were all gathered together, and they couldn't help but feel a little worried, so they said, Big sister, look, they're all gathered together, it seems like they're talking about something important. After hearing Yi Shi's words, Yi Yao raised her beautiful eyes, glanced at her indifferently, and then looked away, saying, Don't worry, there's no point in worrying about that now. Like I said, what's meant to happen will happen, so let's not fret about it. Let's talk about what you've encountered along the way. As the eldest sister, I'm really curious. After Yi Yao finished speaking, she asked Yi Shi to sit in the seat Yi Feng had previously occupied, while Lu Ruyan casually found a chair in the conference room and sat down on the other side of Yi Yao. Once they were all seated, Yi Yao solemnly said, How was it, third sister? Ruyan, did you encounter any unexpected problems on your trip with Xiaogu? After hearing Yi Yao's words, Yi Shi recounted everything that had happened along the way to Yi Yao in detail. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao was truly surprised that Yi Shi had encountered so many things after just one trip, which greatly alarmed him. However, he was quite interested in the newly hired driver, so he said, It seems your trip was quite fruitful, third sister? But I'm quite interested in your new driver. I'll introduce him to him later. After listening, Yishi felt that Yi Yao's words were nothing serious, and immediately agreed, saying, "All right. Let him get to know my eldest sister, so that he won't offend her. That would be a huge mistake on my part." The two joked around for a while. Afterwards, Yishi inquired about Yi Yao's journey, and Yi Yao slowly replied after hearing her story. Sigh. It's a long story, really. Let me tell you. Yi Yao spoke slowly, enunciating each word carefully, while Yishi listened attentively, word by word. After hearing Yi Yao's explanation, Yishi asked worriedly, "Big sister, what do we do now? If Yi Feng's guess is true, then the company that Dad has worked so hard for will be eroded by these parasites." Seeing the worried look in Yishi's eyes, having been sisters for so long, she naturally knew what Yishi wanted to ask. So Yi Yao gestured for him not to worry and told Yishi that she trusted Yi Feng and that she could leave the matter to him to handle, and that she was at ease. At this moment, Yi Yao looked carefully behind Yishi and found that she did not see Yi Gu's figure, so she said, "Third sister, Royan, we've been here for so long, where is Xiao Gu? Why haven't I seen Xiao Gu? Could it be that he had something to do and didn't come?" Upon hearing Yi Yao's words, Yishi felt as if something was blocking her chest, and then she said, "Big sister, don't mention him. I don't know what's wrong with him today.